Okay, we are theoretically streaming. We're going to check the studio and see if that's coordinating. Okay. Now everyone can tell me how I sound until we get our steadies on and get things rolling. I presume he's typing me try again, so we're going to do just that. Okay. And okay, my dear man, good man. Okay, so take your time and get the blurb out, and once we get that out of the way, we'll bring everybody on, and then I can prepare my tea. So just sat down and we'll explain to everybody the adventures of the past few days soon enough. And Ash Wednesday today, tomorrow will be the 209th commemorative date of the Alamo being stormed, and we will take it from there tonight. We've got, again, as always, far too much to talk about, and we're going to, barely give Roundtable a chance to speak, but right now let's give Aristides a chance to do so. Have you gathered your breath, so to speak?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. The official blurb. And I am just finding myself on the live on YouTube. And let's see. Oh, look at that picture. So as soon as you get here, please hit the upvote thumbs up. It does seem you need an account to do that. Before I was ever logged in on an account, I was listening. I wasn't able to do that. So
oh wow! How did you manage that? I just have to ask. How the hell?
No. A while back, I actually, if you have it, I think any like a Gmail, I think it's all the same thing. But make some type of a Google or YouTube account, and you should be able now to sign in and do upvotes and subscribe. You should do that. There's a button there. Make sure that's on, and that might end up being turned off even if you did subscribe before. Make sure the notification bell is on so you can be notified of programs, especially if they're restarts or not at a normal time or just a convenient reminder. The upvotes are important because of the all-powerful algorithm, and there are downvotes placed against Douglas. Can't see them. YouTube hides them, but that affects his ability to be searched and suggested and found, and make his living doing this in his poor little crypt there that he needs to hold up to do this. And
that's all too true. No exaggeration. Continue, please.
And if you do have the account, you can go into your account settings. Actually, make you have your main account, but you can make channels underneath that account without any extra login. Those are for normally different people partition different types of content, different subjects, but each one of them can do its own upvote. So one person can do multiple upvotes. I do this. Make sure you switch back to your main profile you want to chat with, or just that you normally use, easy to forget, and then you start typing and you're like, oh. So all that. Also, Douglas, after each program is live and becomes just fixed in YouTube for replay, he will pin a comment under each one. Please upvote that also, and any other positive comments that you might see. So I will of course put the PayPal link in the chat right now for your contributions towards Douglas. Please contribute if you can, and you appreciate or have appreciated what he does as far as bringing people information and entertainment and just overall, mind-blowing things to your life that you'll never hear anywhere else. So also, you can take the YouTube link right out of the browser. It'll be the same link after it's live, and you can copy and paste that anywhere you would like to help share the program wherever you think it might be appropriate. So is that about it, I think?
I believe so. Just remember to emphasize, of course, that even after you've subscribed, which you brought it up,
Yeah.
you did bring it up, that you emphasize the fact that YouTube, for whatever reason, is quite sinister, and they are unsubscribing people without reason from many channels, not just my own, but definitely that, as you've already said, when they subscribe, hit that notification bell, or they won't even be notified. But even if they do hit the notification bell, they may very well be unsubscribed, as soon as they subscribe. So just keep checking back to their subscriptions. They need to keep checking back. That would be a thing to emphasize in the future, is the need to continually return to your channel and check on it, because because of that. Thank you. Yeah.
Right.
And
All
with that, please feel free to bring everybody else on, and I'm going to say hello to Eric Cradle as well as yourself. And Eric Cradle says, "Good evening, Team Dietrich." So he's almost here from the very beginning each episode, and we thank him for that. And T Tank Berry, of course, has been here all this time. So let's give everybody their customary hugs in greeting for entry. And Vicky Johnson, love you, honey. Want to thank you so much. And I want to thank Brooke Hagberg in Canada. Brooke Hagberg in Canada contributed 40 United States dollars, which she does so monthly on an automatic payment. And this month it lands at just the right time when I desperately need it to renew my paratransit, because I take all the money out of the PayPal accounts at the end of the month in order to pay rent and leave myself with some spread till the next check drops, essentially. That doesn't do so until the 3rd, and it's usually days after that. As soon as something lands in that account, which one time I had to call Aristides for when I was at the head and neck surgeon. Oh yeah, I was at the head and neck surgeon at that time, and I believe that was before I even had surgery. I called Aristides one time to load up my paratransit account, and we did so through PayPal, of course. He had to get that into PayPal right away, and I was extremely fortunate that I contacted paratransit early enough where they could refill the card immediately. There's a deadline or a certain time slot during the day, the working day, where they can no longer do that, and it doesn't load up until the next day. So it's a touchy scenario, and you have to work it on a weekday before that deadline if you want to get it right away on the card, which I needed. At that time, the card was totally empty. Right now, the card's heading towards empty. So she's going to help me reload it, Brooke Hagberg. And a thanks to Holly Kaditis Kiefer for a contribution of 100 United States dollars. I hope she doesn't interpret that as then alleviating her of her responsibility to appear in Roundtable. But we have Brendan Zogit joining us. And, of course, T-Tank Berry is in the chat. And he's provided an incredible scene of a wonderful painting in a bar, a mural in a bar. Oh my God, exquisite. And honestly, I'm looking at the painting, not all the booze in front of it, believe it or not. So aside from that, before I go and make tea, we want to test Brendan's audio and say hello to him, and then I'll share the little story. And of course, remind me to thank Holly as soon as she comes on for that $100. Even though I have to take the money order and deposit it essentially, and then use it towards the end of the month.
Well, yeah. I'm here.
Yes, excellent.
But it sounds like Holly got fed up.
She usually drops in late when she does drop in. She, so at least we've got that.
Yeah, but she paid you off. She paid you off. That's it's like it's like a mob boss.
Hey, if getting a choice between one or the other, her paying me off or appearing on the show, it's a hard choice. It's a hard choice. That's,
yes. Exactly.
Yeah. And as for the mob boss, what our man Brendan is of course alluding to is
vampire lords. Yeah,
that's it. It's like paying off. Yeah, like paying off a underworld vampire lord just so that you don't need to listen to his bullshit. Yeah. Or at least be forced to respond to it. Oh my God! Of course, that was a joke from my own gang brother, who is truly far more acclimated to the underworld than even I. When I told him, "Gee, one of my main men from Britain, the one that Brooke Gibson calls King George," and believe it or not, he actually knows who Brooke Gibson is because they actually spoke one time when I was with Beaver, and she came on and started sending us photos of herself, but he refused to send her photos of himself, which I don't blame her for getting angry about that. But at any rate, she sent us some photos of herself, and so he knows who she is, and it was the most bizarre thing. One of those photographs, it's actually on my phone. She looks like she just drank a full quart of milk, or she just blew someone off and had an ejaculate mustache. It was just a trick of the light. She insists. She insists. So
Right.
yeah, it's but you know what he assumed automatically. But such having been said, when I told him, yeah, hey, the guy Brooke Gibson calls King George, he just hung up on me towards, before the show even ended, and he was like, maybe he got tired of listening to your bullshit. Yeah, of course that's the way he would say it. But hey, life's like that. You have to deal with people like this all the time. And but the most interesting thing is that Brendan and Aristides did speak to me just before we started the last show, and that was right after I think I contacted them on, I'd have to look at my calendar, honestly, because the days just blend right into each the other. And I do want people to know I've finally gotten into a chiropractor's office, and it's hardcore Chinatown. It's like Wentworth Place, which is an alleyway between Jackson and Grant, and that's like
Holy shit.
yeah. So I mean, if you look it up, most people would be too scared to enter in there. As a matter of fact, I can look that up right now. On the
I think I know where it's at, actually.
Oh,
it's
I bet you. Yeah, I bet you
it's
do.
it's like right down the street from those painted buildings, like the famous painted
Yeah,
buildings.
yes. You're talking about the housing projects, and they've tried to paint up, the majority of Chinatown.
Oh no, like the Chinese, they're the facades are done in like Chinese temple style.
Okay.
Is that not?
Okay.
Is that not the case?
But this is it. This is a photograph. Most Americans would refuse to enter this alley. They would just be.
Yeah.
They would say, oh, fuck that shit. And it's this.
Yeah, can you imagine? My school took me into these places.
Did they?
We were
How
like
did they
7 or
manage
8.
that? How did they arrange for that with the community? What the fuck?
Well, we had parent volunteers, so it was just like 40 kids with a bunch of parents, and we were just walking in these places. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's incredible. Or I think that they were buying opium from the old school opium dens, and
Oh yeah,
they were just
some of the
using you.
Australian guys disappeared. Because I went to school with this lady. Maybe they were Welsh. They had some kind of crazy accent, but the parent and his friend disappeared for a bit, and then showed up at the restaurant later. So who knows what the fuck they were doing?
We can only imagine. Yeah, it's something fishy. We can
Like
conclude.
you said, buying opium.
Yeah. I mean, you like the
This
fish?
one's literally called the Den.
Yeah. Yeah, Lion's Den. Lion's Den, because it was an opium den. That I am literally entering an opium den to get my back done, and I can tell you, it is life-changing.
Oh yeah, Doug. Chiropractic. Yeah, I bet it's life changing.
Yeah. Oh my God. This Chinese guy didn't even need.
You can't be holding out. You can't be holding out on that. The pipes.
Yeah, I'll have to run you by the alley next time we rendezvous. That's right.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah. You like how they identify the different fish that you might find in, I like it as if these were identifiable fish that you would find in those tanks.
Yeah, what is that?
What is that? What's the round one? I don't even get that. The round one. What the fuck is the round one? It's supposed to be a
I don't
flounder?
think that's a fish.
Judging by what
it's
about
like a
this
jelly. It's a jelly.
Yeah. Okay. And this one, is that so? That doesn't look like a lobster. That looks like a giant springtail kind of animal you would find crawling through, masses of organic material, decaying boxes.
Yeah, if I saw that thing, I wouldn't trust it. Yeah. And by the way, it's all in Chinese. The caption.
Yes. So we have no hope of ever reading it. Yes, but this is the kind of photograph that's taken by Waymos. when Waymos used to be
Yeah.
working for Google GPS exclusively, this is what the Waymos would take, would be photographs like this, and this is what they're doing, is taking photographs.
Your chiropractor's in this alleyway.
Yeah,
You're joking.
Yeah, no, he's in this alley. He's one of these two doors, but I can't make out which
What
because
the fuck?
yeah, because it's like literally I got there just as he was opening the gate. Just as he was opening the gate.
That's
and,
insanity.
Yeah, but something's behind these two doors at this moment when this photograph was taken. So it looks like it's got the garbage bins behind the doors. Is what it looks like behind either one of them, and I don't know whether that's for barricade or.
They look abandoned. I mean, they look straight.
They look straight abandoned. They do. They do. You would never guess this guy had an office. You notice it's unmarked.
Everything, yeah. The
Yeah.
whole place except for the fish, the aquarium depot. And
Yeah, that's no
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
aquarium. Just to make it worse for people, you're supposed to eat these fish.
Yeah, I bet. I fucking bet.
He's the only motherfucker who responded to my going around asking all over for a fucking chiropractor. He's the only motherfucker who called back. No, and well, others who
Yeah, if you come to SAC, I have a lady. She's hot and blonde.
okay,
She'll do it.
Look, I'd be willing to try it, but is she covered by Kaiser? That's the point. Because otherwise, I might as well just be paying her for all-out sex. Because yeah, if I have to pay, it's like. But he at least.
I know the acupuncture's covered, but I don't know about chiropractic.
Oh God! How do I get into acupuncture? How do I ask my doctor to cover me for acupuncture? What's the scam behind that?
I don't know how Kaiser does it, but this lady just does it, and I don't have a copay, and none of my other doctors do that, so I don't know what she's doing.
Okay.
She's getting paid somehow.
Wow, and you're in through the Kaiser system?
No, I have a different system, but
Okay.
she works with everyone. She works with Kaiser. She says she works with the office. She doesn't own the office, but her office works with every major insurance, and I've never been charged a copay there.
Okay. Great. No, that's great.
I don't know what's going on with that.
I'm really happy for you and excited for you. That's incredible. I haven't
gone in a while.
Oh, you will do it, you idiot. God, take advantage of that every chance you can while you can. God knows the way they're firing people these days.
Oh, yeah. Social Security's going on a 90-day break.
Is it
no payments for 90 days.
Is that what they said? Is that
what they said? We're fucked. Everyone's going to go bonkers. Yeah.
We're going to find out. We'll find out the hard way. It's like they're trying to prove, of course, that the world will go to shit without them. And by the way, kisses to Vicki Johnson. And this is their way of getting back. It's just passive resistance. When I say you've got to go active in terms of your resistance with these assholes, and that means to all the federal workers, you've got to start really just going on strike en masse, all the rest of this stuff, rather than doing something passive like that. That only hurts the people they're trying to serve, theoretically.
Right.
Of course, not that they ever cared about serving them. They were just there for the job. But still, you get my point. If they were acting in principle. Such being said, at least I got this in before things really went to shit, and so far it's working out great. And now I'm going again on Saturday, and hopefully we get it scheduled once a week on Saturdays. Probably be better for me. This time I had to meet him immediately because I was in agony, and that brings us back to what I was doing with the Aristides and Brendan over the last few days, because I actually spoke to them, and it was on the evening. I still haven't got that calendar up. So if I look up the Google Calendar here, it must have been on the evening of, I think, I came home early to pay the rent, so it was March 1st. So it was Saturday. So I think I spoke with Aristides and Brendan that evening. And then what happened was my son picked me up very early in the morning for the rest of the weekend, because we were still in the midst of the holiday weekend, which I have since integrated into the title of my latest episode before tonight's. So if you're looking into tonight's episode, make certain to check out the episode preceding this episode, and you'll see an entirely revamped title. And it has to do with the holiday that my son insisted I not put on and put my name on instead, because he feels that it just is easier for people to find on searches. Half the time I'm anal enough where I don't even want to do that. I just feel like I need to put in the holiday or the historic event more so than even my own advertising. but that probably acts against me. Either way, it's on there now so people understand that it was the birthday of the earth gods. And these are very similar to ancient Roman divinities that would guard a household. And these were more or less deitesses or goddesses in the Roman tradition, believe it or not, because it was domestic, get it? Household. But when it came to the Chinese, these are tutelary earth gods that guard regional locations or communities. And it's their birthday en masse because they were all born at the same time according to the Taoist philosophy or doctrine or whatever you refer to it as, the cosmology. And so we were celebrating that essentially on March 1st, Saturday, and I had to cut that short, so I was brought back the next day to continue with that. And then the day after that was the Hinamatsuri, or the Girls' Day, the Dolls' Day. And of course, yesterday was Fat Tuesday, but I had to come back early to visit the chiropractor and then get my
Opium den.
Yeah, the opium den, and then my shots. Not heroin, believe it or not, but the allergy shots. That yeah, but yeah, he didn't even need to take an X-ray. All he had to do was look at me. But here is why. For those of you, I've gotten questions from people asking about the chiropractor. I didn't even want to answer them. The subject is so painful to me until I actually saw a chiropractor. So now that I've seen a chiropractor, I do want people to know that this is the chronology roughly of what happened. Was that it was, of course, after the nanoplasma transfusion, and it was around sometime, I had been seeing a chiropractor 30 years ago. It's unbelievable, but 30 years ago, we had a chiropractors university, like a school for chiropractors in San Francisco that was run by a Scientologist, which, believe it or not, Scientology made big indentations into chiropractic practice years ago. And then they lost it. It's now totally dominated by the Chinese, who ethnically enclave it. And Sammy has joined us. Oh, thank God. I'm so sorry I haven't had a chance to respond to you, Sammy. And welcome aboard, Holly, as well. So thank you for bringing to my attention that both of you are here. And, Sammy, and Holly, thank you for the $100, Holly. I thank you. I was thanking you while you were not here, so let me thank you here personally for the $100 contribution. God bless you. Mwah. Yeah. Honey? A little louder.
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, you're going to have to talk.
I'm happy.
Yeah. We...
It's okay, Holly. You paid off the Vampire Lord.
Yeah.
That's right. Good. I'm safe.
Yes.
You're free.
Yes.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So glad you're talking louder there. We could barely hear you there for a second. Yes, by all means, we're hearing you better now.
Good.
Yes, excellent. Can you say a full sentence just so we know that you're okay?
Hi, everybody. I'm okay enough.
Okay. Excellent.
Did you hear that?
Yes, thank God. And okay. So, dear Sammy, give us an update, please, on how things are going with yourself.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Much the better for speaking with you, I assure you. And like I said, I apologize for not being able to get back to you with everything that's been going on. I'll complete my answering the questions to these people about chiropractic later. Right now, it's far more important to get both Holly and yourself engaged with Brendan and Aristides in terms of a good roundtable conversation, so I could take a short break to make tea. But let's make certain that we catch up first before I leave to do that for a few minutes. So Sammy, in terms of whatever you're comfortable sharing about anything, please feel free to share it. And I want you to know how much I appreciate you're going out of the way to contact our man George Knight by the only venue that he seems to respond to. He otherwise seems pretty much out of communicado with anything other than that Facebook, and I'm banned from Facebook, of course. I may ask you, I hate to do this because I feel like you might have to contact him again in the near future to let him know that we expect him, or we look forward to him to come on the 2 Wednesdays this month that he said he'll be on, and I guess that would be the best thing to say to him so he knows that he's still welcome here. I'm not quite sure how he's interpreting things, but I have a feeling that his wife has always been fairly hostile. Actually, she's been very supportive of myself until recently, and if that keeps up with that pattern, then she might be kind of telling him that we've said things about him on the show. And it's amazing to me how people are. They don't listen to what we say. They don't go back and listen. They just take whatever anyone says and they just run with it. Like, which always struck me as basically insane, but this is how people are. So, yeah. So aside from that, Sammy,
Right.
how about yourself? How about yourself? How are you
Well,
doing?
look, I'm fine. I've been making great strides with my new life. I'm relocating where I did. Obviously, you already know, but about George Knight, um, I communicate. It's pretty much a Hail Mary. Okay, I pretty much just sent the message, and I've always had great rapport with him. Even with him, having his misunderstanding with Brooke.
Yeah.
I kind of spoke on Brooke's behalf, and I didn't have to, but I did it because I got love for both of them.
Thank you.
They're the crackers in my soup.
Yeah.
Uh,
I love that. And you know
but
what? You're one of those people who really has an overabundance of the capacity. It's very Christ-like of you to love people who often don't deserve it. But in this case, both of them do. But anyhow,
well,
as far as we
well,
know.
no, well, as far as the bigger picture, and that's the thing about it is it really does help your brand and how your calling is.
Thank you.
And you've talked about this when it comes to the U.S. audience. Unfortunately, it's not sometimes the message is who's relating to it, and it's not necessarily that you're not able to. It's just the optics. Optics are everything. But when it comes to George, I think he and this is just my opinion. I think he's probably dealing with personal things, and
I'm sure you're right.
unfortunately, as men, it's very difficult to sometimes communicate with if it's a relationship problem, or I don't know what is his marital status, but regardless of who your partner is, especially with women, it's not necessarily their fault. It's really the man's fault how he communicates, and sometimes the lack of communication or making things clear or kind of setting things on your relationship, because obviously you're not the regular U.S. vet. You're somebody
Thank you.
a little bit more different, to put it very simple.
Thank you.
Even to my spouse, I've had to explain to her your background, which
By the way, how does she handle that?
She takes it in, and it's not that it's something unusual, because she's not from here. She wasn't born here, but you're talking about a historical figure that to the outside world, outside the U.S., the former Fuhrer is not as villainized as he is in the States.
Yes, true.
This is something different in the sense of how you talked about in the future. He did align himself with colored people.
Yes.
So it's kind of different. It's kind of difficult to see that point of the paint him in the face as the ultimate racist, which is the contrary. In fact, all three of the quote unquote white nations went against him. It took all three of them, all three powers in the world. So it lets you know how much of a force he was. And I think a lot of the psyop is that misunderstanding, which that's something that's slowly melting away. But back to George, I think he's dealing with personal issues.
Yeah.
I don't. It's tough because as far as and I'm really speaking on my experiences, you can turn a woman into your worst enemy.
Yeah, it's easy.
It's very easy. Obviously you've had issues with the Hawaiian chick, and
Judith Gay Ager was her full name.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Lena Shea, it goes down the list,
Yes.
Not to call you a man whore, which you would appreciate, but you know what I mean. It's one of these things.
I will.
It can get. Well, I called you a man whore without, just me breaking your child's foot.
It's a compliment.
But it can get really complicated, and there's nothing like a woman scorn. So, I have to, I pray. I'll pray for him and hope he's, because you saw the text. He said he's fine. It's just it's not easy. It's really not easy dealing with a partner, whether it's if you're together or not. And the one thing I did kind of tell, well, I talked to um, Brendan.
Hmm.
I had a small brief chat with him, but the one thing I kind of alluded to him is that his wife has not changed her profile. She has her wedding pictures up, and
Hmm.
that speaks volume because she very much is probably, and this is just me guessing. I don't know her from a can of paint, and I'm not claiming to, but what the optics to me look like is, she's very much still with him.
Hmm.
Not physically, I'm sure, but there's symbolism there. There's meaning behind that because it's a lot. So unfortunately, I think he's dealing with it. I could be wrong, and if I am, I stand corrected. But it is it's sometimes all this miscommunication and this lack of can also ricochet to your friendships, and it can lead to people being confused and worried about you that you haven't communicated. And in the text I show, we're all worried about you, and we're expecting you to make it to a program. But another detail what you talked about is that George made time to
Yes.
come on your platform.
Yes.
And that's a big key, because if a woman finds out you make time for something else and you haven't made time for her and your family, and I'm not saying he hasn't, but that's also, if he had, let's say that was what to be true, where he hasn't made time for his family, that can create a lot of problems.
Mhm.
Because women remember.
Yeah.
And if you make preparations, well, anybody, but if it's your partner,
Yeah.
whether it's man or woman, but especially women, and that can definitely create a bigger problem.
Well,
And
don't forget, psychologically, I tend to register with many women as just another bitch. So it's
well, but and I get what you're talking about. It's just it can get dangerous, because even with my wife, I have to I have to give her a place. And even when I visit you, I didn't want to go by myself, because you kind of have to work together, obviously. So as much as she's very much a part of me. So
well, I'm
and
so
you
glad you
respect that.
did. I'm so glad you did that, because of course it was an honor to meet her, and it was a pleasure to hold your child and get to know you both. And you introduced her as kind of someone from a foreign land, and that's understandable. But believe me, she's really just another California girl in her
Right,
own way. I don't even need to go into the geographic details of that, but Sammy knows what I'm talking about.
right. No, and it's understandable. It's just when I kind of ran her down with how you were conceived, and how you were, how with the whole conception of you, with how that came about with with Adolf Hitler's DNA, and how that even happened. She pretty much said, "Wow, that does make a lot of sense."
Thank you.
Um,
Yes.
when it comes down to just running it down how you were. But back to with George, I think I think when the right time, he's going to, he's going to come back. It's just, it's when it comes with dealing with personal things, it does get a little especially with men, we're very easy to shut down.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
we're very easy to shut down. It's something that we unfortunately we do, and especially with our partners, especially with women, it's sometimes they have to drag it out of us, and it's a testament to how mature sometimes men are, you know.
Yeah.
we're very simple creatures, but at the same time, a lot of our problems with communication, and you talked about it with finding our third space and having that ability to open up with that, and it's really just vulnerability, which I can even attest to it, where sometimes the only vulnerability is our intimacy, and even that sometimes can really screw with you because of a lot of aspects, where I think any man can relate at least to some of it, but nevertheless, it's probably a very delicate time for him when it comes to that part of his world, which he's very proud of, and he does at least he did come off that he loves his family. It's just like anything, marriage is work, and anybody thinking marriage is not, it is. Don't tell you what, don't have sex if you want to be married. Don't well, if you ever want to have constant sex, don't get married.
That's it. Yes, it plays hell with your sex life. Yes,
that's not what it's about. It's it's deeper, and there's work. It's a lot of nuances. You get to know each other every day, and even in a long relationship, you don't technically have to be married, especially legally. Being with someone for a very long time, it really does challenge you. Where at times it's a battle. It's a psychological battle where women can get under your skin, and I've had to kind of center myself where it can be logical to reciprocate sometimes behavior that someone gives to you and say, well, if they do it, I'm going to do it. And that's not how the rules, at least the gender roles that I grew up around. I have to find, especially with me, I have to find other ways to communicate to a woman because, they are the weaker vessel. And not necessarily as strength or pain tolerance. They're obviously surpass us with that, but feelings. They're very much you have to weather the feelings and convey your information and your concerns a certain way where it's not damaging to them, because a lot of the times, as men, we do that, and it's unfortunate. I've had to sometimes wish I didn't say certain things when I really meant another thing, and your words can be misconstrued, and I've had to learn to not respond mentally and not emotionally when it comes to them. Try not to match their emotions when it comes to how they communicate, and kind of weather that storm, and it's helped me a lot. But at the same time, it's even me, I'm still learning. But when it comes to George, and I think this is for everybody in Team Dietrich. We just want him to. We want the best for him. We want him to continue to, with his passion, with history, as far as what he's learned from you. I think that's really greatly impacted his life. And when I talked about the other night about him, being very fascinated with the Second World War, and I think I didn't make myself clear in that. That information or that part of history where you've talked about, I sometimes have trouble with understanding that not everybody, their reaction to history is not the same as, yourself.
Right.
A lot of this history, quote unquote, is actually new history because as we see with this misadministration, they're really trying to eradicate not this history period.
Yeah.
And it's not that the U.S. government wasn't trying to before. This government it's just really even more now because it's dangerous, because as we see now it's crumbling because of this occupation from the Russians, and I was listening to your monologue when you talked about this Bolshevik occupation now where the muskrat is pretty much running this country.
Yeah.
And he pretty much has his hand up Trump's ass.
Yeah.
But even last night, Trump slipped. He said that Doge was, Elon Musk was the head of Doge when he's not supposed to say that.
Right.
He's not an elected official.
Yeah.
And, obviously that's going to have ramifications whether hopefully, they can take it to court and get him out of there, which I highly doubt because, like I said, even last night, Judge Roberts that greeted him, he told him, and he was on a hot mic saying, thank you for what you did. I'll remember it. Mm-hmm. And this was the Supreme Court judge that made the ruling that he had immunity to prosecution and made him eligible to run. So we see it's a mess. It's all this corruption in front of us.
Yeah.
So I don't mean to fall. I don't mean to get out of subject, but excuse me. When it comes to George, we'll keep him in our prayers, and I think he'll be back. It's just unfortunately we've all had our problems personally, but when it comes to relationships, but that's just my theory. So
I feel that you've got it on the mark. I mean, the best way to just put this into perspective for a little bit, all of your sharing that with us is that, of course, what happens is that when we're all growing up and we're discovering the differences with our bodies, and this happens even before we really discover those differences. When people are children, normally, if it's a benevolent enough environment, they more or less discover gender roles before they discover the physicality of those differences. But very quickly, what women become aware of is the fact that in very generally, demographically, statistically speaking, they're much weaker physically than men. And that if a man wants to do something to them physically, they're powerless to stop it. So what happens is that women, evolutionarily, they mature much faster. But with that rapid rate of maturation comes a far greater chance for neuroses. Men, of course, have their own mental issues, but they're usually based on not being disciplined enough or not being really taken to task enough. Boys in a classroom have just it's very difficult to get them to sit down, unless, of course, you're dealing with blood boys and they're just universally gay and they just have a different kind of gene, really do. The gay gene is very different and they do act more like girls, and the attention span's much longer. So tutoring them is not nearly the problem it would be with a room full of any normal, straight, heterosexual, cisgendered boys. So but boys in general, they're a problem, but they're a problem that's generally catered to, and girls realizing more or less that sort of favoritism towards the boys. They, again, mature quicker. They learn to at least try to reason a lot more, but at the same time, they develop a lot more neuroses and a lot more passive neuroses, or kind of passive aggressions, that then are designed to, it would seem, drive a man mad. But in George's case, he's got that extra challenge where he's also, in a very real sense, entering a span of time where his mother, who last time I checked seemed to be functional, at some point that's going to stop, and she's not going to be working forever. And then he's got that added responsibility of care provision for his mother and how to at least arrange for that. It's a tough, really tough. I would say nightmarish. I would say horrible position to be in, having been there myself. And so she may not, of course, go out in some slow, twisted manner where she's torturously dementing. She may go out quietly by dying in the middle of the night or something. Something might happen like that. But in the interim, you're going to have to deal with, at some point, she's going to have to stop working. And that's basically, like I said, her home and the home where he was with his family. And The last time I understood it, he was alone in that house. Definitely he was alone because he had heard noises and said those noises, he shouldn't be hearing noises because he was alone in the house. That meant there was no animals in the house either. And so he talked about having a cat a long time ago, but that was a different situation from what I understand. So in terms of his situation, yeah, you're right. He's going through a lot. As a matter of fact, I'll show you right now, just before I take my break here to make my tea and take care of some other habits or chores, responsibilities. One of the things that we can see is by looking down at his last message, which Holly's already seen. I'm not going to go into excruciating detail about this because Holly and others have already been through this. But basically, he wrote to me after you contacted him. He wrote, Douglas, I apologize I didn't make it on today/last night's show as we scheduled. Last night I was in London for a BT VIP, meaning British Technology, I believe, or British Technology, very important person party. He's a systems engineer for BT, which I believe is British Tech. I was awarded for exceptional recognition for my work. Well, this is entirely believable. It's believable because his life is pretty much dedicated to his work. It was a very long night, and I was violently ill for overconsumption of alcohol. I really am disappointed with myself. I let myself get to that level of toxicity. It rendered me very unwell and incapable of coming on. Very sorry I let you down, Douglas. Good news, I'm off on the 13th, which is next Wednesday, and 20th of March, which is the Wednesday after that. So both Wednesday shows I can come on then, Douglas. Again, so sorry I didn't make it on. Was my own fault and got too wasted. I am safe, though. Thank you for reaching out to me. All my love onto you, Douglas. So this is great. I should acknowledge this now at this point. But I noticed he didn't acknowledge my I pray thee be well, George, which I basically sent to him the night that he hung up during the show, towards the end of the show, in that very mysterious fashion, after saying that he had heard noises in the home. And we were all concerned about him, of course. Tried to contact him a few times after that, but he was registered as offline, which means somebody turned off the computer, which made us even more worried. So, there you go, the general thing there. And here I just told him that the Skype is going to be disabled by April 1st, apparently on April Fool's Day. I didn't give him the date because I didn't really know it at that time, and I found out about this through Holly, the first person to share that with me. Aside from all of that, I would say that yes, his just the very fact that he's drinking like that shows that he's got problems. The challenges that you mentioned, either a problem,
Hey.
yeah.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah, please, Aristides.
As far as the Skype, I'm seeing I just search. I'm seeing May 5,
Okay, May 5th. Thank
not
you.
April 1st.
Thank
I'll
you.
try to continue confirming that, but hopefully we can ease the panic level a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right.
And,
That's it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. May 5th then. Thank you. And they just updated it. It just updated it as soon as I turned the computer on, so they're still updating the thing.
Yeah.
But
multiple sources are saying May 5, so I think
Okay.
that's it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And you might notice, Sammy, that John Doe, who is T-Tank Barry in the chat, says on point summary to Sammy Romero about everything he was saying about George and just human relationships and the like. All very important. Oh, yes. And before I take my break for the tea, let me show both Sammy and Holly, of course, my working with the chiropractor that I've been finally gifted with a chiropractic appointment that I had, and having another one on Saturday. And honestly, you have no idea how bad my situation was until this. I was in agony. I've been really maintaining myself without complaining about it, but this is where I see my chiropractor. You see this lion's den, an old opium den. This is an old opium den in Chinatown. And he's the only one who responded to my call out for a chiropractor. So there we go with that. Pretty, I don't know, Sammy. You've seen San Francisco. This is deep Chinatown. Most, certainly white people who are tourists wouldn't even enter this alley. They'd be afraid to. and nothing in English. Well, except for, of course, the shall we say, the exploitation of the fact that it used to be a opium den, which for a while obviously was a massage parlor. Now overtaken by my chiropractor, that, as far as I'm concerned, makes life livable again for my the pain that I was suffering, and just so that people get the message. Again, people were asking questions about my need for chiropractic, and of course they're asking how is this possible with the nanoplasma and all the rest that's in you. Let's put it this way. If you see the stupid films like Bloodshot that stars Vin Diesel, and he's supposed to be some guy who's basically had a full nanoplasmatic blood transfusion, you see him shot apart by machine guns and he reassembles himself while walking like an ambulatory Lego set that somehow every block is programmed to know its place and just all fits itself back together again. Okay, that's not nanotechnology, and I've said that before. That's just absurd. It's offensive in how absurd it is. What happened was, after I had seen a chiropractor so long ago, 30 years ago when I was young, that was after the nanoplasma, but it was before things really went to shit, or just when they started to go to shit, around the year 2000, little before then, or around that time, where my parents' health really began to disintegrate and I had to become their care provider. It was after that, sometime during my care provision for my parents, that academy that I went to for chiropractic in San Francisco on Van Ness Street closed. It closed so long ago that the doctor who's working with me now does not remember it being there, or he came into, I don't know, the scene after it had closed or something. He certainly didn't remember it while I was trying to describe it to him this time, but it had been run by a Scientologist, and they made big inroads into chiropractic practice for a little while there, but now it's Chinese dominated, at least in San Francisco, or the greater Bay Area region. It's ethnically enclaved to the Chinese, and I'm not complaining. But between that period of time, then and now, when I was caring for my mom, I threw myself over her when our stupid cab that we were in, cab driver, who was from Soviet Central Asia, had no concept of San Francisco's twisting, turning streets and the damage that can happen when you don't know how to maneuver or navigate them. He drove straight into an oncoming 18-wheeler truck, and I threw myself over my mother. And my spine was damaged, as you can imagine. I was told I would be paralyzed for life and never walk again. But I was walking within weeks because I had to take care of my parents and couldn't afford the time off to be paralyzed. So I was in a situation very similar to what Bruce Lee went through in that film that you see that's titled Dragon, or something of that nature. And so, yeah, the nanoplasma really did reconstruct my spine because it added, unbelievably, that material that's between the discs. What is that called again? It's some kind of material between the discs that when you lose it, the discs start rubbing against each other directly and you're in agony. What is that material called between the discs of your spine?
Cartilage?
Cartilage, thank you. Which is the same thing it did for my nose, because they had removed too much cartilage, leaving my nose shaped like a Z. So it does replace cartilage. But in the case of the spine, unlike the nose, you're talking about a spinal column is enormous. It's anatomically large. And even though it did the impossible, for instance, I lost 2.5 inches after that car crash, in which the cab driver died. I'm already getting questions about that. Yes, the cab driver died in that car crash, and he's very lucky he did, or I would have killed him. But when it came to the cartilage that I lost 2.5 inches of height. So I went from being 5'11" to 5'7". But when I'm measured in the these days, when they're measuring me at the hospital, I measure 5'11". So over the years, the cartilage has been rebuilt towards where the spine is functional, and the cartilage is there to the point where I got 2.5 inches of height back, all of which is considered physically impossible in any normal case of a car accident like that. I was left in excruciating pain. The nanoplasma cannot fix that. The nanoplasma is basically, what it cannot do is align the spine. It can rebuild cartilage. They can do so to the point where the spine is reconnected and working again. They can, whatever funky shit those nanites did, I could function, but not without the price of pain. So I was in pain for a long time because my spine is essentially not aligned as it once was, which should be a given. They couldn't restructure it because that would require bracing, and the nanites cannot brace your back. They can only repair it. Does that make sense to people? So what happened was that I needed to see a chiropractor for quite some time, and then finally, after going through all the motions, saw a chiropractor. And now you wouldn't believe the world of difference that I feel. And of course, we'll be going back to him again on Saturday after getting some massage on Friday. So there you have it. And the massage is to simply loosen up my muscles more so that I can better effectively have him manipulate my bones better. So he performed what do they call it? Manipulations, spinal manipulations on because I was suffering subluxation. So he's also dug metabolite stored in spinal fluid. Thank you. And yes, and with that, what I'm going to do is take a short break to make some tea. I hope that he says you're getting afterburn. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that makes sense. And feel free to explain that, Brendan. Do that to start us off on the round table while I go make some tea. And yeah, and love that little opium den illustration. Yeah.
Yeah, that's We know it's not a chiropractor. Everyone needs pain relief. At least it's natural.
Yes.
But anyways, the old wives' tale was that if you did acid, it would store in your spine.
Interesting.
Do you remember hearing that?
I might have, but I forgot it. Yeah.
They told us that to scare us, like at the anti-drug things.
Yeah.
And then me and my friends were always like, sweet, we get a freebie later on, like when someone cracks our back, that's what they're trying to say. Like, if you if you get your back adjusted, or you do one of those where you crack your back, they were saying you could trigger a ghost LSD experience, and you'll crash your car, you'll jump off a building from that. And we were always like, hell yeah, we get a free 2-for-1 deal. I'm still waiting for it.
By the way, I'm happy to report that Brooke Gibson sent me just a little set of paragraphs, kind of like writing for a rewrite. She wants to help rewrite the book that Peter Moon refuses
to publish. That publicly.
Yeah.
Like anyone who comes out and says, the book will come out, and then the next day.
Yeah, good point.
Or the next couple minutes. It's like last time it was there was almost no latency. It was like within half an hour.
Oh God, yeah. It was like, yeah, he said that was George Knight said the book must come out. The book must come out.
That was basically his last word.
Yeah. Yes, by all means.
At this point, you're the one writing cursed books.
Yeah. I seriously.
A couple of years ago, that would have sold like mad, like hotcakes. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. The cursed book meme. You mean? Just anybody loves cursed books. People love them.
Like if someone said this vampire is selling cursed books, you'd be at like Barnes and Noble making autographs and shit.
Well, we'll just have.
Maybe we got to do some PR.
Yeah, we got to start publicizing it that way. Well, you see, that's the whole point. Was Moonsuck was never publicizing any of this shit. But at any rate, dear Sammy,
if you saw that guy, you'd vomit in person.
Oh yeah, no one would want. Well, no one
like,
would
who's
want
this creep? Yeah.
Oh yes, he was such. Don't even get me started. It was like, and the way he would send people autographed copies of the book with just his autograph, and they would tell him that's not what we wanted. And it was
because there were sigils like spells. And
that's
the sickest part was him on air saying, Doug, I have a room ready for you. Come and sign these books. It's like that was revolting. It's like
it was. At any rate, so let me go make that tea in the meantime. Yes, dear Sammy, if you find a moment's time, please, if you could, reach out to George again. Let him know we're looking forward to his appearances on this coming Wednesday and the Wednesday after that. All right. After that, let me engage Holly and Brendan and Sammy and Aristides in a roundtable conversation. I'm going to go to mute now. And for God's sakes, I think there's all too much to talk about. Certainly, Holly, you should be able to start the conversation just by talking about what's going on in your environment, updates with, that horrible battery fire, that environmental catastrophe, California's 3 Mile Island, and I'll be back in time to hear where it goes from there. Okay? All right.
All right. I'm here.
And yes, but for God's sakes, Holly, shout. Yes. Into the mic. Thank you. Okay. Bless you.
All right. Holly, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good.
Hi, everybody.
Good. Glad you're there. Hello.
And since the last update Sunday night, I don't have much to add. The people are still riled up. And everything progress on it officially is going real slow. County supervisors kind of got uppity about the subject, too little, too late. And so it's all going to be this technology is going to save the world against so-called NIMBY people. But the nice thing, not in my backyard. And so the group here is very active in reaching out because there's all these incidents all over the world and people fighting plants all over the place, either not installed yet or are burning up. So it's gonna take a while to play out. And how long and if the so much produce, I mean, everything in the stores all the way to Colorado comes from here in the winter, and Mexico, sure, but a surprising lot comes from here. I don't know. That's still all a big question mark. Is how poisonous are the crops going to be? Not, the beautiful Elkhorn Slough waterway is just fucked. And it always was, but this is worse now, on top of the decades of dumping all kinds of stuff into that river. So, and that river's the one that's at the top of the vastly deep Monterey Undersea Canyon. It's 2 miles deep at its deepest, unexplored, and who knows what's down there. But when the big inland sea in California drained and all splooged out, Moss Landing was the big, drain of it. And so there's this massively deep canyon. I mean, if you look from one side of Monterey Bay to the other, which you can, from the north and southernmost points bay, the ocean's 2 miles deep under that line.
Wow.
So it's pretty dang amazing. Great white sharks, giant squid. There have been some explorations down there, and they said halibut the size of Volkswagens lurking around. So it's a great blow to a fantastic natural area.
And this is the plant fire you're saying, or is it because of like
That's
runoff?
right.
You're saying runoff into the ocean? Is that what's gonna?
Well, from all the metals that went aloft, the particles, and poisons from these batteries, lithium and all the sodium hydroxide, I think it is, and stuff like that. They come back down.
Right.
So that's the concern. Like I say, the third fire goes to Highway 1 for a toxic miasma. And nobody got too upset about that. People were cool about it. And everybody else ignored it. I'm not saying politicians, I'm talking the regulatory agencies. So it's like
Right.
there's this big confusion now down on everything.
God.
Like in
Yeah.
the tales of old, you get a bad king, doesn't rain, the crops all die, the livestock all gets sick. Like there's this bad miasma on the land.
It's hard to say.
Most of
Depends
them-
on just how acutely toxic the stuff is. You know, there's some
Yeah, and I
levels
don't
of
mean
toxic.
I mean that in the bigger sense, like
Yeah.
kind of symbolic.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. But, okay.
Dark clouds have rolled in. But yeah, concentrations and stuff. It was 1,000 times greater in the water of the slough, concentrations of cobalt and a couple other things. And this, luckily, there was background data because there was a university group that's been monitoring the water for a decade.
Mhm.
And so it spiked quite obviously 1,000 times, like I say.
Right.
And so that was alarming. And, you know, the stuff is going to go someplace. You hope, it'll disperse without killing everything in its path.
Yeah.
Or sickening the animals anyway.
Yeah.
And it was quite abundant. But it's always taken a beating because the plant's always been there. When it was coal, oh God, it was really something. But then natural gas.
Mhm.
And now this.
Do you know what the main toxic thing
Yeah,
is?
I do. There's a whole list of them. I can't run it off the top of my head right now, but cobalt, I'd have to look it up, and I don't want to do that while I'm talking.
Okay.
But I will get you that.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, you tell me. I mean,
Cobalt, is that what comes
results
to
are
mind?
coming back.
To mind as the worst
Right off the
thing?
bat, cobalt, lithium,
Hmm.
and I should know right off the bat, and then a bunch of long chemical signature
Yeah,
names.
yeah. Can
that I
depend the
haven't-
form though of anything. Like some things can be very reactive and toxic, or not, depending on their form or what they're like bound up with. Because there's usually
Yes.
there's never straight cobalt. It's always like things always find other things to join up with.
Right.
So it
Now,
might be
they're listing these separately, so I don't know if upon incineration to that degree they do break it down that far.
yeah, or react into compounds that are less toxic. Hopefully, maybe I don't know, or
Well,
more.
I hope so too, especially because they were underway to build 3 more of these plants right here.
Hmm.
And that's because all this goddamn AI and Bitcoin and whatever requires
Right.
so much. But it's being shilled off here as green, green, green. Green as hell.
Right.
And these batteries ain't that green, whether they're burning or not. And I mean, where else would America, when you want to be more environmental, so you run out and buy a different car?
Right.
Christ.
Hmm.
But I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of pushback on the cars here. There's this consumer market. You guys must have seen them. Pickup truck on the road, like every other car.
Mhm.
It's gigantic. I mean, the hood hits at my collarbone.
Mhm.
They got diesel tires on them, and they're huge, and they're, soccer moms driving them.
Well,
Like
it's probably their
bed.
it's their husbands, but
I don't know. Ladies,
no,
like
it's
them
usually
too
going to be
when they're
their
pistol packing.
husbands or
But never a
boyfriends.
spot. I've never seen a single spot of mud on
Yeah.
any one
Right.
of them.
Yeah,
But
they're
keep an eye out.
glamour
They're
trucks.
monstrous.
Yeah.
This dashboard like an airplane
Yeah.
console. They're
Yeah.
ridiculous. And
Yeah.
so I don't know, man. If something goes wrong with the chips, those things are going to be big old boat anchors.
Yeah. Well, it's true with a lot of things.
Dinky little 5-foot bed,
Right.
They're ridiculous. But yeah, so anyway, that's my long ramble. That's the update on the sad situation here. Yeah, how poisonous it is, I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
And nobody knows. But I'll tell you what ChatGPT said.
Uh-huh.
This is what it said. and I can find you this and forward this too. That produce may never be safe to eat. The land is permanently poisoned. That's what it said. In a longer message, somebody asked it the question. And so, half the comments were people cracking up, like, fuck you. Which I kind of feel like, too, don't trust that shit.
Right. Well, I mean, the
Which
Chat
was,
GPT,
it was weird, though,
the AI is
That
just
was
recycling
Chat
stuff.
GPT's take on it.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
just
who's
recycling.
programming it? Greenpeace,
Yeah.
But no, so I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
know.
Yeah. I mean, the Chat
Do
GPT is
that.
just recycling stuff that it sees, and it doesn't always get things right. So,
Right. But I mean, it sure didn't side on the point of what the authorities wanted to say in this side. You know what I mean? Like, no, it's a big deal. Not, oh, don't worry about it. Like the authorities here are saying, don't worry about it. But no, not Chat GPT. Chat GPT said panic. So what can you do?
Well,
We're fucked either way.
yeah, but it could just be reading other information out there where people are panicking and, may not be.
Yeah, but there's a lot of PR for it.
Yeah.
And government support for it.
Yeah. But
So
I mean,
reading that, I would
to
think
be
it'd be quite
sure,
overwhelming.
you want to find some better receipts than Chat GPT, I think.
That's what everybody said at this point. Yeah. But yeah, I had to have a chuckle out of that. So, Brendan's still there?
He is, but he's on mute. I don't know if he can check in, if he's somewhat available.
If he's working, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least let us know you hear us, Brendan, even if you can't really come on.
Yeah, it's okay.
When you get a chance.
Yeah. You got anything?
Not too much. Just getting through the day by day.
Amen.
Starting to get warmer finally. Feel less like winter and a little like spring.
Right, on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is crazy boring, but we did get some rain, and so that's a big rejoicing out here.
Well, and I guess in parts of California, that's not very common, I guess, is it? Or is that true?
Indeed. And the whole joint seems to be desertifying. You know what I mean? Creeping up northern. Forests burn off and they don't come back.
Right.
They just go to scrub. So it's quite dramatic to witness that within the span of my lifetime. You know what I mean? Quite sobering, if you will. Because I thought that was all geologic time,
Right.
It's changing that fast. The ocean too.
Yeah.
I mean, tide pools look like they've been scrubbed with bleach compared to 30 years ago.
Wow. Yeah.
So yeah, nothing. So right before my eyes. Quite dramatic.
It's yeah.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot that you wouldn't, not too long ago, you would not expect to see in a lifetime.
That fast. Like big changes that I thought took longer.
Yeah,
well, years.
It kind of gets back to like we brought up, like the kind of, novelty and acceleration of novelty.
Yeah, and the compression. God, I feel the compression. Jesus, it's squeezing our brains out. And I guess I don't know. I mean, what is the end point of it? Because I guess it only accelerates.
Yeah, good question.
And so, I mean, maybe it accelerates until it blows.
Good question. Yeah, right. What is the
springs?
What is the singularity that we're heading towards?
That and well, there's, I guess, a lot of ways to describe it, but pretty much. And I really think we have one foot in the door when I start reading promo for AI systems that are going to teach me how to think better.
Right. Yeah, right.
That is the crossover point.
Mhm.
So, there have been these fairly credible reports that these systems, that thing that Facebook had to shut down,
Mm-hmm.
because discrete systems started communicating and carrying on.
What did it
And
do?
it freaked him out. Remember that?
No.
Douglas will remember it. Albert Brendan will too. Yeah, there was some cross-system exchange that shouldn't have been able to happen.
Mm.
And machines communicating
Mm.
to each other. And they got real scared, and somehow it did come out in mainstream news. We'll have to ask them if they remember that later. But it seemed fairly credible, and I'd heard it, from a few reputable angles, I think, including Douglas.
Right.
So, who knows when it's going to link up? I mean, every human's secret is in that feed that it gets.
Yeah, I think people still get very, exaggerated about the threat of AI and how, it's without.
Yeah, go ahead.
But this whole, like kind of the whole thing, like it's gonna, become self-aware and do, it's like it's really not doing anything that somebody skilled guiding it, isn't doing. I mean, yeah. So it might act on it. I think it's a thing people fixate on to worry about when probably they should be worried about other things a little more than AI.
Well, and I would agree with that, except for one reason. I feel like it's being forced down my throat.
Yeah.
Because there is no opt out.
Right.
I just got back. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
AI
being stuffed down my throat.
Yeah.
I don't need a machine. I don't want a machine to help me think better. I want to do it my own way.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing only because of laughing only because of the crap left in the text box by Brendan Zoget about my chores, and of course it's the snorting of the. There's a GIF he left, a graphics interchange format of the snorting of the cocaine by Uma Thurman in one of her greatest roles.
Oh sure.
Yeah, and at any rate, so please continue, Holly. So obviously you feel that this is invasive, that there's this campaign where no one asked anyone's permission. There was no survey that was ever taken, no poll, no public opinion was ever asked for, but they're telling us that you need this. You must have this. Sign up now. Yeah, jump in now. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I've got an ancient phone, an ancient laptop, and it just sprang up in there. Now, Siri, I can disable. There's an opt-out.
Uh-huh.
And so I think there's got to be legal standing there.
Uh-huh.
The fact that, there should be an opt-in, let alone no opt-out. That's crazy. But I figure that's the way they get you, because what I'm getting is free.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think AI is going to be free for long. You know what I mean?
Of course not. Yeah. By the way,
and people are.
Right.
Go ahead.
Oh, nothing.
You probably already do have to buy into certain systems. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're not giving it all away free to the consumer already, right?
Right.
So, but there's no thank you. And there seems to me like that might be a legal in on that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that lawful?
Do you think they fucking care? I mean,
well, I think, when we had a Consumer Protection Bureau, but I mean, there's enough doomers like me that have money that could, investigate that legally.
Yeah, but like you said, notice you've just answered your own question. You notice the simultaneity of the dismantling of the United States government to the introduction of AI. That, in other
Great
words,
privatization.
yeah, there's no oversight. There's no oversight. So we're in a truly dystopian science fiction scenario. All such being said, we had 6 people on the call that I remember. One of them was Sammy, who disappeared. Who was the other one that disappeared? I can't remember at the moment.
Brendan.
No, he's here.
Brendan was there.
So
Yeah,
who was the other one? It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was Sammy. Yeah, it's me, Brendan, you, Aristides are here now. The 5 was Sammy, and then there was someone else. Who was it? I can't remember. Wasn't T Tank Barry?
I remember.
Uh, okay. Yeah, well, I had 6 showing up on and but yeah. Anyhow, we won't dwell on it. So all such having been said, hopefully it just derails in such a fashion that they lose control of.
It's the ghost in the machine, Doug.
Yeah. Was there not 6 people on the call? Did you not see that earlier, or was it just something appearing on my screen?
I don't think so. It's probably just glitching.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So it was just Sammy. Did Sammy say why he left? I mean, I'm sure
essentially he did. He's married.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. True enough. Yes.
But he didn't sell us anything right now.
Yeah. So kisses at Victoria. Victoria Lauren Hobbs has joined us, and our numbers have increased. So you all did a good job. And
maybe it was someone like her that hopped on for a second, and I just didn't see it. I don't know.
Oh, I would have remembered that. So, dear Victoria, let me send kisses your way, emoji style. And in the meantime, how about you, Brendan? What's your day been like? I mean, whatever you're willing to share that you're comfortable with.
But don't read what's in the chat, because I'll have to talk about it another time. But it's like I'm just dealing with some stuff over here, which I can't speak of where I'm at. But everything's been just peachy. Everything's great,
Is that sarcasm?
No, everything's great. It's such a good world. I wake up and there's roses dancing and daisies.
It is sarcasm. Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, you poor kid. And
right.
Yes. Yeah, how about let's take a look at what's
watching the world crumble around me.
Yes. And I get it now. But why don't you want to talk about this? I mean, after the eclipse,
Because
we'll see.
No, not that. No, in your private chat.
The private chat.
Don't look at it, because you're gonna read it.
Yeah, I won't. Let's see if I can keep that promise.
Anyways.
But why won't you want to talk about this? It's so outrageous. I mean, you can handle.
Wait, which thing?
Trump accuses Japan of currency manipulation.
Oh yeah, no, that one's fine. It's the stuff above it.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah. Oh, that. Yes. Oh God, we don't want to talk about that. No.
Yeah, not while I'm here. Yeah.
Holy shit!
Me all perked up.
Yeah, it's all shit.
Well, we can talk about it later. Yeah, it's just Edomic shit.
Yeah. It's just it's part of.
And literally, the side of the place I work is red. The color is red. Yeah. That's their color.
Yeah, there you
go. So it all adds up.
It all adds up. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, red, Edom means red. Adam also means red, but it's that typical satanic inversion you get where Seth can refer to basically the avatar of the anti-gods, kind of their Arbinger, their avatar. He's basically what Lovecraft referred to as Nyarlathotep, is actually Seth. In case I shouldn't be telling people these things, but for those of you who don't know, Seth also means the righteous third son of Adam, who actually Christianized China in the ancient days, prehistorically. So there again, a satanic inversion of what is a name that can have a positive. Can mean something negative. Adam, of course, was the father of the Caucasoid race, and he was a man who was ruddy in complexion, hence the name Adam, as in red. He shows red in the face because whites are the only people who can blush. No other ethnicity can blush. But when it comes to the inversion of that, Edom, the Edomites, their soil was red, their sand was red, the red sands from which they emerged, or the culture emerged, they became the greatest enemies of the original true Israel. And so we are back now. By the way, I'm hearting this graphic because it's such a well done graphic. That doesn't mean I emotionally support it, but it's this wonderful graphic of Seth that was found by our man T Tank Barry.
Oh, okay,
yeah, and well done graphic. I'll download it, but it's don't mistake that for.
I'm glad you clarified that, because at this rate, one of us is going to come out and say, "Doug's a worshiper." He hearted this, he hearted the darkness.
Oh, everything is so easily misread in text. This is why vocalization is so important. So Sammy Romero and Heather Holman rejoined us, and she might have been with us. Yes. And she might have been with us earlier, and I simply was not acknowledging her, which, if such is the case, I apologize profusely. So let's, ladies
well, if
first.
it was anyone, they came and went quickly, because I didn't see it.
Yeah. Okay. So let's test Heather's technology first, ladies first, and then Sammy's again, since he rejoined us. So, dear Heather, say hello.
Hello. This is the first time that I've.
Understood. Don't worry. You don't need to clarify that. It just makes me
Just
look
having
goofy.
maybe technical.
Yeah. By the way, we can't hear you at all.
Can't hear me?
Now we can. Yes. Okay. So
Yeah.
go.
Did you guys check in the last chat where John Warrington exposed Starmer, UK's Starmer?
What does he say about him?
He's a hard Krishna cultist, like one of the hardcore brainwashed ones.
Holy shit!
But then he raises his kids as Jewish.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Look at the old chat; it's in there.
Oh.
You can read it and see
that's.
I don't know if those images are AI, because if they're not, then they're hideous.
Yeah. I will look now. It's like just so everybody knows, I don't check into these phone calls once they're over unless they're brought to my attention, like they are now. But yeah, that's. Let me take a look at it. At any rate, so dear Heather, see if you can get a full sentence out so we can test your technology, and then we'll turn towards Sammy. Yeah.
Okay. Full sentence. Test my technology.
It sounds good. You sound good.
Jai Shri
Okay.
Krishna.
Yeah, before we turn back to
Yeah.
dear Sammy, tell us a bit about what's going on with yourself and Vin. How's Vin and yourself going along, honey?
We're doing great. I have a theory that all of the people on the golf courses during the day in Sun City, they're golfers by day and coyote by night. And the way that they identify themselves is with this metal emblems on front of their house.
That's incredible.
Because everyone has, yeah.
I love that theory. That's adorable.
Well, because the coyote hang out on the golf course, and then you see all the people golfing all day.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So that's my.
okay.
Concerning in light of what Doug mentioned about that.
Yes, that's right. Tell them the beware coyote signs all over the Presidio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw them
Are there golf
pretty
courses?
much
Is there a
every
golf
corner.
course at the Presidio?
There is,
No.
believe it or not, there is not. Which, now that I think about it, is actually odd. That's yeah.
Well, it was built before the real fat cats got in, like the Air Force and shit.
Got it.
That's
That's
probably
true.
why. Otherwise,
yeah,
they
no,
would
it's
have one.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, because it was built so long ago. They just never integrated one into the. There are more than one tennis court. So one of the tennis courts is way up in the hills, and that was actually the one that my parents would take my sister and I to practice tennis. That was cute. We actually did tennis when I was young. Actually, when I think about it, when I was young, I'm trying to look for this other call now. I'm finding I'm going back maybe a bit further in some of these calls, and they're still fascinating. I'm still finding all kinds of weird shit.
Dang, you literally don't ever look at them, huh?
No, I really don't. Because it's...
Because on my list, it's like the last red dot.
At any rate, this is like here we are. This is what I'm seeing right now. So if I go back to starting to share, then I have to look it up again. But I'm finding like a weird conversation from after I had left. But it was concerning everything we were speaking about recently. So it's obviously a different call than the one you're referring to. But I'm sure I'll find the call soon enough. But if we go beneath all of these people, so many of whom I have in contact,
Yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah, then it'd be down here.
The
So
most recent one.
yeah, so if I take a look at the most recent one, no, that wouldn't be it. So it would be then
No,
maybe
that's the
this.
one where you're trying
Yeah.
to summon us.
Okay, so this one is okay. Let's take a look at this one, and this is, oh my God, all kinds of photographs from T Tank Berry.
No, that's a different one.
Okay, so that's a different one. But thank you for sharing all this, T Tank, and you can see Nemo a little bit further up, and then if we go down just a little bit further, what would be the next one here? Well,
Here,
first
I'll
one.
tell you which one it is. It says Holly Keeper is the first person, or Holly.
Okay, here's
Yeah.
it. This is it. It's this one. So
Yeah.
right underneath Michael Basham. This must be what you're referencing, and of course this is just incredibly. I mean, like, thanks so much, John.
That's something else.
Yeah,
That's like the AI,
yeah.
the racist AI activated.
Yeah, and so this is our man, Sturmer.
Yeah, I think those are AI too. I think he generated them.
Oh, okay. Are you sure? They look so fucking
Well,
real.
okay.
They
Yeah, no, I think so.
okay.
But
They probably
we'd
are.
have to ask. We'd have to ask Don.
Yeah, we'd have to ask
But
John.
keep
But
clicking past. They get crazier.
yeah,
Oh, that's Stamer?
yeah,
Stamer?
Starmer.
Well,
Who is
read
that?
the text.
Who is
Read the text.
Dahmer?
Yeah, Starmer's the Prime Minister of England, and he's supposedly a Labourite communist. But
Yeah, scroll down.
yeah, if we scroll down, they just get weirder and weirder to the point where some of them might be AI, but the sheer
They all are.
profuseness.
They all are.
But why would anyone dedicate their attention to that? Like, it's
Because John's got the tism. That's why. But
so
it's not. I'm not saying that in a bad way. It's just-
yeah.
That's like a superpower.
But then
nowadays.
somebody's writing here, oh, AI overview. Sir Keir Starmer is the current Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, not Krishna. Who was
Yeah.
appointed-
Well, read the explanation.
Yeah, he was elected before he became parliament. He was a barrister who practiced criminal defense work. He's been described as socialist and progressive. He said that he believes in faith and power to bring people together. His wife Victoria is Jewish. That goes without saying. And their two children are brought up in Jewish faith. He's been nicknamed Special K, Mr. Rules, from a visit to a Kellogg's factory. Mr. Rules used by supporters to contrast his background as a lawyer with the legal conduct of other prime ministers. And
Yeah.
let me
And
see
then
what's
there's
the-
another. There should be another panel.
There we are.
Those
Here's
photos,
the
yeah.
other panel. In the 1980s, the Hare Krishna movement, or International Society for Krishna Consciousness, spread throughout the UK. The movement was often accused of brainwashing, and some former members sued the organization. And then, I'm not going. So where does he come in here? This is more just an outline of what happened. Is this like? Do they mention
Yeah.
his name in here somewhere?
Well, John insinuates that he was a Hare Krishna in the
I
80s.
see. Okay, and
That's why he made those.
But
videos,
it may be.
or those.
Well, he might believe it. He might believe it, and I'm like I said, the sheer plethora of these these photographs almost has me convinced. Like this is the insidiousness of AI. Some of these look photoshopped, as we used to call them back in the day, and imagine that before that there was image alteration before we had Photoshop.
Yeah,
So,
well,
yeah.
in the case of these alignments that are happening in the celestial bodies,
Yeah,
like everything after this point,
yeah,
because of the lunar nodes being in Pisces and all that,
yeah,
especially Rahu,
Yeah.
is anything after this point. This will be a point in history where, like everything before this time, this date, basically you can say that this is a real photo. But everything past this point is all up for speculation and has to be vetted. So that's where we're at this turning point where things cannot be taken for face value anymore. especially if it was generated after 2020, whatever, 3 or 4, essentially.
Interesting.
Like, you can't trust it 100% anymore. Whether it's, even if it's a voice, like a video of someone talking, something. So, there you go. That's the situation. Talk about dystopia.
Yeah, but you still are confident that we are on the upswing out of the age of iron and into the age of gold, correct?
Yeah, but it's like 100, 200 year transition. That doesn't.
Yeah, I thought that was 200 years off.
Yeah, there's a lot of time to break everything down. You know, this isn't gonna be like this isn't what is it, Hakuna Matata. This is like, you know, this is so the first period. The thing that the Aquarius people, you know, the age of Aquarius people, they don't tell you because they don't know that the first half of Aquarius, or the first, like, in the processional, it moves backwards. So between Pisces and Aquarius, that period is ruled by one of the most, I don't want to villainize it, but the darkest of the celestial portals. It's one of the most, you know, the most toughest things to go through. So that's why
we had the job to exist in that.
Yeah, so that was like the end of Piscean. It was very Jupiterian, very nice. But this is like the wrathful
And no more
Jupiter.
Jesus for you. Peace and love and flowers in the gun.
Yeah, so you guys, I mean, the 60s, as far as economics, and I mean, I'm sure there was societal issues, but as far as economics and freedom goes, it was actually the pinnacle of this version of civilization in that sense. So, unfortunately, that's the case.
When was that? What time?
Between like 1960 and like 74.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and even the economics shows that. You know? So that was like probably the high point of U.S. economic power and all that.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I figured that there's so much money was made in so many ways, including from the military, you know, the wars and all, that their kid had such a free ride that they could go with a bet and hang around, do anything they wanted. And so that made such a big boom in a lot of guru cults and all of that. I think was an artifact of that big wave of money taken on the next generation.
Yeah,
there's a lot of scammers. Like,
who were taking advantage of that, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
And
but a lot of the folks seemed okay enough, you know, so it was just
it was part of it. I mean, that's how I got into a lot of it, just through that.
Well,
the imprint.
Yeah. Darn right.
Yeah. And
a lot of it was sincere.
yeah, it was all too sincere on the part of the victims. Yes, I tend to think of most of the so-called spiritual guidelights of that period as complete and total satanic shills. But then again, look what I was dealing with. One of the results of that was, you know, the Aquino wave.
Yeah.
I mean, you might notice that we went from the spiritual seeking of the 60s into the Satanism of the 80s. That was and so the transition was not something that was necessarily consequent or subsequent. Everybody was into witchcraft in the 70s. Remember, the 70s was the big boom. We went from the 60s, everybody seek out a guru. Then in the 70s, it was everybody got into witchcraft. And then in 80s was the satanic, quote, panic, which was nothing panic. There was no panic about it. It was all quite real. Oh, by the way, we haven't checked in with Sammy. So now that Sammy's returned to us, if he's still there.
Let me say one thing about that, though.
Of course.
I think one of the great disadvantages to the truth of that coming out is because that cause was, if it was taken up at all, was taken up by hard right Christian wackos publicly.
Not that I'm arguing. I mean, obviously we had. Remember Chick Tracks? Chick Tracks.
I don't think that helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember what I'm talking about? Chick Tracks.
Chick Tracks, no.
Yeah, Chick Tracks were those little Christian comic books that were just these tiny little comics.
Oh, God, yeah.
They were written by a guy
I'm
named
sure I
Chick.
handled one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, who was always telling
Chick
people.
Talk. Yeah.
He was always telling people you're going to burn in hell, you are going to die. All of his work was remarkably consistent. You had to give him that. It was monofocal, completely monofocal, and it was all just take the Bible from a literal fundamentalist perspective, and you're all going to die, and you're all going to burn in hell afterwards. It was, but he was passing those out around the time all the hippies were seeking enlightenment. Yeah, it was all simultaneous. And then you had the guys who became the big God pumpers and the Bible thumpers, who were the televangelists. What became the televangelical wave? We're all starting around that time.
Man. Well, and a lot of the crazy lady social workers and stuff wrote books, and very lurid books. Go Ask Alice was written by a 40-year-old woman, you know.
They forced us to read that.
Tell us about that. Both of you, tell us about this. Go Ask Alice.
I don't remember the details.
Well, I remember it vaguely.
It was about a girl that like went to a party.
I remember what it was about.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brendan. Yeah. No, you do it.
Well, I'm just gonna do it very simple. It's just she went to a party and got her drink spiked with acid, and then went through this harrowing experience of like, you know, getting kidnapped or raped or something horrifying, and then gets hooked on drugs and like ends up at a bus stop. It was just like the worst scenario possible, you know. It was one of those stories, and it was like, that's why you don't do acid. Yeah, it was her diary.
Oh yeah.
That's why you don't do acid. And then they always pull the based on a true story.
Yeah. It was supposed to be her words, and it turned out it was some 50-year-old crazy Christian lady.
Of course.
So the hard right-wing Christian.
So she was just writing like a porn fantasy or something.
Completely.
Fanfic. We call it fanfic.
Yeah, but remember that
was the Bible.
Yeah, remember that's what Tracy Twyman did before she died?
Yeah, but I would expect it of her. With her, it was like, okay, yeah, I get it. You know, you're like a hedonist or whatever, but it's not some random lady where they were forcing school kids to read this shit and saying it was a real story, and all the people like we were all like crying and shit because it was so horrifying to read. They're like, that's why you don't do drugs. And then once again, we had the joke. Like, oh man, if I went to a party and got free drugs, like, you know, how come this never happens to me? We're always over there like, come on, man.
Yeah, I know. How can I get dosed?
Yeah. Like that's always the scenario. They say, oh, the drug dealer wants to get you hooked, so the first one's free. It's like, I wish it was. Shit.
That's what I always say.
I wasted all kinds of money.
Yep.
But yeah, so there you go.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. There were many big selling books, especially out in the heartland and stuff, about Satan, you know, babies getting eaten and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I think it affected the credibility of the legitimate reporting that was going on. Franklin and Boys Town and all that shit's real.
Yes. But
well, for Americans, that's like free PR. They love reading that shit. Seriously,
it attracted an element that was detrimental to, you know.
Yeah, that's what made all these metalheads in the 80s and the 90s and shit.
Yeah.
They're like, that shit's metal, man. You know? Getting burnt alive, man. You know, they like write a song about it.
Because they had to read it for catechism, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Assigned by their church.
Yeah, and that's what created a lot of these people. Even a lot of the European bands, they started because of just the puritanical, like, overlords over there, like Norwegian black metal. Oh, you know, some of the stuff coming out of England. Yeah. So
really pissed.
And by the way, our dear T. Tank Berry has provided a photograph of a coyote at the Presidio, on site the Presidio, which he took himself during his drives through Presidio, among other areas. And
I think. Wait, is that not? That's like Marin, is it not?
It might be. Yeah, that's a thought. Yeah, you're right. The other side of the bay, the other side of the bridge, perhaps.
Because that side, they're everywhere. I mean, they're like.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. Yes.
They're like you can just like hang out with them. Last time I went up there, I was like in the fog, and there was like a bunch of cows and elk. It was like really weird. It was like almost like something out of like a fairy tale. And then there was like a coyote sitting next to me, and I was like, holy shit!
All right.
So I didn't realize it was like this out here. But I had to do like an hour hike. But it was cool.
Yeah.
Was that Mount Tam or something?
It was closer to like Point Reyes, I think.
Okay.
Something like that.
Coyotes
like Drake's
are
Bay,
very
maybe it was
adaptable.
Drake's Bay or something.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Notice how Brendan described that without going into some incredibly stupid space like Moonsuck would. Vinnie Barbaric would sit there saying, there was a cow. It blocked the road. And he made it sound like this incredibly...
It does.
Yeah. Go on, Sammy. Yes. Thank you for returning.
Did you show Brandon the Meals on Wheels? Remember we saw that building, the old Allen Library, where you said the Meals on Wheels headquarters was at now, or something?
Oh, no. That is now. It was basically. By the way, Sammy was with me when it was still openly operational, and that was they were affiliated with Meals on Wheels, but it was actually what used to be the Goldman Institute on Aging that then disaffiliated themselves with the original sponsor Dynasty and then simply became Institute on Aging. But I used to have to go through them to maintain my Meals on Wheels. And that's no longer the case. Now I deal directly with Meals on Wheels. But the Institute on Aging had that place and still does. But when they had all the windows blacked out or papered up so that you couldn't look in to watch the elderly people exercise. Not that Sammy and I were there to groove off the elderly people exercising. It was just at the time Sammy and I were there, they weren't papering all the windows up, and you could directly see these elderly people exercising. And they didn't look particularly elderly. They looked fully capable of exercising and following instructions. So, but the logic was that exercise brings them back into the present moment and helps combat dementia, and that they tend to be responsive during exercise when they just follow your physical motions. But yeah, that's the Institute on Aging that owns that building now. So that's what I showed Brendan. That is the library. That is formerly the library. So yes, I took him on the grand tour. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that.
Hey, but,
that was so bizarre.
But, crazy. Hey, by the way, who's John Doe?
Oh, that's T. Tank Berry. He's the individual who works with water sanitation safety at Silicon Valley. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Me and him are talking about, he was telling me about Colonel that talked to him. I don't know if you saw the chat. That's very interesting.
Yeah. And please, by all means, I would be happy to read it, actually. So basically what happened was Samuel Romero asked T. Tank Berry, I wouldn't be surprised if Aquino was observing Douglas Dietrich and his family when they were playing tennis at the Presidio. And he said towards T. Tank Berry, who is in our text as John Doe, trust me, Douglas has been tracked by Q since he was in New York. And then T-Tank responds, I believe it wholeheartedly, Sammy. I've mentioned his name to a retired colonel whom reacted in horror. And then Sammy said, what did the colonel tell you about him? And that T-Tank Berry responds, my belief is that this individual was imbued with Lucifer by Q. I was witness to an immediate invocation / evocation of said spirit in this individual's living room, minor mental physical fallout. And then he said, my experience is seeing is believing. Now, he might have meant to write minor mental physical fallout, but he came out as minor metal physical fallout. That's why I put the sign of the devil's horns in the rocker's head emoji. Then he says, all spelled out to a T by Doug's teachings. The individual also told me Bush and bin Laden were/are friends. Also complained to me about Satanism in the military. This was 25 plus years ago. Hence Douglas's Satan's Crusaders. Yes. So then he says metaphysical. Yes. So thank you, T. Tank Berry, very much for sharing that. That's how T. Tank Berry came to know of me. Yeah.
That's very interesting. It reminds me of my sister's babysitter when she was possessed, and pretty much everybody at church, pretty much what the pastor said is, you pretty much don't budge, just keep praying. And she kept throwing pews across the church.
Tables?
Yeah, pews,
No,
dude.
no,
Pews.
no,
Yes.
pews.
How can you
She
lift that? How can anyone lift that?
Well, she's
Well,
possessed.
she was possessed.
Ooh, wow. Well, that's a
She was
genuine.
throwing-
That's a genuine. Yeah.
She was throwing pews across the church, and all the ushers and pretty much the ministers had to tackle her. It took about at least 12 to 15 guys, this is what my sister related to me, to hold this person down. They pretty much dogpiled her to hold her down. And then that's kind of what happened. And then, she ended up being my sister's babysitters. My parents. My parents pretty much had her babysit my sisters, which was very interesting. That came into mind when he was pretty much talking about that. But
does this explain why some of your sisters turned out the way they did? I'm sorry, I can't resist that.
That always did come into mind in the sense that you don't necessarily can exercise a bad spirit out of you. You just cope with it, right?
Yeah.
Or you manage to live with it. It's almost like this.
Well, it depends. It's not going to come out with just prayer alone.
No, of course.
It's that advanced.
Of course, but the one thing I do always, I don't know, to me, the way I kind of viewed it is, and how the type of Christianity my dad practices, it was very much, I guess, more on rehabilitation as far as casting out.
Yes.
I think even him, he dealt with, my dad always told me is, you don't necessarily approach something like that with just not awareness of the environment. If you, especially even with yourself, if you are not in the right setting as far as to deal with entities, then it's not even going to help, because in other words, we're already faulty ourselves in the sense of we have our own personal demons. They just are not to that level, but you're no different. In other words, we deal with it in a different way. But as far as that woman, I guess what she it could be possible. I'm not saying it's not. It's just, I guess it didn't surface how it did that night. Because the one thing that I've always known is the environment. And you talked about it with, when it comes to summoning certain entities, it's the environment that helps a lot too, right?
Yeah.
Especially in the church environment, at least where I come from, there's always a setting up to get in the spirit of God, to be in that vulnerable place, right?
Yeah.
It's the music, whether it's the ambiance.
Yeah.
It helps with presence of God, and it also helps with repelling, in the sense of it's going to come out. If someone who has entities in them or possessed, that spirit's not going to want to be there. So it's never been
The incense.
It's not so it's not something that surprises you, at least me growing up. It doesn't surprise you. It's just you kind of learn to deal with it. But that particular woman was dealing with a lot of drug use, and I'm sure more. It's just that particular night it happened. It was a prayer night, so it surfaced, and this is where she became extremely violent and strong, where she can literally, it's like her throwing a toothpick across the room. That's how strong this woman was. And this wasn't like, she wasn't a bodybuilder or anything. This was a regular 5'2", in stature woman, maybe 140, 130 pounds.
I
But
mean,
she was
believe me,
throwing,
we get it. It's like, yeah, what she did was physically impossible and obviously supernatural. Please continue. Yeah. And what's so sad about this is this happens often enough in churches where you would think more people would accept this. But I think for lack of a better word, the issue is there's not enough people in church who are filming this because church people who are sincere are not sensationalists. And because they're not sensationalists and they're not filming this, there's very few people who accept it to be real. But I know for a fact that this happens more often than you would think in churches for all the reasons Sammy is articulating. The presence of many people in communion with the divinity does trigger those who are dealing with truly diabolic issues. It causes this to erupt. And in a sense, they're in the right environment for it. And in a sense, it's when you take a look at Sammy's father, his ministry was, as Sammy said, very much based on rehabilitation. And he obviously took this woman in a very real sense. And that's profound. And yeah, definitely. Please continue, Sammy. It's just
that, in a sense, so too. The one thing that my sister told me, and this is just, this woman's facial expression was almost just, like I said, very demonic. Like and this woman was looking around during prayer. And this is, my sister was about maybe, I don't know, around 8 to 6 years old. And what this woman was doing was pretty much surveying around everybody praying. And that's what kind of kept her not attacking people, is the fact that everybody was just focused on prayer.
Right. As the minister instructed them. As the minister
right,
instructed.
Just keep worshiping God, keep just praying, just be in the presence of God. Don't worry about it. And this is how this woman was eventually subdued, and now she kind of calmed down. But in a real sense too, though, I think love is powerful in the grave, and it's powerful in anything, in the sense of the genuineness of prayer. In other words, I think when it's not authentic and it's not in the right intent, obviously, of why you're even in a church, if you have the wrong intentions as far as monetary, obviously the tax exemption and that's just the tip of the iceberg, because how I even expressed the point where one of the pastors that I knew growing up is in prison right now for child abuse.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I thought you were going to say something involving cooking the books. Oh God, that's worse. Jesus Christ.
Well, and the crazy thing about it is a lot of his victims were kids with disabilities. I know a girl that was she was deaf, or not deaf, but she couldn't speak. What do you call those, Doug?
Yeah. Mute. Sorry.
Okay, I was gonna say mute, but I didn't know if that was actually. But she was a mute, and she was abused for years, and
I just this is
It's horrible.
I'm sorry, I'm just outraged. I shudder. Go on, please.
They filed a class action lawsuit, and it came to light that and this is what we know of, about 15 other kids filed a lawsuit. Obviously, they're adults now.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that it's just very disheartening is the corporation, or the religious corporation now that this church fell under, doesn't want to address anything. It's all like, it's everything. It's all there. It's just there's no acknowledgement. There's no accountability.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because of pretty much. This is something obviously that's even worse, to me, in my opinion, it's even worse in the Catholic Church. I think the Catholic Church actually is more to the point of they're actually acknowledging it now than some of these evangelical churches, where
Thank you.
in a
That's
lot of
appreciate. I
ways,
appreciate your saying that. Thank you. Go on.
in a lot of ways, it's not very Christian-like, because one of the things I think what my dad always taught me is, being a Christian is you have to, there's transparency in the sense of even your flaws. You at least have to connect with someone. If you want to talk to someone about Christ and share the gospel, there has to be transparency for you to connect to them. If you just come with fire and brimstone, you're gonna get your ass kicked. Someone might punch you in the face, or even worse, someone who is possessed is gonna do worse.
Yes.
You have to come. You have to.
That explains why
approach-
pastors are always diplomatic, or at least the ones I saw.
Well, in a lot of the thing too, though, a lot of pastors, what they do is they do become corrupt, in the sense of they become possessed themselves from these entities they encounter.
Well, they have to deal with so many people, and then like you have enough charisma where it can get out of hand or something.
Right.
Is that the case?
I was just going to say that maintain your train of thought, and I'll get back to it. I'll simply say this much: there are those that, exactly as Sammy says, because of their exposure to the dark side in trying to help others, there are those who are vulnerable enough where it corrodes them. But then you have the kind of pathological personality that enters the ministerial calling or the pastoral calling simply because they have that power sickness, where they enjoy this feeling of the community dependence upon them, and they're intrinsically corrupt, and they're almost, this kind, you would say, would be almost like a good percentage of people that are attracted into this work, unfortunately, are that personality type. And if you're lucky, they're simply they simply are possessed of avarice, and are really just trying to, maybe on a power trip over the community, and maybe trying to cook the books. When it gets to the point where they're abusing the truly helpless, like mute children who cannot speak out, yes, then we're entering territory where they may as well be demonic, or in essence, are in some ways they're worse. But please continue, Sammy. Take it from there. Yes.
One of the things that one of the situations where we kind of faced was that form of abuse. Sometimes it's also mental, and they use the word of God, the word of God to their own liking, in the sense of persecution, manipulation, and sometimes that's even worse, because you can deteriorate somebody as far as someone not being strong enough to discern that someone's manipulating you. I think that's what's a lot sometimes what's going on right now, is where the ability of a new generation now, and I think this is where they frown upon this, is the lack of awareness that nowadays, at least how I'm kind of seeing things now, is it's very difficult right now because of people questioning things, and it's not that it's a bad thing. It's just the reaction to it is not the most positive one, because it's, they're not used to it. But and they call you rebellious, and they ostracize you, and that's pretty much how they react to it. But 1 second, Doug, I have to.
Sure. And while Sammy is tending to that, T-Tank Berry, thank you for joining us. And please, by all means, feel free to express whatever's on your mind, T-Tank. Share with us whatever you're comfortable sharing about your current status, update, how you're doing personally.
Good evening, and I'll just say that living in a vehicle, strapped and ready to rock at any given moment would be probably someone's idea of an ultimate paranoia. But as you've seen in the personal chat there, with those people that you consider degenerates, at a special summer camp, we'll call it, on the Russian River.
Yes, Bohemian Grove. I'll say it out loud. Bohemian Grove. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, I signed a contract and said I would never divulge what I saw there when I worked there as a young person. But let's just say that's all phantasmagorical to begin with. So I regress, and I'll say that when you're standing out as the kitchen steward, staring into not an abyss, but to where everyone who's there, who turns around and stares back at you at one time, right? And I wouldn't describe that moment, but it's what I remember. And then you're invited to wash your dishes at a special chalet overlooking the Russian River. And within that room is a redwood table, a beautiful one. It's thick. It's about 6 feet around in diameter. And I don't want to get the transmission cut, but hopefully it won't. There's a brick fireplace there, and inside that room of that brick fireplace is a picture within that room that was taken back in the 40s. And of course, when the party finished up and cleaning up or whatever, you know, and one of the members had looked over at me and said, you know, do you know what that is? And I was staring at that picture, and I said, no, what is that? And he said, well, that's the signing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Right? So anyway, after that, it was a gift of a box of Cuban cigars opened up, and me and my friend, who you've actually spoken with personally.
That's right.
I won't speak that person's name.
Understood.
But we walked past the lake, and of course, at that time, you know, when you're in your late teens, in the late 90s, you know, you really don't think anything of it, anything like, well, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger or Clint Eastwood or all these people that you would want to, you know, aspire to be, right?
Right.
And so anyway, you know, from that moment going forward to where you stumble across people who, you know, you could have a friend who's like a blacked out drunk where, you know, they used to drink Wild Turkey 101 out of a pint glass with a splash of Coke on top. You know, it's like one goes down, you know, 2 goes down, 3 goes down. And on that 4th one, when they fall off their bar stool and, you know, rack their head on the back of the jukebox, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they can kind of walk out onto the street there in the same vicinity, same area. We're talking about the same area. I won't speak of where it's at, but you go along, and the sheriff shows up with, you know, 4 patrol cars deep, and stops you at the bridge. And of course, you know, the old school mag flashlights that the police used to carry around, right?
Yeah.
And then you get struck over the head, you know, and then this individual starts pissing themselves, you know, like, well, go ahead and take me in, right?
Yeah.
And just as they're all about to pull their billy clubs out and beat the fucking living shit out of this individual, would somebody say, stop? And when the sheriff's deputies turn to look at this individual, and they're holding up an ID, and they walk over and they grab that ID and they look at it, they look at each other, they hand the ID back cordially, they all get in their car and drive off. Now, there's something called diplomatic immunity, right? And I guess when you are a commissioned officer, you have, as you've described, I'm not going to take your credit for this, but
stock in the country. Yeah, go on.
Yes, thank you. You have stock in the country, but I guess at a level to where someone like that, who, you know, when you're young and naive, it's like, wow, this motherfucker is connected to something or has something. And of course, when I was 21, 22 years old, the drinks floated for free. I didn't pay for them, you know.
Wow.
And we never got into trouble. You know, we never got arrested for drunk driving and things like this. And even to this day, I wonder how many times I've had, you know, near-death experiences or whatever it has been, but yet have seemed to be unscathed, you know. Had a sixth sense, so to speak, a metaphysical sense that surrounds you all the time, keeping you one step ahead of whatever's going to come around the corner and threaten you, right?
Yeah.
And so it's anybody's guess when, you know, kind of what I put in the chat there, that you would understand that, you know, again, this is all hearsay because no one has to believe anything if they don't want to, but, you know, yet it's been you, brother, that has, you know, again, described all this down to a T, what all these things mean. evocation, invocation, and ultimately, you know, when someone complains about Satanism in the military, what does it even mean? When you're that young, at that time, it wouldn't mean anything. Like it's like a joke, or you just brush it off your shoulder, like, yeah, what the fuck ever, you know?
Yes.
And it's not until you would actually, you know, see something like Satan's Crusaders and then understand who Michael Aquino, whatever the fuck you want to call him, right?
Yeah.
And how this individual seems to have put themselves in a constant view of everything. But again, you know, it would be everything that is at this point of what angels and demons do that would want to keep humanity going. Because, you know, I had a premonition yesterday when I thought to myself, God damn, Douglas couldn't be more right. And I look around and I just can't see anything in humanity worth saving, you know.
Thank you.
And
I mean, no, not to say that we, not to say we approve of nihilism.
Preserve God's creation. I would never disrespect anything what I have, because I appreciate my life and I appreciate what people have done, and especially yourself, because there's nothing else really worth listening to at this point in my life. You know, there's no other goals to attain or what people are woefully ignorant of becoming.
Bless you.
Or, right.
Yes. Continue. I mean, yeah.
So yeah, that's my blurb for the evening. And,
well, that's beautiful.
I guess I'll just cut it off there, you know, because most people don't understand, or they don't take it seriously. Or if you start to talk about these things, obviously they just will look at you and say, how much the fucking much have you had to drink? Or, start talking about something else, because it makes them uncomfortable. The truth is uncomfortable to them.
Yes, the truth hurts.
So, yeah.
But don't feel the need to simply cut yourself off. I want you to know how much I appreciate your narrative of your experience, and it takes a lot of courage to share these experiences, simply because of the fact that of everything you articulated, people are not comfortable with it, and when people come on to share it, the one thing I can tell all of our listeners is T-Tank Berry is not like others that we've had on the show, in the sense that T-Tank Berry has known of me for a very long time, and has actually been in and out of my life. There's been encounters between myself and T-Tank Berry a few times before he even started appearing on the show. And actually, we were in some level of communication for a few years, probably a few years, before he actually started coming into the chat, and then slowly getting comfortable enough to come onto the calls. So it's been a long trip, a long journey with T-Tank Berry, in which I have been able to confirm his sincerity. T-Tank Berry is the real thing in his experiences. And you notice that that's the difference between others who have come on the show, who are eager to get on, and they just jump on and they just dive right into it. And those are the kinds of people that are assigned, pretty much assigned. And they, we're not talking about George Knight, of course. He was somebody who found myself and came looking for myself. But rather these other people who have been very pronouncedly, quote unquote, enthusiastic, that it gives themselves away, and after a while you just stop entertaining them, so to speak, just stop bringing them in. And originally, of course, I was trying to work with the enemy, in the sense that I could at least exploit these people when I needed to take, as Peter Moon, or Moonsock would call them, T&P breaks. Yeah, but it's and believe me, our friend T-Tank has been impacted by the moon curse as well, and we won't go into that right now unless he ever feels the need to share things about it. But he has been under a high level of occult siege, just like Brendan Zoget and other people, Sammy Romero for a time. And Holly's been might even have been under this kind of siege, and is just not aware of it. It may not be a coincidence that you've had that battery fire. Obviously, I feel it was arson. Yeah, I feel it's all part of a Republican insurgency in California that is highly political in nature and highly terroristic in nature. Such being said, there could be an element of the occult in some of the experiences that Holly has been exposed to as well. Occult significance, at least. But with that, you've been very, very brave, T-Tank, to share that, and I appreciate it profoundly because it's so important to validate and verify each one of our experiences, and without cross-referencing each other vocally and openly, nothing ever gets done. And that's the part that I had to break with certain parties who just had experiences that they were never willing to share. And most of the time when people aren't willing to share experiences, then usually it's because they are the enemy. A good example was James Arthur Yanchik, who had the young lady that he was essentially exploiting. And he wouldn't allow her to speak on my show about Aquino, even though she had been assaulted by Aquino and desperately wanted to talk about it. Lucinda, I believe her name was. And T-Tank, you, of course, are sharing something now that helps to validate what I've been exposing. Whereas when James Arthur Yanchik wouldn't share it, he exposed himself. And so there you go with that. And we've had other people come. Yeah, so by all means.
Ill intentions. Their ill intentions reveal themselves because that's what they have. They have ill intentions. And so I'll just add to that and say this individual that I spoke of in the personal chat when Sammy asked the question, because he ultimately does, and God bless him for deep diving like he does with you, and to be genuine like that, and to be a true friend, to be a true companion, compatriot, to do something good in the world, whereas everyone else refuses to.
Yes.
And this is why they don't deserve to be saved.
Yeah.
Humanity in general, perhaps. So with that, I just wanted to just kind of like get that out there while I have the knack and the need, because it's not gonna die with me, especially not now when this is all falling apart. And I'll just also add to say that this retired colonel who may be listening at this point would know, I would never mention his name, to keep him protected, because him being the last male heir of a major bank, that his family members want him to be murdered, just like they murdered his father.
Wow.
And when you're the last male heir, of course, as you said, and you have stock in the nation, and you have to keep yourself locked away. And someone like Colonel Aquino, who would imbue, for whatever reason, and I think you would be able to articulate the most as to why this individual was imbued with Lucifer. And as you've said before, when you can evoke either or and, meaning or Lucifer in heaven, Melech Tau on the earth, Satan in hell, right?
Yes.
If that makes sense, and I don't know how to articulate that, but when you see someone evoke this spirit quite naturally, and this entity cleaved to this person's spirit, or protecting them, to where whatever balance that Aquino was setting, and I don't know what it is, and maybe you can articulate on it again and tell the listeners what exactly or why he would do the things that he did, or why he was evoking certain spirits, and for what reason, again, it's above and beyond me. But when they pull that pin in the living room, that grenade, that much like your Night of the Broken Circle,
Yeah.
I was obviously, that similar thing happened to myself, to where it fits you like a glove at some point, and then you realize that it doesn't want to be there or want to be a part of because you want it to happen, but because these things and these rituals, spell castings have happened.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so therefore the game is up. I mean, it's there to stay. There's no banishing it. So much like that, that's what I have in my back pocket, more or less, for all these individuals who are so evil and yet can do nothing about what's already happened.
Thank you. I appreciate your sharing that. Bless you. And we love you dearly. And stay safe and be well, believe me. And stay on as long as you wish. And interject whenever you wish. You're always welcome to do that. And for those of you who don't quite understand what T. Tank Berry is alluding to, it's the fact that when one becomes possessed, at some point one can stop fighting it, and it basically becomes a perfect possession. It begins to fit you comfortably, like, as I've said, an old worn leather glove that you begin to feel uncomfortable without. At that point, it becomes difficult to ascertain or discern where you end and the entity begins. So T. Tank Berry and I share this, at least to a degree, and this is based on our experiences with a satanic military that has presented itself as the exact opposite of what it is. And it brings us back to Satan's Crusaders, which is a video which is on this channel, which of course I recommend others review. Now, we had someone drop off. It was Brendan Zogit. Hopefully he will return. Hope he's okay. As he says, he's going through a lot lately. If not, I'll be counting on all of you to hold the conversation while I take another short break before I dive into monologue tonight. And of course, all of you are welcome to hang out and interject into my monologue whenever you feel like it. And let me ask him if he's doing all right. And in the interim, how about anyone else wish to join into the conversation after
I
what?
wanted to say something quick.
Please.
You shouted me out with the occult aspects of the Moss Landing fire.
Yeah, yes, by all
And it was
means.
so darn ironic,
Yeah,
because there I was,
yeah,
mouth hanging open,
Yeah.
watching this great pillar of fire
yeah,
about 20 miles away.
yeah.
And the phone rings and it's you.
Yeah, yeah,
You called me right at that moment.
that's right.
Isn't that crazy?
It is, and fitting,
Yeah.
and yet fitting.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I had to. We shall not forget that.
Thank you.
factoid about the whole affair.
Yeah.
And you know, I will say this: in any other situation, my first instinct would be sabotage.
Mhm, mhm.
But with this defective rush to market technology, I'm just not sure it's necessary.
Got it. Got
The
it.
equipment may be that faulty.
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. And it's probably that way with AI. In fact,
you
guaranteed.
know it is.
Guaranteed.
It is. You were off before, but what somebody asked the Chat GPT,
Mhm.
so is it safe to eat the vegetables?
Uh-huh. Okay.
And the Chat GPT actually said, probably not, ever.
Whoa!
Ever.
Whoa!
And it happened. I can't talk and
Mhm.
send pictures at the same time, but I have the text of Chat GPT's answer, and it's quite alarming.
Oh my God, to say the least. That, oh.
Isn't that laugh riot?
Hey,
And
you-
that's the weird thing with this whole Moss Landing thing,
Mhm.
including being sabotage, is that the great crossover straight to Elon. Because half the plant is Elon.
Mhm.
And Elon's caught fire a couple times, including the toxic miasma that shut down the highway, but not this time.
Mhm.
So, but they're you know, Siamese twins at this point. So it goes right to from the bottom to the top.
It does.
The
Oh,
roots of the little beet plants to the top of the top. So
oh my.
it is. There are occult aspects, no doubt.
Yeah.
Astrological and what all. I get really scared. I wish Brendan was here, but
Yeah.
when enough planetary bodies get clumped up all together and stick there, ooh, bad things happen.
Yeah, and we're in for a planetary lineup. So,
Yeah, but it's the clumps, it's the clots.
Yeah.
And now there's this giant clump in Pisces.
Mm-hmm.
Neptune and Mercury and Venus and the sun and the moon go through, and oh my God. And then they're sticky. And like from COVID, it was a hell of a thing to see. There was a clot, and it was like scary planets, Jupiter and Uranus and Saturn or something, I forget what, Brendan will know. And it just hung there like that from the first day of quarantine to, I swear to God, the last, when Biden finally took COVID benefits away.
Right. Well, Brendan, you're back just in time.
And
I hope
they all disappeared.
Yeah. Brendan.
They all
Yes.
spread apart.
I'm here.
Okay, good. So join Holly, if you would be so kind,
We got a clock
in
going right
talking
now.
about this planetary alignment. The planets are all lining up, and Holly can summarize it better than I can, and you can give us some in-depth insight into what this means. I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be right back, and this will be my last break, hopefully, before going into monologue. And
Dang, what did you get some Bammer shit this time?
You're so vicious. It's there's an element.
The Blood Boys are gonna come after me now.
Yes.
We are buying Bammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I'm joking.
No, understood. Yeah, you don't want the twinks after you. That's all.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Talk about vicious. I'll get like fashion. The fashion police will be on me.
Oh, that's right. They'll go fashionista on you and they'll scratch your eyes out. Yes, that's right. Yeah. No, it's like, oh God, they'd condemn. They would condemn what Brendan wears. Brendan wears is just too bland. It's just too bland.
Yeah.
You really don't do justice to yourself. So
it's true.
Yeah. So I
trust me, I would be buying all kinds of flamboyant shit if I had money.
Yeah, true.
This is all like secondhand thrift store shit. I'm not even exaggerating.
No, I know it. I get it. No, it's
like my dead. The thing I don't know if I was wearing it when I was with you, but the thing I'm wearing now is literally my dead grandfather's like flannel, like shit that people died in. I'm like on the level of Douglas.
Yeah, I get it.
Sure, like that.
What's up?
Cherish it.
Holly's saying to cherish it, right?
In my case, it's not any kind of sentimental shit. It's just I don't have a choice.
No,
I was like thrown out of my house with nothing.
Yeah. And don't forget to tell people that the police were on your side, at least initially, until they kind of got tired of it. But the police
until they found out, Douglas Dietrich.
Yeah, there you go.
Because all of a sudden it had nothing to do with my uncle at all. They just said, look, man, we were told not to talk to you, man. Your house is flagged, man. Like that's basically what they said.
Pretty much, yeah.
The original cop said, okay, here's my number. You can call me anytime and all that. And he was there for when my uncle went berserk the second time. So he was like around the corner.
Yeah.
Then that guy went on vacation. Yeah. And all the other people that came, or they were supposed to come, they kept calling me on the phone and saying, we're at an undisclosed location. We're not coming to help you, man.
Pretty much.
we were told your house is flagged. We can't come anymore.
It's so sad.
You have to deal with this on your own.
Yeah. See what it's like to work with Dietrich. This is what it gets you. Yeah. Law enforcement no longer responds, and it's. But that whole house was.
The guy told me. The guy said we want to.
Yeah.
But because of he was referencing some like obscure lawsuit saying if we go there then we're gonna get sued if anything happens. Like it's not a good look, man. Stuff like
bad optics, some shit.
Yeah. He was trying to pull that, but there was no really reason to say that other than someone up top was telling them like you cannot even go into his house ever again.
That's right. And honestly, it's challenging to be. But Brendan Zoget had been targeted as an infant, though we know that. But aligning with myself made it all the worse. It exacerbated his situation by orders of magnitude. So do me a favor and talk about that planetary alignment. I'll be right back in about 10-ish at the longest, and gotta take another hit, as Brendan knows all too well. I think we all know all too well by now, and then that way I'll be able to dive into monologue.
You could be modest. You could say it was chores.
There we are. Yeah, chores.
Such a chore to lift that razor blade.
All
I
right.
tried to get a contact buzz off you.
That's,
I really do.
You
Yeah,
got
well,
it,
that's
buddy.
one thing I could say for the record. Dude doesn't share at all.
Yeah.
He was stone cold sober when I saw him.
Oh,
Oh, I'm all
Oh,
out, man. I'm
man.
fresh out. Yeah, fresh out of drugs. All of a sudden. Not even beer. It was just like completely zero.
Because it was a day off.
Yeah, let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, well,
If it
did.
was Trampus,
It's a
he would have
man's
just
drug.
like,
Yes.
I would have been go ask Alice.
Yeah. Yeah, if it was Trappist, he would have
Yeah.
been slipping it. Yeah.
Yeah, one second.
Jesus Christ. I think that sounds like the homeless child molester that comes around dressed as a furry who digs through the cans. Believe that shit? Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And so.
You can't go then.
We
You
gotta
ain't
wait till he
going
returns.
nowhere.
Yeah, not going till he returns.
You need to get a pee bottle.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah. It's
God.
it's like when I really have to, I actually at times I've used the empty tea crock. If by the time I've
I
emptied the
don't
tea
blame
crock,
you.
yeah, then I just use
right.
that and then wash it later. I mean, you know,
I
that's
don't judge that.
that's the Marine Corps background. That's you learn to piss in your canteen. So that was the
Better than it depends.
yeah. There we are. There we are. So here we are.
Yeah, what was
Brendan.
that?
Oh, I was just telling people how, you know, at times where I've emptied the teapot, the tea crock, which means I have a bladder the size of a bowling ball at that point, and yet I'm doing monologue, and it's just, you know, I'm just not going to break the monologue because nobody's there to relieve me. Then I use the empty tea crock to piss in, basically, then wash it later. That's
Why do you have to tell people that?
Holly brought it up.
Brendan.
Holly brought it up.
I did.
It's but with that, I'm going
Talk
to take
about
my
recycling.
yes,
Talk about recycling.
yes.
Eco-friendly.
But with that, I'll take my break. I'll be right back again in 10ish, and you've all got this.
Yeah.
Planetary alignment, Brendan. You've got it.
Yeah, okay.
Alright,
Yeah, Holly, I heard
and
what
I
you said
would
earlier
love
about it.
Okay, yeah, purely subjective. But those clots, they make me nervous. Clots and
What does?
clumps. The clots and clumps when too many planets conjunct all together and stick.
Yeah, it's I mean there are a bunch of names for it, but in Jyotish it's called Kalasarpa. It's called the Kalasarpa alignment yoga. Kalasarpa
Dude, I
yoga.
need this.
So Kalasarpa yoga is like when they all align, and it's of course it's generally considered inauspicious, obviously, you know. And then also this time around it's compounded by the eclipses that are also happening in the same sign or region,
man.
same region. Yeah, so
Darn right.
so there's going to be a full lunar eclipse, blood moon, halfway through the month, and on the
Over
Ides of
here, I
March.
don't think so.
Yeah.
Is
We're
it?
the epicenter. The United States is the epicenter of the
Oh,
blood moon.
hell.
Yeah. So
I
There you go.
mean,
and then
that's scary.
there's a solar eclipse that happens, of course, 15 days later, as per just normal cycles. So yeah, and it's all
That's my
happening in
crazy
March.
rant. Every school kid should be taught you don't get a solar eclipse without a lunar eclipse. That makes me so angry.
Well, I thought that was
Something
just
so,
like
like-
common knowledge. Like,
Yeah. Man, it missed me. And I was interested.
yeah, that's
Oh,
interesting.
God, no. And
Yeah.
everybody I say it to is also kind of shocked. Maybe it's my generation. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think what throws people off is that it's not visible in the same region every time. That's why.
That's right.
So people
That's
are
right.
thinking like only when you see it, it happens. But there's about 4 eclipses per year. It's both
Right.
solar and lunar. Like that's like the average is like 4
Yeah.
per year. But it's not. It's never in the same area. It's never in the same
That's
region.
right.
So that's why people probably think that, and I could see why it's misleading a bit.
Well, and it isn't made clear to us, you know.
Yeah, well, the last thing they want people to know is about Jyotish or anything, like any real knowledge. That's like, that's not on the agenda, like ever.
That's right.
So,
That's right. But
and
yeah, that
whatever
is a weird
whatever
cross.
calculation that NASA uses,
Yes.
to detect the eclipse or to extrapolate when they happen. That actually comes from an ancient yoga sutra called the Surya Siddhanta. So it's like the calculations that are based off of the sun, like what the sun put forth mathematically at the beginning of time. And so it's a yoga sutra. It's a book. It's a history book in the
And they understood precession.
Yeah, everything's there. Like all the mathematics
but I mean that the Babylonian stint that the sun kicks back a notch. They understood that.
Well, that's just what they're translating. Like that's like the Brits. The Brits translated the Babylonian stuff, the Chaldean astronomy. They just totally botched it.
Oh,
like I said, it was probably deliberate. It was probably deliberate. Anyways, like they deciphered it for themselves, but then they don't tell it. Like they don't give the full story. Does that make sense? Like someone knows.
It does. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Because they have entire departments underneath the British Museum that I saw when I was there that have full-time staff. So there's no way they don't know. It's just they're not going to tell us about it.
Got it.
So,
okay, good one. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But back to this. Okay, so it is inauspicious. That I'm not crazy. That's a no.
No. Well, yeah. Of course it's not. Because just think about it, just from a practical standpoint. It's like your body has an axis, right? So there's like solar and lunar, left and right.
Yes.
So if you're imbalanced, like say your spine is misaligned, it's going to cause problems. So the same thing with the sky, because it's like the sky is like an imprint of the human body, like as above, so below. So if there's like a bunch of energy on one side, it's going to cause strain. It's going to cause strain on the other sides.
It's really like that right now.
Yeah. So if everything is pushing on Pisces and triggering the Piscean, that's Pisces and Virgo axis. Okay.
That's a real spooky sign.
Yeah, Pisces is the most unpredictable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's the ocean. It's like the amalgamation of everything.
Emotional, am I right? What's the most emotional sign?
Yeah, it could be considered emotional, but it's even more.
I don't trust the emotional world anymore. I think it's the first thing we have.
Yeah. Well, it's beyond that. It's like dreams and stuff. It's like Neptunian.
Right. Intuition.
So like Pisces is like there's like negatives to it. Like 12th sign is considered the sign of loss. Like it's the ending.
Oh God.
So no one likes endings, right? Death. Everyone hates that.
Right.
Or just general loss. Like 12th house is the sign of loss. So
the house of loss.
Yeah, that's what it's considered. And it doesn't mean it's bad. It's like just anything like when you buy fruit or something, and if you don't eat it, it goes bad. Or even if you do eat it, it's gone. So that's a loss. So it just represents it's that aspect.
Condition, yeah.
It's the aspect of the universe that everything has to end. Like it's the depletion or the finality of stuff. And like of course no one likes that.
Well, humans are particularly vulnerable to it next to, trees and rocks and shit. I mean,
well, yeah,
when
you're on this plane, that's like the worst thing. That's like that's like one of the worst things that can happen is loss.
Yeah.
Of any kind. Like it's just not fun.
As part of the human condition.
Yeah, it's like the least fun thing. So naturally it's not something people want to deal with. But on on a bigger level, like the Piscean thing represents like everybody, like a collective. It's like everything, the whole world, the whole cosmos, and all this. It's the celestial ocean, right? That's like Pisces ocean. It's an oceanic sign. So when it comes to carry on. Can you guys hear me?
It's so crazy with Neptune up in there, for God's sake.
Yeah, Neptune doesn't help with like the illusions and stuff. Because all the AI is instead of being used for truth, it's like being illusion based to like trick people. Yeah, hallucination, dreams, delusion. Any kind of dream. Yeah, any kind of dream, positive or negative. Yeah, dream states.
Gaiman's up in a big sex scandal. Oh man,
who's that?
Sandman, American Gods. Started out.
I have no idea. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay, got it.
Yeah, Sandman was a good book. I don't care what.
Well, what did he?
said.
What did he do? I mean,
Terrible things. Long time nannies and babysitters and
so he was
all
being a
around
creep.
the world.
Is this like a Me Too creep, like a French guy, or is this like straight up sketch?
He's originally British. No, it's real.
Well, I mean the crimes. Like, are we talking just like some creepy,
Yeah.
some creepy shit, or is it straight up just like bad?
I think kind of just English crazy bad.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's pretty bad then.
Yeah, I don't know. Nothing ritualistic about it.
Okay.
But Sandman was a good book. And very, pro everything good. Way, so it's quite. But anyway, just a short digression.
Yeah.
I forget what triggered that.
Just the dreams and stuff. Yeah, Neptunian.
Oh yeah.
But when it comes with this particular alignment,
the clock's hurting him, boy. Woo-hoo. Anyway.
Well, it's going to be everyone. Everyone's going to be hurting here soon. After the eclipse, like, it's game on. I mean, we can already see something's not right, as it is. But the point is, the axis of Virgo Pisces. So Virgo is like the economy, any kind of trade, any kind of accounting, any kind of organization, like organizational, like it's the Mercurian, how Mercury rules over trade. So it comes from the Virgo. It comes from the Virgo angle. So it's the axis of trade, mercantile things, and then Pisces is the ocean. So ocean is what gives all of that, right? Like, you transport. What's the number one way to transport goods? Like, even after all these thousands of years, it's still the ocean.
And pirates,
right?
And all that. Yeah. Waves.
Yeah. Or just in general, like most of the goods come, 99% come from the ocean.
Ships.
Yeah.
Those monster walls in Oakland.
Yeah. So you have to, 99% of trade comes from the oceans.
Wow.
So if that's getting churned and disrupted, that means it doesn't mean good stuff for us. That means trade gets disrupted. Yeah.
Huh.
So there you go.
One thing there.
But that's enough. I think I said enough about it.
That was real good. And it made me think of two things.
Uh-huh.
And I don't want to lose the first one before I say the second one, but I lost it. Oh, yeah. So it's almost, this clot is kind of marking, at least from the start.
Planetary parade. It's better to call it that.
Yeah, but it's not the whole
planets
stretch. This is the
but the planets are like maybe something more dignified than like a blood clot,
Yeah, I know.
Does that make sense? Because they're like these. Yeah, no worries. I'm not
configuration.
Not
Congregation.
Congregation. Yeah, thank you.
Not a constipation. Do we call it that? No.
Yeah. That's
constipation.
Fine.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
Seems to be marking the advent of the Trump admin. Is that the?
It's advocate. You're saying who?
It may be marking the beginning of the Trump administration.
It's actually an ending. So these guys are just the new thing. Like, these are just the new thing.
I watched all through COVID that came together at the first day of quarantine and broke up then. I mean, I wonder if at least for me personally, it seems to be a marker for that probably great disaster.
In what context?
That's what it's signifying or not. If I lived in Argentina, I probably would see it difficult.
You lived in Argentina. Numbers are great. You people are holding good numbers. What's this about living in Argentina? If you lived in Argentina, your
It was
perception?
just a random remark, but
Okay.
hard to explain in the context of it all.
Yes.
There was a second point after.
And keep shouting, by the way. Always shout. You have to shout over Brendan. Yeah. Thank you. There we are. Much better.
I forget the second point about all that stuff.
No worry.
We were talking about the Kalasapa yoga.
Hey, Brendan.
Oh.
I call it the Trump clump.
Trump clump.
Yeah.
It's the Trump clump.
But the point is like they're just taking advantage of it as opposed to it being because of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like they know it's there.
That my pipe and smoke it. Okay.
Well, they know it's there. Like they have astrologers, so they know it's like a good time to disrupt everything.
Yes.
Like because everything's in Pisces, so like that's like the 12th sign. Like I said, loss. It means endings. You can end stuff easily and quickly. That's why they're using it for that. So they know that.
Think that there's that much of that particular influence? I thought all they worshipped was the hand of the market.
No.
No, they use. I mean, they use detailed. They use detailed Jyotish, which is Vedic astrology. Like they know to the T what's going on, like, or whoever they're hiring or whoever is advising them, whoever they're paying.
Okay.
That's why they like Indians so much.
Yes. Does it make sense now, Holly? Yeah.
Who do they like so much?
Asian Indians.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because Trump uses one for sure, because I told you about the whole Magha. So his sign, his ascendant is Magha, which is what they took. Shit. And then he took it, the very first sigil that they used for the Magha way back, like 2015, was a lion. So he knows about Magha, the Nakshatra Magha. So he knows about that. And it all has to do with it. It's ruled over by kings. It's Regulus, the Star of Kings, and all that. So dude knows it. Like, he knows for sure he has that. That's why he wants to be king so bad. I mean, it's in his chart there.
Oh God.
So
okay then.
So it's all there. Like, yeah. So they use it, and then there's whoever is advising them, first of all, it's not even them. It's the people behind them or the beings behind them just telling them that, or giving them a carte blanche. It's just like, okay, now's a good time to disrupt the world. And they just put these people in front. Yeah. Like it's like a chessboard. You just put these people out. It's like
running Trump. He didn't get there on his own abilities.
No. Yeah. It's just like a Yu-Gi-Oh game. Like you just like summon your people, like, like the real rulers will never show their face. Like you'll never see them ever once.
These masters. But it's beyond just, non-publicity seeking billionaires. There are masters above.
It's like they run the whole system. You don't need to like.
Yeah, but what our man Brendan is referring to, like Holly is also insinuating, so we're not simply talking about billionaires or multi-billionaires behind the scenes. We're talking about actual forces as spoken of in the Bible as powers and principalities.
They're like in a different plane, like so like Svartalheim, like the beings down there, like they have their people like doing all of this, and they know Jyotish like to the T, like of course, like they're all Vedic. Like if you hear any like the Asuras, they're called Asuras. So if you just want to go straight up, like Bhagavad Gita, it's like Asuras, like they have a beef with the beings in the heavenly realms, but they can't get to heaven without coming through Earth. So they, that's why they have all this influence on Earth, because that's how they have to get their revenge, is they start with Earth, And then when this happened many times before, including in Atlantis, where they were struck down. And that's why they have like this eternal beef with the heavenly beings, like the Devas. And then the Devas, like even early, like at the beginning of the multiverse, they got tricked into giving up the Amrit, the ambrosia, the heavenly nectar. So they have this they have a really deep hatred of like anything good or any of the elements. So, and you could see that, like, I mean, everything on our world is like against like nature, elements, Like the first thing it destroys is nature. Like there's no rhyme or reason for it other than that vendetta.
Right. Pure
Yeah.
destruction. And it kind of replicates the fallen angels of Christianity.
Yeah, they are those beings. Yeah, like they didn't want to
love
praise.
that.
Like they don't want to praise, so they get like, they got thrown down, and now they're all pissed off. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even to the point where I was saying, like some of them got so, they got so jaded that they taught people how to summon anti-gods, which they wouldn't even do themselves. So
Right.
this is why we're in the mess we are. It's just, so.
Yeah.
Does that make sense, Doug?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Like they
And-
wouldn't even use that.
Yeah.
Like they don't even need to do that. They just taught humans how to do it to like see what would happen.
Yes.
Just as like an
And
experiment,
wasn't that
Yeah, it's like
what-
passing out machine guns in a kindergarten. Yes, of course.
Yeah. It's like, okay, well, we'll tell them about these guys. We know about these fallen dimensions when we tell them about it, and they don't care what would happen. Just like they gave out like all the technology for like microchips, like they don't care what we do with it if it kills us or fucks up our brains. Like,
Yes.
like they don't care. So there you go.
that
That's like
old
super
lore.
truth bomb.
Yes. Absolutely. Continue, Holly.
That old lore that Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard ran out into the desert to open the fourth gate, the one you were never supposed to open under any circumstances.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, who gave them the formulas? That's what they never tell you.
Yeah.
Who
And they
gave the
ran
formulas up?
right out there. to just
Like
be
these aren't
idiots.
just grimoires. Like they were given these things.
Right.
Yeah.
Like idiots, though.
The first people that like ported them in though was like John Dee and stuff. Like
Yes.
that's like on record. Like
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, which of course Moonsuck would always fall back on John Dee and talk about him in the most boring manner possible. Moonsuck would talk about all these people: John Dee, Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, and he was increasingly
not
worshipful.
bring up anything interesting about
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Albeit he was increasingly worshipful with each more recent manifestation of this sort of, shall we say, portal opening or recklessness would simply be another word for it. And he viewed himself, as we can understand now, he viewed himself as among the most powerful among these sorcerers, except, of course, for his personal deity, who was the Evanescer known as Dr. David Lewis Anderson. Yeah, so who basically manifests more and more as this Svartalfar kind of character with who's just
He definitely. This dude's definitely on that level.
Thank you.
Or he's just like some like lesser being from that realm that they just like kicked out. It was like check.
Right. Right.
Like as an experiment, like they're really they're like very advanced, in the darkest sense of advancement, where they have all this high technology, but they don't care about experimenting. Like they'll just be like, let's try, let's see what happens.
Yes.
Like, does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Like they're like, okay, well, this ship, showed up here transdimensionally. Like the humans, they took our technology and figured something out, and then, through Tesla, and they said, oh, just put one of those guys on there, and it was just like, someone that they don't want, some being that's like, even to them is like low level and gross. They're just like, oh yeah, send that there, see what happens.
Yeah. Yes.
Like they're sending shit like Predator, like that's the show Predator film,
Yeah. Yeah. By the way,
just to see what would happen.
Yeah. Our dear friend T-Tank Barry is putting images into the text box. I believe they've already been noticed by Brendan. If not, I bring it to his attention. And I also bring to your attention the very last image entered by T-Tank Barry is the Emerald Llama, is what my mother encountered as the Emerald Llama was in that form. So
That black thing?
Yes. And
you're talking about this last.
No, the black thing, that's crouching, all skinny with the multiple faces. That's the Emerald Llama, not the anime of the Ashura, which is, fine, but it's a completely different thing.
That comes from that's a Japanese interpretation, a Buddhistic interpretation of an Asura.
Yes,
is the thing with all the arms.
Yes. And but the Emerald Llama definitely appeared more along the lines of, actually, no, you know what? That's not so much the Emerald Llama. That would be more like, oh God, who was that kind of that force? I'd have to Geez, it's been so long. I do my best to block these entities out. A different entity, but one that was summoned by the leash that was called up. I've done so much to block this out of my mind. You remember how much pain it took for me to relate this to Peter Moon, who never took any notes, and it was only through Aristides that Peter Moon, Aristides had to give him the
not
episode.
even to mention those Bulgarian creeps.
Oh yeah, well I mean
they're
that
like laughing at you on air and shit.
well that was of course that's just like that's just like an ambush. But with Peter Moon,
he always set those up and said, I've got something really good for you, man.
Yeah,
and anytime he said something like that, I knew it was sketch.
Yeah. He was always
that'll break you out. It'll break you out.
Yeah. Oh well, he was just garbage all the way. He knew I needed money, and the Bulgarians paid $1,000, so I needed that for my rent. And in return, the Bulgarians made me agree to say that Lao Tzu was Bulgarian, which yes, I will do that for enough money. I would do something like that at this point in my life. So I did
what
do that.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, thank you.
We've gone through this before.
Yeah.
Like, really.
Yeah.
They're all Asian. Okay. Like the fantasy is what, like he walked all the way to China. Easterners.
Yeah, it's bizarre because first off, the concept of Bulgaria is historically comparatively recent as compared to Lao Tzu. So for at the time of Lao Tzu, there effectively was no Bulgaria. The Bulgaria is a settlement
the Eastern Europeans have their own thing about that.
Yes.
Where they're like the oldest civilization. All those countries, even though they're Balkanized, they all have that same storyline.
Yes.
Like the Illyrian tribes are their ancestors and all this, the Scythians and the Illyrians and all that.
Yes. Yeah. That's correct. And here we are. He's found an image of the Emerald Llama, and that's the Emerald Llama is more like this, as opposed to the other entity.
What the fuck is that? It looks like a comic book character.
It's the it's a portrayal of the Emerald Llama.
Comic book villain.
Yeah, it's that was what my mother encountered was along these lines that someone later portrayed. And so it wasn't done by, they weren't taking dictation from my mother, but it was this was done by an occultist. So I can even give you the name of the occultist. He was named after Michael Aquino. He was named Michael, and he had a Polish as fuck last name, but I'd have to look it up. But at any rate, all of these memories. Again, Aristides, help us out here. You can tell us, if you would be so kind, about the time you had to help Peter find that episode in which I had relayed my mother's encounter with the Emerald Llama, and Peter Moon had no memory that I had spoken of it. Yes, if you can relay a bit of that, please. That experience.
Yeah, that could be. He certainly couldn't find it. So yeah, I found that. I found all that stuff just so fascinating that it's like, I hate to say it, but there are reasons. That I will miss him being around because you guys, of the topics you guys got into.
Interesting. No, I appreciate that. Yeah. Of course I.
And that's basically it. That's basically it. I mean, I'm just kind of here for the information.
And that's appreciated too. And
as everyone should be. That's what keeps you here.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. And
I'm definitely not going to hear this anywhere else. So.
Yeah, but do you feel that I've ceased to speak of such things that often?
No, it's just it used to be a regular thing getting into stuff like that, the Emerald Llama and stuff, and at least that was the impetus to that. That was, I guess, that's the only kind of positive thing I could think of right now.
With Moonsuck, that is, with the presence of Moonsuck.
Right. The consistent degree of heavy topics, information. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, no,
I could.
I'm sure there's a few out there feeling the same way.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted that deep end shit.
Yeah. Well, we can try
I'll help.
Brendan can help.
Romania.
Yeah. Yeah. That wasn't worth that price.
Dr. David Lewis.
Yeah, it wasn't worth that price. It wasn't worth that. Yeah, got it.
I can't even summon that state of mind. You know, it's like it's hard to even think about.
Yeah. So when we
yeah, that is true that he dug a lot of stuff out of what you were saying, Doug.
Yeah.
So that is, I get it. I definitely.
Yeah. But such
why couldn't he just stay like boring?
And just get the fucking book out, but no, he had to try and
even drag it out for another 2 years.
Yeah. But no, we couldn't have taken him dragging it out for another 2 years. Don't wish that on us. No, it's yeah, but it was no, it wasn't worth the price. It wasn't worth the price because every time after he would get off, they'd knock the show off. Remember, as soon as he went to bed, I'm going to bed now, and that would be like he pressed a button, the show got knocked off.
He'd dial in.
Yeah.
For tonight.
Yeah, and so again, just to scroll up past the anime.
It was the aura of his purple egg that kept it safe.
Yeah. There you go. That's don't even get me started. He's such a piece of shit, and his whole purple egg stuff and all the rest of it.
What is this last photo of it? It's like a Cthulhu fanfic where he's all like beautiful and shit.
Yeah. This is like, I noticed that they add multiple arms for no good reason.
That's actually funny.
Yeah, but you know, it's kind of like weird because
it's majestic.
It's like the Cthulhu fan illustrations are the worst because they simply like they're trying to play off of, say, for instance, the multi-armed diva or Devi that is you know what I'm speaking of. Which has,
exactly.
you know, all of these multiple arms in a circular. I'm sorry? Davy, thank you. And so, yeah.
Goddess Davy.
Yeah, and yet they don't do it right. They don't do it right, so it looks more insectivorous than it does splendid. And yet maybe this is why they think they're adding to horror. They want it to imbue an element of horror, but it's all just, it just doesn't come out right. But if you go up to the title where it says Siva's Daemon Devotee, and that is Mara. Okay, Mara. That is what my mother encountered. Mara was summoned by that incredible leash who retreated to Mars, which we write about in the book, and you have it in the manuscript. And so we can speak of that maybe more in the future. I've done so much to successfully kind of block these concepts from my mind for a long while. I dragged them out of necessity out with Peter so that we could get them into the book. But then, of course, he simply wanted, in the end, it was all towards his finagling the name of Ubosathla, which he had actually been probing me for years, as many people can testify. And finally, when he got that, then he tried to summon it to kill Brooke Gibson. I mean, of all the things in your fucking universe to summon an anti-god for. What
a waste of ammunition. No offense, Brooke.
Yeah. So I don't know how familiar you are with that story, Holly. You remember all that when it went down, or bits and pieces of it? I don't know how regularly you were listening.
Yeah. He got all kerfluffled, boy.
Yes. Oh, so you remember that? You remember his saying Brooke Gibson needs to die on record?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he said, Doug, she has to die before you because otherwise you're gonna die. Yeah, he said all that. That's for sure.
Yes.
And Brooke didn't believe it. I don't know if she thought about it now.
Yeah,
she didn't believe it when we told her.
She honestly doesn't give herself that much credit for being that important to anybody, which shows a real sense of humility. Where she just thinks nobody could be that crazed about me. I couldn't cause that level of consternation in someone. Oh, well, this is how people are. I mean, people are batshit fucking crazy. Yeah, they. Yeah, and
just wait for future episodes when I explain what I'm saying.
Yeah, I hate to think through. I hate to imagine. But yeah, it's like, again, future episodes for that. I look forward to speaking to you about that privately. And yes, and if our dear Sammy is still with us. Let's take a look inside of the call, see if Sammy's still with us. And like I said, dear Sammy, give us a audio check if you're still there. Feel free to give us an audio check. And then, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, yes. So, like I said before, I'm sure you heard
Hey,
it,
Dave.
but you were busy. Yeah, if you do find a few moments time, like I said, do reach out via Facebook to our man George Knight again and let him know we look forward to his being on next Wednesday and the Wednesday after that, if you would be so kind. Thank you. And
Yeah, we'll do.
yeah, thank you. Bless you. That way, at least, he gets the message that I'm not ostracizing him or something. Because I do get the feeling that people just take things the wrong way. They're just in bad spaces and they think bad things. But such as it is, of course, I am concerned about his behavior. But and look forward to speaking to him privately about what the fuck happened that night that he just dropped the call, because that is still left in mystery. But all being such as it is, unreal was the term that was used for. Japanese don't use the term leash, of course, or leash. What is based off the ancient pronunciation for a cadaver or a person who has become a cadaver whose flesh is rotted away while they maintain their willpower. They maintain themselves alive by sheer willpower, and their corporeal manifestation becomes increasingly disintegrative. And in the end, it's sheer will holding up essentially a skeleton, an inanimate skeleton that is extraordinarily powerful and extraordinarily, in an occult sense, extraordinarily intelligent. So the remnants of a mage, a very powerful mage, who to themselves, if they look in the mirror, sees a perfectly healthy living human being, which is part of the horror of being in that warp. But they...
What language is that, Leash?
It's from the old continental European as anglicized, which is how Dr. Tolkien then relayed the term. He did not make it up. People think he made the term up. Yes, but
leash.
yeah,
I
leash.
don't remember that in
Oh.
Tolkien.
Oh,
Americans say leech.
Yeah, like a leech. It sounds
the
too much
Witch
like
King.
leech. Yeah, but go on.
The Witch King, the lich.
Yeah.
Or the
now
wraith. That's
lich.
eventually gets
Okay.
rendered as wraith, like the final
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Okay.
And but did you read Tolkien and don't remember that aspect? One of those characters.
Oh, beloved to me as a child.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beloved.
And
in the Norse it was called Draugr, or Draugr.
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And
But that's more of like a zombie thing, but still same.
Yeah.
Kind
yeah. So the Japanese
of undead.
Yeah. So the Japanese call it onryo. Onryo. And if you remember, it was Haranaga. Haranaga was the name of the onryo, or the leash, that my mother called up to battle the Emerald Lama, and that's he in turn summoned Mara. That was beyond her power as a sorceress to summon Mara. And Mara is more or less portrayed in that book cover that says Siva's Daemon Devotee. So there we are. If people scroll up in the text box and find that. So thank you for that, T-Tank Berry. And again, something that I wanted to forget is dredged up, but hey, that's the nature of the beast. And all such being said, I'll start monologue soon. But I want all of you to stay with me and interject whenever you feel like it. And I do mean all of you. Just anytime you feel you have something to say, go ahead and say it. And this way we will, add to the nature of the monologue so it's less so and becomes more accessible to our public, our listening public. We've got great numbers, and so we might as well start now. And before I get into it, of course, let's go around and thank everybody for their participation. And everybody, if you have something to say before I dive in and suck all the oxygen out of the room, feel free to say something. Anyone?
Please support Douglas
Thank you.
by any means necessary.
Oh, bless you, honey.
A priceless resource and a treasure.
Thank you. And this
God
comes...
So,
God bless you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I just want you to know I'm going to drop off soon because there's a storm coming up.
Okay.
So I got to get home.
That explains a lot of your technical difficulties, actually, was probably the
I've called
electrostatic.
drop 1,000,000 times,
Hmm.
but there's been no lightning else. Yeah, I would be in fucking fast. But nonetheless, I will continue to monitor on YouTube until I get home.
Yes, and then jump on if you wish. And thank you, T.
There you
Tankberry, for your participation in that. And he's dropped off from the call, per se, at least in the participatory sense. And all right, then. Dear Heather, how about you? Always need to just make certain that you're okay. See if she's back to the keyboard, because she did leave us a message. She was away from keyboard. If she hasn't returned yet, that's fine. I'll just dive right into it. Okay, I'll center myself and breathe. And yeah, Aristides?
Oh, I was just checking in. If you're good to go, man, go.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. Appreciate that
I'll talk to you
profoundly. Yes, yes.
I'll talk to you soon. What do you say? For good measure, because sorry, we can spam our own chat. I will put the PayPal link in there.
Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly.
Yeah, please donate or please contribute if you can.
Thank you. And my thanks to Holly Kaditis Kiefer for her $100 contribution in money order format. Monetary order format is the correct way to express that. And my thanks to Brooke Hagberg for her automated payment of 40 United States dollars, which will go immediately towards loading my paratransit card for all the cab rides I'm going to need to participate in this month. And okay, and I'll have to fill out that form with paratransit to try and get an increase in paratransit allotment to make the cab fare even more accessible. All right, now, of course, we'll start with a question. What exactly is Donald Trump even doing? By this Ash Wednesday, today, and it's still Ash Wednesday here on the West Coast, it's only been 43 days, probably 44 days by midnight, the stroke of midnight, but it feels like fucking forever. Reflect upon the fact that since taking office, Trump has reduced his administration's effectiveness by appointing to essential agencies people who lack the skills and temperaments to even do their jobs. His mass firings have emptied the civil service of many of its most capable employees. He has defied laws that he could just as easily have followed, exempli gratiae, refusing to notify Congress 30 days before firing inspectors general. He has disregarded the plain language of statutes, court rulings, and the Constitution itself, setting up confrontations with the courts that he is, well, if the judges are not bribed or made, he's likely to lose otherwise. Few of his orders have gone through a policy development process that helps ensure they won't fail or backfire, thus ensuring that many of them will. In foreign affairs, he has antagonized Denmark, Canada, and Panama, renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, and unveiled a Gazalego plan. For good measure, he named himself chair of the Kennedy Center, as if he didn't have enough to fucking do. Even those who expected the worst from his re-election, I myself among them, expected more rationality. Today, it is clear that what has happened since January 20th is not just a change of misadministration, but a change of regime. A change, that is, in our very system of government. But a change into what? So as Lent begins today, if you're finding your prayers and spiritual practices in need of a fresh injection of life, here's a great place to start with the author's own caution. The Cloud of Unknowing. The Cloud of Unknowing is probably the most popular mystical treatise in English. A sort of bestseller when it was written in the 1300s, when England was still Catholic. Often republished over centuries, and a favorite of recent, highly discerning figures like C.S. Lewis. It's also unique, in my estimation, in that its author, an unknown monk, discourages people from taking up his book. To quote his T, nor allow another to do so, unless you really believe that he is a person deeply committed to following Christ perfectly. I often hear these days that Lent is not about giving something up. I'm no one's idea of any spiritual guide, but absent other considerations, it's clear that this is a half-truth. The Christian life is about giving up many things, not as an end in itself, as if created goods are bad, but in order to make room, as it were, for greater goods and a different order in mind, well, body, mind, and spirit. There are many resources in the tradition to guide us through both concrete penances and deeper practices, because this measles outbreak is different. In Anno Domini 2000 of the Comunal Era, the CDC, Center for Disease Control, declared that measles had been eliminated from these United States. Now America is at risk of losing that status. A measles outbreak has sickened more than 150 people in Texas and New Mexico since late January. An unvaccinated school-aged child recently died from measles in Texas, the first known death from measles in America in about a decade, and the first child to die from the disease since 2003. Vaccination is the only way to prevent the spread, and how a surge in illnesses that had previously faded from American life could reshape childhoods, well, that's all the fault of the Republicans and their man, Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. Even by his standards, the wallops that Donald Trump has thrown over the past day are colossal ones. He followed up the Oval Office bullying of Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky by suspending American military aid to the Ukraine. And he imposed big tariffs on imports from America's three largest trading partners, 25% in the case of goods from Canada and Mexico. Trump dug in on his divisive agenda while basking in Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party unity in his highly partisan speech to Congress, touting his tariff plan, while proving that even an unhinged Trump speech can be boring. It's been just 44 days by now, or 44 days at the stroke of midnight, since Donald Trump returned to the White House, but somehow it feels so much longer. In that short time, he's already wrecked the economy, fired thousands of government workers, and dismantled key protections that millions of Americans rely on. Then yesterday, Donald Trump offered the first big speech in his second term last night, defending his plan to remake the world's largest economy through the biggest tariff increases in a century, and acknowledged to Americans there could be more discomfort ahead. Businesses have railed against the plan that they know will cause profits to fall and inflation to spike. Yesterday, the International Chamber of Commerce warned that Trump's trade agenda will ignite a global trade war that will plunge our world's economy into a Great Depression-like event. But President Donald Trump still touted his newly imposed tariffs and boasted about his misadministration's swift early actions to shrink the size of government through dodgy. He leaned into culture wars and railed against transgender rights, they/them pronouns, and diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. He celebrated his crackdown on migration. He repeatedly taunted the former president, Joe Biden, for no goddamn good reason, as the man is out of office and on his deathbed. Donald Trump's address to Congress, which was the longest such speech in modern times, was focused on a narrative of personal triumph. He also hammered topics such as migrant crime and DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusivity, all in an acronym wrapped up to translate as God himself in the Latin, Day. Trump saying he's leading a common sense revolution, which is anything but. His speech offered little in the way of olive branches to Democrats, instead touting his 2024 victory as a mandate to reshape the nation, drawing a wave of protests from Democrats. The Democrats' disjointed response to Donald Trump's speech last night felt like a metaphor for our broader struggles. The Democrats' "no we can't" strategy manifests from a state of confusion. For a few years, Democrats were so regimented that one could almost forget Will Rogers' well-worn quip that he was not a member of any organized political party, but rather a Democrat. After Hillary Clinton's ignominious loss in 2016, the congressional team of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer quickly took charge. They were mostly able to keep a fractious coalition together through Donald Trump's tumultuous first term under the auspices of the Zionist occupation government, both of them being, well, militant Jews. Democrats won the House in 2018 and the White House and Senate in 2020. At the start of Joe Biden's presidency, despite noisy complaints about the inconstancy of Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, the party managed to enact an enormous legislative agenda. That seems a long time ago now. The party was able to force Biden out of the 2024 race, albeit much too late, far too late, and it should never have been done in the first place. He should have instead have been forced to abdicate the presidency completely to Kamala Harris so that she could run as presidentress. Then we would have had our first colored female president, and she would have beaten Trump. Instead, after Trump's win, Democrats did a great deal of hand-wringing about what went wrong, but they don't seem to have learned much. Their inability to find their footing was on painful display during last night's non-State of the Union address. Not only could Democrats not figure out an effective response to Trump's speech, they couldn't even settle on one or two ineffective responses. First-term Senatress Elisa Slotkin of Michigan got the unenviable duty of giving the official Democratic Party response and delivered a workmanlike, solid speech that, as the columnist for Atlantic Magazine, Tom Nichols, wrote, nonetheless failed to capture the hallucinatory nature of our national politics, and thus felt a little irrelevant, to say the least. Ahead of Trump's speech, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries warned his caucus not to become the story. It didn't work. This morning, the Bible of Washington Conventional Wisdom, Politico Playbook, declared that the reaction in the chamber was the story. A few Democrats decided to skip the speech altogether, but not enough for the boycott to be apparent in footage or images from the House chamber. Dozens of women in Congress wore pink as some sort of protest, but the message was so vague as to be illegible as anything other than generic protest. Other members brandished tiny little signs. I saw them variously mocked as church fans, auction paddles, or table tennis paddles, with text including "False," "Musk steals," and "Save Medicaid." They at least opted against brandishing egg cartons as a comment on inflation, but I would rather they had done that. It would have been more comprehensible. At any rate, Brendan says, the old scripts don't work anymore. You can just come in and say that. Don't be afraid to break in and just shout that. I wish the Democrats had shouted in response to Donnie Trump up there.
Well, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about them. Their
Yeah.
old scripts don't work anymore. It's like, this isn't business as usual, obviously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. And any other observations, please? Yeah, caboose. Yeah.
That someone already died. And that night, they did a sacrifice of the black guy from Houston.
Tell us about this.
Or quote unquote, he died unknown causes or some bullshit. You didn't hear about that yet? It's like just posted, basically.
Okay, I didn't hear about
Fresh.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus
so
Christ.
one of the it wasn't the guy that got ejected. That would have just been too obvious.
Right.
So they did his home. They did his friend. They got his friend.
Just the fact that they ejected somebody who shot it is beyond reproach. I mean, it's like, so free speech doesn't exist anymore? You can't express yourself in the place where you're supposed to? What the fuck? Yeah, that's Xi Jinping shit. Come on.
Well, we're already, I mean, it's going to be like, what is it? What was that party Congress shit? Where they just nod. Yes.
Yeah,
right.
That's it. Yes. Yeah, like in North Korea, they're all just struggling not to fall asleep. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, yes, he's right. Yes, everything he said was great.
Yeah. They're just there for that, just to nod while he drones. So thank you. Yeah, we'll find out more about this guy who died.
Yeah. So his name is Congressman, and former Houston mayor Sylvester Turner.
Yeah, he's formerly human. He's no longer alive. Go on.
Yeah, well, he's incorporeal now. He gets to find out where you go. Turner's death comes 2 months into his first term as the 18th Congressional District of Texas, and that seat was also occupied by Sheila Lee, who died in office last year. Damn, that's like a cursed seat or something.
Cool.
But so it's not saying the important part that he literally walked out of that meeting and then he died in his hotel room.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, the same night.
I can almost get it. It's like, after listening to that bullshit, I might die as well. Just stay in person here and get.
Well, he did. Yeah, he did.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it says U.S. Congressman dies hours after attending Trump's address.
Yeah.
And
you get it,
I don't know if we should read into this part, but of course it was a black dude.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't think we should read into it,
but it's still it's fitting. Oh, it's fitting as hell.
It's almost like
Yeah, I mean Trump's so fucking boring. He's fucking lethal. That's how.
It says he died at his home from enduring health complications, quote unquote. That's what his family.
Yeah, said. Trump was the last hammer, the hammer blow. Trump was the nail in the coffin.
Gave him a heart attack.
Yeah.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, thank you.
So it's obviously not murder, but it's just like sus. What is it called?
Oh, it's believe me, it's an occult
negative energy. It was like a negative energy.
Bad vibes, man. Bad vibes, man.
Can kill you.
It's you listen to enough of that shit. Once he saw where the direction we were going in, the country was going in, he just died.
Yeah, he's just like,
I can't live to see this. He said, The rest
I don't blame him,
but
we have to sit through it.
Yeah, especially for a black man. Of course, especially a black man wouldn't want to see this. He was thinking of, Martin Luther King, all the civil rights marches, and all for this. All for this. Where we're at now. It was all for nothing. It was all for nothing.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah, we got a Klansman as president. And so there you go.
That's almost at this point. That's almost like one of his good qualities.
At least
he cares about something.
Yeah. Comparatively speaking, it would give him at least some framework in which his behavior might have a modicum of motivation that's explicable. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And then did you see he was going after Japan?
Yes.
Saying they manipulate their currencies. It's like as if the feds don't just print money arbitrarily or something. It's just like so stupid.
Thank you.
Like the Federal Reserve has been doing that since they're the ones who taught everyone how to do it. What are you talking about?
Thank you.
Look, you could just print your own money.
Yes, thank you. When you need it.
When you need it. Yeah. And now he's saying, the Japanese do it. The Chinese are doing it. Like, because you taught them, or America taught them how.
Yeah, no shit. America's exemplary. What a piece of shit. And but you notice he's gonna lift sanctions on Russia. So it's basically
it's like that. Yeah, he's not even trying to hide that part, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, while lifting sanctions on Russia while putting sanctions on all our allies. I mean, that really should tell you all something. Everything you need to know. It's like
at this point, how can anyone just glaze for this guy? It's just obvious. Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, the fact that they're still doing so is beyond offensive. It's egregious, but this can only end in civil war, of course. This can only end.
Why doesn't he just come out and just say, like, look, I'm friends with Putin. Like, it's not a big deal. We all know what it is.
Well, he does come out and say that. He does come out.
Well, then all these other people are in heavy denial or something because they think it's cool or something. Yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah. It's like this is part of the insanity that we're dealing with.
Because he can't be. It's like Pandora's box or like the worst version. You can't put it. How are you going to put Trump back in the box now? It's not possible.
Yeah. Thank you. And I appreciate you saying that. It's something that that we really need to. How would I say it? Explore.
Well, everyone asked for it. Everyone asked for it. All these guys. And then this is what I wanted to tell you, just because it's so hilarious and totally stupid, pointless. What was that name? Ben Shapiro. He was on YouTube on some ad that came up when I was scrolling, and it said he was like, what Trump really needs to do, what I've been telling him to do, what he has to do is pardon Derek Chauvin. And I'm like, dude, what? Like something so like petty and arbitrary. Like, why is he focusing on that?
What do I remember about Derek Chauvin? What do I remember?
He's the Floyd cop. The Floyd.
Oh
Floyd
my
cop,
God! Oh my God! Actually,
happened,
now that you mention it, I'm really surprised Trump hasn't thought of that himself. I would have thought that would have been a priority.
He refuses to do it. He told Ben Shapiro, no. He said, I'm not doing it. I don't care about that guy.
Okay.
But that's why Ben's like, we have to undo all the bad stuff that's happened in the last few years. And it's just like, so these people have become crazed. I mean, come on, that little minutia is just so pointlessly weird to me.
But it's not a minutia to them.
Yeah, to him, it's like this huge story, and it's like, dude's a multi-millionaire, Jew that made all this money. He has like a huge media company, So what other than sowing discord? What is the point of them existing? Like, or how do I put it without sounding like I'm, being rude? Like,
don't be afraid to be rude. I mean, our
or I just don't want it to sound like advocating anything. It's just
well, I've already gone beyond that barrier. You know that, and it's so with my having broken that barrier, we're in a position now where.
Just the fact that, like, what would pardoning that guy do at this point? It's like,
well, it actually. Go on.
They're making that freak sound like a political prisoner.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah,
but that's their intent. That's to them he is. To them he is.
And it is so symbolic because that was the torch that lit the whole thing off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what their point is. But it's just. But all this other shit that's going on, like, why that?
Oh man.
It's well, Holly, please, a little bit of analysis from you.
Well, that's pretty much it. But I mean, it's agony. The whole thing was such a mess, man. And it was so tragic what happened throughout that summer and beyond. In every way. We're living in, I don't know, like you say, times where evil is winning.
Yes.
Full out.
Yes. So
I mean, they made up this thing called Antifa.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah.
Nobody'd ever heard. What is Antifa?
By the way, Antifa is an acronym for anti-fascist. And it so
Yeah.
and but
Sounds so good.
but like
It
Holly
sounds
says,
Arab.
like Holly says, it sounds like an Arab terrorist network, and that's how they treated it. The Republicans, they capitalized on it, but it's this absolutely fringe, almost non-existent entity, and quite nebulous. Yes, but
There was
on,
no
Holly.
such thing. And it turns out it was soccer moms and school teachers holding candles and shit. You know, saying, please don't shoot them in their beds.
Yes, and so
Yeah, I remember when they were saying shit like that, when it was like, it was an Antifa counter protest, and it was just like these weirdos like Zach Garrett, those kind of people.
Yes,
like just saying, "Give me free shit," you know, or something weird, some bizarre shit like that.
So explain
like,
to people
really, these people are a threat.
Yeah, explain to people who Zach Garrett was, so they understand who you're talking about.
I don't know, some freak you had on your show that tried to grift. He was like, "Doug, I'm gonna send you so much money, man.
Yeah,
I have a great job.
Yeah,
and he's like, I'm gonna buy you a computer, man. And then all of a sudden, he's like, I don't have a job anymore.
Yeah.
Here's this GoFundMe for my friend, and his kid is all by himself, and his dad died in this horrible way. But send me the money.
It was killed by a home invasion. He claimed the dad was killed by a home invasion.
Yeah, all that shit. So, but the reason why I mentioned him is because he would show us photos of him at those protests in Portland, saying, "I'm fighting for you guys. I'm fighting for the people," or something weird. And I was just like, dude, you're just trying to loot shit and then go to like Freelandia, whatever that free Portland where they wanted everything to be free. Yeah. Everything's in barter. In other words, they're taking the economy back to the Stone Age. Go on. Yeah, they're like, everything's free here. It's the free zone.
Nothing's free, baby. They were bartering. They were bartering. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah, but no one wants to, Imagine that guy comes up. What does he got to offer? It's like nothing. An STV, you can't barter that.
Well, tell him about his illness. He was convinced he had an STD or something. He said he was afraid. He was having all these hallucinations because he was on. I
forgot what it was.
Meth or crack? Was it meth or crack? The sites in the back was
cracked out.
Cracked.
Cracked out.
Yes.
Or methed out. It was too expensive for crack. Crack's like an expensive drug apparently now. That's like the big ballers get that shit. Yes. No, these are like meth heads. This is like Larry level, but like, probably worse. But so you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just like they were just saying that these goofy people it was a counter protest, and there would just be people fist fighting. It was just like some really weird, arbitrary shit. It was kind of funny, actually.
It was just like watching the animals dance. It was Holly. Do you have any different impression of this?
Antifa's showing up, and it's like, who are these? Aren't anybody.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like, do you remember our correspondent at that time was Amanda Yu, who then disappeared after she disappeared after Brandon Young. After Brandon Young, she disappeared. She responded to my wishing her a happy birthday. But
I think she came on after Brandon Young.
No, she never came on again after Brandon Young left.
Yeah, she did. We talked about Alaska for like days.
Did really? Once?
Yeah.
She came on. Are you sure that
At
wasn't
least
before?
Once.
Yeah, okay, because
I am almost certain it wasn't. It was after.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But it's like she certainly.
I just remember the last time we were talking about like Alaskan cryptids and shit, and then that was really fun, and then she just disappeared.
Yeah. Though she responded to me for when I wished her happy birthday, but still, that's like in general she's ghosted us because it's like how did she even like I don't get it. How does she even like respond to that? It's like other times she's not getting my messages. It's kind of like, George doesn't seem to be looking at his emails or messages either. It's like you wonder, what are these people doing? That's that's just the way it is. Well,
Saturn's going invisible, so there's in retrograde or something's happening with Saturn. So like people you once admired will drop out of your life. So it's
interesting.
Just some natural cycle.
Okay, interesting. That's
And trust me, I thought about it. I was like, this is a good time to like tell Doug to fuck off, and then it just didn't happen. So, like, I guess it's not about that. Yeah. In my particular chart, it's like irrelevant or something. It's just like, it's like whatever.
Oh my God. Oh, that is funny, and it is. I get what you mean. Poor Brendan. I brought so much misery into his life. Like I said, if I weren't a psychotic sociopath,
You
I'd feel
had my
guilty
like
about
last 3 houses cursed to the hilt and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Or not you personally, but
Yeah.
it was because of you. Probably.
Yes, that's right. Well, we know, that asshole Peter Moon. He finally got your city out of you, and then followed up, and it tells us everything we need to know about him. That the nature of the people who followed up, and just how creepy they were.
And the fact that he knew where it was, because the only international like recognition of that city, which I don't live in anymore, is the fact that the Golden State Killer lived there for years and was operating like out of that area.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, and that just shows everything.
Might as well have been my neighbor,
Yeah.
Like literally, it was that close. Like I lived in the same area roughly.
And that figures. It really does.
And he was hiding out there for like 10 years or something.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's about this. Yeah. That's
so it's like an Aquino stronghold.
It is.
There's other like for some reason there was like gang affiliation there, and so there was something about it. It got like founded in the 90s, probably by some nefarious parties. I don't know exactly what's up with it, but it's always been a corrupt city that something doesn't add up about it.
Yes, thank you.
And the police are terrible. Like they're so like they're notoriously bad for the stuff they do. And the fact that once they found out who I was,
a trusted employee, and even a religious guy and everything, the Golden State.
Well, he was
he was operating completely like a second life.
Yeah,
like
right?
a mailman or something. He was kind of important.
I love the way Holly expresses that. Let me put it to you this way: the Golden State Killer. By the way, Sammy, feel free to come on if you want to address what we're speaking about. But he's bringing up the fact that he was a cop in Exeter, honey. He was a cop in Exeter, and that he he stayed in Citrus Heights. Yeah. And Heather wants your address, Brendan, so she can send you something, but you can answer her in chat about that, text about that. Sammy, by all means, take it.
Yeah. He stayed in Citrus Heights. The reason why I even know this is because my sister doesn't live too far from where they arrested him. That's the crazy thing about it. Back in 2018 when they got him. I'm talking about the Golden State Killer.
Absolutely.
So that's what kind of was crazy about him, is that he was so close. He's pretty much in a residential area. Like he was like this old grandpa. Obviously, he was older, but from what I read is he used to call his victims and pretty much still check up on them. Like I remember reading an article where he called his victim and pretty much tell them, "You remember what I did to you?" Which kind of speaks to him almost like a gang stalker still,
Yes. Well, it also betrays his sense of impunity, his total sense of immunity, and the impunity with which he acted betrays his immunity. What were you going to say, Holly?
No, I'm just listening.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to build on what Sammy's saying, just so people understand. What happened was that the Golden State Killer is a case study in military mind control. He is what they would call a super soldier. So we've heard that term so often, most of us don't know how to respond to it because we get that thought process going where super soldiers are extremely maladjusted individuals who are basically insane, and they tell wild stories about alien abductions and all the Greys they worked with and all this crap thanks to people like Daryl James. Okay, that's not a super soldier. That's just a washout.
Well, I met a real one of those guys when I worked at the casino.
Tell
I
us.
don't think I've ever shared it with you guys.
Share it, please.
Oh, well, just finish your thing. Do you really want to go there? Right? I can tell you.
Oh yeah.
So this guy came in when I was working at a casino up in the foothills of California, the Gold Country, and he was like obviously, you know, strange. He was obviously acting strange, but because I was always into conspiracy and I knew about Doug at the time because this was like 2016, 2017. Or maybe I just was into conspiracies. I don't know. Somehow I knew more than I should have, right, about these things. So I was like talking to him, and he was like, man, I saw Grays and I did this, and they killed my wife, man. And so he was holding up the line, but I was talking to him because this dude was like jacked. He was like 6'5", like built with like crazy tattoos on him, like with like skulls, like Cthulhuoid entwining skulls and shit. And he was saying they killed my wife, you know, I met her in Vietnam and all this stuff, right? So instantly, because of listening to Doug, I was like, oh, this dude's like super soldier, like he's on a level.
Wow. Yeah.
So, but then he was like, he pulled out a photo and his wife was like, looked like she was Thai or something, you know, maybe Vietnamese, maybe Thai. But he said that he was special forces is what he claimed. And then he said, they showed me Greys, and he said the Greys visit me and all this stuff. And then he showed me something on his arm and he said, this is what they did to me. And it was like this weird, it almost looked like a burn scar, but it was like a spider web, like scar, like this weird, you know, I don't know how to explain it, like webbing, this like web scar on the inside of his forearm. And he was telling me how the Greys attacked him and all this stuff. And I was like, oh, wow. And so then people in the line start rebelling. They're like, get the fuck out of the line. And then this guy's like ready to go off, right? Like, and like they're like triggering him. And I'm like the only one that would listen to his story, right? Because, you know, it's just is crazy, right? It's like on a level, you know, that they killed his wife and he was visited by Greys, you know, stuff like that. So I had to so I just said, look, get someone else to take their orders. I'm going to deal with this guy. So I went and literally brought him his food and like talked to him for some more. Just to make sure he wasn't going to go super soldier and like blow up the joint or something. and I was like, you know, so I just
arrested.
Yeah, so I just talked to him and he gave me something like some like token or something, some weird item that I didn't keep. But yeah, but this dude was legit, you know.
Okay,
Office
thank
rocker,
you. Yeah, legit but office rocker. So that would be an image of a super soldier that would be more, shall we say, legitimate than
cut loose.
Yeah, than Daryl
With
James.
barely a pension,
Yeah.
like living in a flop or what?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
no longer needed.
Yeah, and so when it comes to the case of, shall we say, the Golden State Killer, he is actually the epitome of a super soldier. He's one that is as functional as it gets. He is one of their great success stories and part of, as George Knight would remember with great detail, because he had a real memory for these sorts of details. He was someone who actually was carrying out orders and still functioning under military command. This is exemplified by, of course, the Sergeant Johnny Stubby Stebbins, who is portrayed in Black Hawk Down, where they completely change his name so they can hide his identity. And that, again, protects his anonymity. And people should know about this man, this criminal, but nobody knows about him because the military is hiding his identity. And they think that Black Hawk Down is all about fucking heroes. And but the reality is the individual who's portrayed in Black Hawk Down was a serial child rapist, a serial abductor of children, someone who was raping them, keeping them in prison under the basement of his home, and feeding them out of dog bowls. And the only reason he was ever captured or dealt justice unto was because his wife got tired of hearing the screams at night and finally called the authorities and turned him in. And of course now he's at Fort Leavenworth in a military brig. The interesting thing is people who would call me to complain whenever I exposed this story they would always say his crimes were committed after he was retired from the military, like that meant something. But but here's the kicker: as I would explain to them, you're full of fucking shit, because it doesn't
He
matter.
was obviously under orders if he ended up in the brig.
Thank you. Thank
Right?
you. Yes. Yes, I would tell them, you're obviously ignorant of what you speak, because he was still under military orders, or he would not be in a military prison. If he had truly conducted all of his crimes after being retired from the military, he would be in a regular prison with all the other baby raping sons of bitches. But no, he went to Fort Leavenworth, which is a military prison. So it's the military's own admission that he was under military control. He would have to be under military control in order to rate a military prison. So,
you basically have to be still under orders, right? Like,
yes.
Because I've never heard of that. Like another person, like that's retired, even with veterans benefits, they don't send you there or something.
Yes, that's quite true.
Like,
that's quite true.
I've never heard of that.
No,
you're literally under command of someone.
Yes, you would have to be, under literal military command and control, because exactly like you said, you knew all these crazy veterans who kill all kinds of people and rape all kinds of kids when they're retired, and they don't go to the military break. Because
they'll just say, the military, they'll just say, oh, they're a veteran. Deal with them.
That's right. That's right. So again, in case people are trying to look this up, in case you don't believe me, Black Hawk Down was one of the biggest box office draws of 2001, and it earned its director, Ridley Scott, the man who gave us Aliens, an Oscar nomination. He didn't win, but the movie got 2 Academy Awards for editing and sound. But it was all based on Mark Bowden's nonfiction book of the same title, and it concerned the disastrous raid of Mogadishu, Somalia, by U.S. Rangers, U.S. Army Rangers, elite soldiers, in 1993. And that was around the time I was in Africa. So you understand what I've been through. Matter of fact, I had a cab driver who drove me home, the last cab driver I rode with, who drove me home from the chiropractor. No, it was from the shots. After the chiropractor, I had to take the immuno-injection shots. He drove me home from Kaiser, and he was Eritrean. And when I told him, oh, Eritrea, the North Korea of Africa, and he just slapped my palms. He raised his palm up for a hand slap. You know Africa. He was like, oh, you know Africa. For those of you who don't know, it's like everyone serves in the Eritrean military, and they never come home. It's just they draft you, and when you're a child, and that's it. That's the rest of your life. That's the entire Eritrean economy. It's just everyone's in the military, and no one comes home. But at any rate, these special forces soldiers in the movie Black Hawk Down, one of them had to undergo a name change because if you look up the book, the guy's name is Ranger John Stubby Stebbins. Stubby because he had a little dick that wasn't suitable for fucking an adult, so he would rape kids with it. And he's portrayed as the Ranger Danny Grimes in the film, and he's portrayed by this Scottish heartthrob, Ewan McGregor. And this is because in the year 2000, Stebbin was court-martialed. Now, get this. He was retired, and they court-martialed him. That happens in extraordinarily rare cases. This would be like if someone were like, they can't do it to somebody who's dishonorably discharged. They could never do that to me because I'm dishonorably discharged. So they basically obviate it or annulled. The word is they've annulled their any possible rule over me, any possible command and control over me. They've basically abdicated. They've basically have said, we wash our hands of Douglas Dietrich and we no longer have this power over him, which is why they have to work through gang stalkers. But in the case of somebody who's honorably discharged, that means for the rest of your life, effectively, you're in the active reserves. You're basically on call in cases of war for your advisorial status if you're too old to fight. But basically, at any time, they can also court-martial you, which means they take away your pension. or your benefits. So you're fucked, which would mean you'd have to go to work again. And of course, all these people are unemployable. But at any rate, in his case, they court-martialed him, and they knew he was going to die because he's unemployable. So as an act of mercy, they sent him to the stockade for the rape and sodomy of children. All of his victims were under 12 years of age. So he's at Fort Leavenworth Military Prison right now, or at least that was supposed to be his home for the next 30 years after the year 2000. So fuck, he's going to be out in 5 years. So there you go. He's out in 5 years. But what happened was that the Black Hawk Down, the book, the author Bowden told the New York Post that the Army asked him to change Stebbinson's name. It wasn't that the movie decided to do this. The Army said, we will not provide our helicopters, our troops for all the extras in your scenes. We will not help you make this film, Ridley Scott, unless you change the fucking name of Stubby Stebbins. So that's how Ridley Scott said, I need all those helicopters, I need all those extras. Because this is something that, again, George Knight would emphasize, because I made a point of it in the early years. Whenever you see these films like Independence Day or Battle of Los Angeles, those aren't actors, except the main actors may be in uniform for set scenes, but it's not actors flying those jets. It's not actors flying those helicopters. It's not actors rappelling down those helicopters onto the city streets. All those are real troops or real Marines. And you get them only if you follow the military script. So when it came to Stebbins, basically they said don't embarrass the military, and you got our help. And so Ridley Scott sold out like the prostitute he is. There you go with that. But when it comes to Stebby Stebbins, he was an example of an exemplary super soldier. This is what they want a super soldier to be, and that was also exemplified by the Golden State Killer case study. Basically, the Golden State Killer was produced when, as a child, he witnessed two men rape his sister and invite him to join in. So Joseph James DeAngelo, who was 72 years old when he finally was arrested, he was a police officer and a mechanic who served in the U.S. Navy during the Vietnam War, who was finally identified as the serial rapist and killer who terrorized California throughout the 1970s and the 1980s, and finally faced a total of 12 counts of murder in Santa Barbara, Orange, Ventura, and Sacramento counties. He was part of what Michael Aquino called his Little League of California serial killers, that was basically consistent of the Zodiac Killer, Charles Manson, and Richard Ramirez, and all of these people that I had personal contact with in one way or another, like Richard Ramirez's uncle, Michael Sergeant Master Ramirez, who was one of Michael Aquino's Green Berets, who served under Michael Aquino. And so when it comes to all of these monstrosities, the Zodiac Killer, super soldier. When it comes to Richard Ramirez, he's a super soldier. He wasn't in the military, but he's considered a super soldier product. And they're all considered great successes. Again, so many serial killers in the United States, but California stands out. California produces an army of them. And it was Aquino's army. What, again, George Knight remembers from my saying this years ago, he would brag about as his Little League.
Yeah, and that's what was so alarming about Pete, because other than, like, he said he lived in Davis at one point, which is like hours away.
Oh, yeah.
He said, when I said Citrus Heights, he said, oh, I know exactly where that's at. So that was alarming in and of itself. I was like, oh, wow.
Oh, of course he would.
Odd. Very odd.
Oh, nothing odd about it. It's what you would expect. By the way, I want you to respond to Sheila Gavin. Sheila Gavin says, greetings. It's in the chat. Sheila Gavin says, greetings to dearest Douglas and Team Dietrich. Thanks to Brendan for handling the super soldier's visit to the casino like a boss. Hospitality administration should have promoted you. So do respond to her.
Instead I got yelled at for making the line too long or something.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Just trying to prevent this guy from going bonkers. But how do you explain that guy? Like, he I mean, he was built like a special forces guy, quote unquote, or what you would think that guy would look like. So he definitely had some kind of mercenary background, but he was totally fractured in the mind and was like almost non-functional. And I believe the reason why I sat with him and did all that is because I actually believed his story. Like, he might have been sincere about his wife being killed.
Yeah.
Like that, like they gave him a wife, or somehow he met her, and then that was the one thing he cared about, and that's what fractured him.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what that is. It's like these motherfuckers who were dealing with Coco the ape. And Coco the ape, for those of you who don't know, the scientists are so fucking sadistic and cruel and just plain evil that they gave Coco the ape a baby kitten to cuddle and bond with, just so they could kill it to see what she would say about death. And then they killed the kitten and made her bury it so that they could see what Coco said about death in the afterlife. Yeah. And
what did it do? It just fractured her, like just messed her up?
Yeah, of course it did. It just fucked Coco up, but Coco was completely dependent on her human care providers, so there's nothing she could do. And when they asked her, so where do beings go when they die? She said, in a deep hole, goodbye, was all she said.
Oh my God, that's horrifying.
And but that's what they did to this guy. They Coco'd him, and because he's just a talking ape to them. But in terms of D'Angelo,
so he could have been telling the truth. Everyone thought he was lying. They're like, "Oh, this guy's just crazy, he's lying." But I was like, "No, I think he's telling the truth."
No, he's telling the truth. Of course, he's telling the truth. Give me a break. I mean, don't forget, every time Aquino.
Well, once people hear gray aliens, they just like can't handle it,
But everybody understand this. Well, to him, he's talking about the Cho. He's talking about the fucking Cho.
Yeah.
Is all he's
talking.
Well,
because they kept sending them after him or something.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like nightly.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And whatever that weird burn scar was definitely some kind of like atrophy, like magical atrophy or something.
Oh yeah.
Or if you watch there's an anime called Noragami, and they're the kami. It shows the kami as like the characters and this girl who almost dies, but she's able to see all the spiritual entities, like the non-phys. And anytime they encounter what are called the Raja, they're like these negative entities that hang around like humans. That's where all the negative emotion. They like feed off a negative emotion. So if you get attacked by them, then you get this like blight. They call it blight in the anime, and these like boils appear on your skin and stuff. So that's what it reminded me of. Like they got him, or something with the blight.
Yeah. So. It's because he's not like myself. He's not immune to occult radiation. In fact, almost definitely. No one is other than myself, right? I mean,
pretty much.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Well, for me, it's like the anti-venom. I'm like building up a tolerance.
Thank you.
But it's like not natural or normal.
Yeah.
And I have other things going on, but.
Yeah, understood. And so when it comes to the
after that scorpion bite thing,
tell people about that.
They would have to do a lot to actually affect me beyond like the people around me. It's almost like surviving that made me immune. Like almost as if I don't want to say undead, but kind of like how Frodo got hit by the Morgul blade, and even though he was healed by Elrond and like the ancient magic of the Eldar and all that, he still like carried that with him. So there's some kind of like piece of that I can't get rid of, but it's not really like it's almost helping me at this point. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Like they can't cast the second version of that or any kind of killing spell like Harry Potter. I'm like on that
Harry
Potter level.
Yeah.
Which is why it always shit's like bouncing off and hitting everyone else and making them go mad. And does that make sense?
Absolutely.
I'm not trying to like say that I'm like you or something. I'm just saying.
There are traditions like with the caduceus and everything.
Yes.
Where you had to be bitten by a venomous creature. To be a healer.
Yeah. So I had to deal with that. Yeah.
You did.
But in the worst possible way.
You earned it. That's
well, I don't recommend it. Let's just say that. I appreciate that.
And I remember the great story Trump told that it's if a cart is about to run over a little kid in the road, do run out and grab it. That's a healer. But as soon as you name yourself that, or teacher, or artist, then you're shackled with it.
Wow.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
keep
Which is
doing
why I'm against any kind of
title.
anything nominal. You know,
Yeah,
labels, any labels.
totally.
Okay.
It's the right way to go. I've seen that time and again in my life.
I'm against labels in general. Yeah.
Absolutely. And making those claims. So really, those are the terms, artist, teacher, that only other
Louder, honey. Shout, honey. Shout directly to the mic, honey. Repeat yourself.
those three terms only other people can say about you, but we can never claim them. Like, oh man.
Yeah. Wow. That sounded like we got cut off there for a second, or she got cut off.
Yeah, it was weird. I'm back.
Damn, that's alarming.
Can you hear me?
Okay, let's
Yeah,
make
there's
sure.
like a low-flying helicopter flying by over here.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
You might even be able to hear it.
With their beam. But yeah, only other people can say those things about you. And if they do, you still can't let it go to your head. Because then you're dragging this ball and chain of, oh, I got to heal. I got to produce moving art. I have to, what was the other one? Healer, healer, artist, teacher. I got to go teach somebody something, you know? And that never ends well.
Oh, well, it's interesting that you say that. So when it comes to what we're speaking about with the Zodiac Killer, basically his family members, I mean to say the Golden State Killer, excuse me, Mr. Joseph James D'Angelo, his family members, including a 35-year-old at the time that he was arrested, Jesse Ryland, who was a nephew of Joseph James D'Angelo, they confessed that decades before he killed at least 12 people that he was convicted for, and sexually assaulted 51 others that he was convicted for in this lifelong crime spree that terrorized the state of California. He was...
as a cop, right?
As a cop, and a fireman, of course, at one point. Yeah, he...
Wasn't the Green River a cop too?
I don't remember. I don't
All right,
remember.
never
I
mind.
know the
Keep going,
California
sorry.
guys because they were Aquino's boys. And it's important to remember that Peter Moon was assigned to me while Michael Aquino was still alive. Peter Moon, otherwise known as Vinnie Barbaric, his real name, was assigned by Peter Moon directly. We know that for a fact.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. He was
It
assigned.
was assigned by Aquino directly.
Yeah. He was assigned by Aquino directly. And don't forget, this is what Aquino thought would be his
And
version.
was he the one that kept saying I think he's alive. I know he's alive. Was that Pete or was that someone else?
That was
one
Pete.
person.
That was Pete. That was Pete. Plus other people like Trappist Nicholson.
There was someone else
They all said that.
that kept
Brandon
saying that.
Young, Trappist Nicholson,
Yeah.
and Peter Moon
Yeah,
all
I don't
said
really
that.
think he's dead. You know, it's
Yeah.
like, how do you know?
Yeah. No, just to be sure, I want people to know that there's a dichotomy in Vinnie Barbaric's behavior that I had to tolerate simply because I wanted him to get the fucking book done. So there was all kinds of shit that Peter Moon would say on air and on record that I would just nod my head to, so to speak, just go, yeah, and acknowledge him, which I hope people understand. When you're acknowledging somebody just by saying, yeah, and this go ahead type of acknowledgement, it doesn't mean you believe a word they say. It's like if you hear the super soldier go on about, various subjects that you don't believe in, you would go, yeah, just to hear him get to his point, or get some of his narrative out, enough of his narrative out where you make various judgments on other things about him. So it's the same thing with Peter, where I just wanted to get the book done. And basically, Peter would just come on and he would just say the stupidest things imaginable, incredible lies, and just complete and utter bullshit. Like, the Germans were hated in North Africa. They hated Germans more than anyone, when the Germans were loved in North Africa and viewed as liberators from the colonialists. So he's just spouting Allied propaganda because that's his programming. But I would just say, yeah, just to get him to shut up. And then I would say something that would completely dismantle what he said or deconstruct what he said just by my own narrative of historical reality. But of course, he's too stupid to see that. And but when it came to Peter Moon, believe it or not, of all things, that was what they did to this super soldier that Brendan encountered by cocoing him, by killing his wife after having him marry this woman overseas. They thought that they would do to me through Peter Moon. This is why Peter Moon was always insisting that he and I were married, that we had the red thread, the Kokoro Japanese heart thread, which he only learned about through myself. He insisted was what he and I were all about, and he said this on record publicly more than once, where he was insinuating publicly on record that he and I were a couple. And this while he was married to a woman who, it speaketh volumes that you have a woman who desperately wants United States citizenship, Paula Masson, but puts that at risk by refusing to ever take his last name. She never wanted his last name and refused to take it. She never took it, which, by the way, for those of you who do not know, put her citizenship very much at risk. And but she
in her defense, it's like an abomination of a name.
Of course, barbaric.
Who would want to be called barbarian?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But such being said, it was beyond that. Of course, we know what was beyond it. She definitely did not want any ties with him once they were divorced. In other words, she knew he was going to rip her off, because she made more money than him. That meant that because she paid off the mortgage and she made more money than him, that meant that when they got divorced, he would make claim and she would be supporting him the rest of his life while he was alive, because he'd be the one getting the divorce alimony from her by law.
There you go.
And she knew that, so she wanted to avoid that. But beyond that, it was like she wanted
Which explains why she just let him have the house. It was just like...
Yeah, in the end, just surrendered it to him. Like, he wouldn't refuse to sign it over to her, even though she paid off the mortgage. And it was just like, she just wanted that cut completely. So
the judge would just say, look, you make more than he does. You owe him money.
Right.
He's old and frail.
That's right.
He's stroking out and shit.
That's right. So to avoid that, she just let him have the house. Because then he couldn't bitch. He had no grounds on which to stand, even though she had paid off the mortgage. So that was the story behind that.
She tried to do the switcheroo on you. Yeah. You know, if the books made a ton of money, then he'd say, Doug stole from me.
Yeah.
Or something. Or he was attempting something at the end there.
Oh, yeah. No, he definitely was. He still is, I'm sure. I mean, so long as there's any modicum of functionality within his dead brain, it would be geared towards something like that, believe me. That's all his life exists for now. But this was Michael Aquino's attempt to cocoa myself, was because, first off, Michael Aquino, he really never understood my sexuality. And he thought of me as someone who was desperate enough to become a twink at some point, or some butt boy for somebody, because that was what his acquaintances, affiliates, like Andrew Mangeris, who was the operations manager at the Presidio Military Base Library, was witness to this. I told everyone the person who taught me everything about mercenary work was a man named Lionel Allen Curtis, who will die in jail, so far as I understand it, but not for all of his child molestation or child rape. It's because he literally refused to ever pay taxes, and he ultimately conducted or was planning a terrorist strike against the Veterans Administration. And that's what got him busted, because I turned him in. When I turned him in for organizing a terrorist strike against the Veterans Administration, because of all this back pay that he didn't get, he wound up, of course, spending the rest of his life in jail. But when it came to Lionel Allen Curtis, he taught me everything I knew about mercenary work.
If that was in the 90s, what are they going to do in a couple of years when no one's getting paid? That's just...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you
straight
go.
Revolt. A straight up revolt, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. But when it came to what he was trying to seduce me into, he kept saying, "Oh, you're too pretty to be a mercenary. You're too pretty to do any security work. Nobody's going to believe it. No one will accept you. It's just you need to prostitute yourself." And he wanted to be my pimp in the House of Saud. And that was one of the first reasons I got to know so much about the House of Saud was he kept bringing basically almost the equivalent of like flyers. He was like bringing in all of this, these promotional paraphernalia from the House of Saud where they try to attract young men into essentially being male prostitutes in harems in the House of Saud, Saudi Arabia. And Andrew Mangeris was well aware of his doing this and kept trying to promote it as well, saying, "Oh, you need to. This is your opportunity from poverty without having to risk your life and all this other bullshit." So believe me, I'm well aware of how they operate, these pimps in these mercenary outfits where they're very much affiliated with human child sex trafficking. And remember, all this time I was still underage. I was still under 18 years of age while all of this was going down because I got my job as a librarian's aide before I was 18. And all of this being said, what happened was that at that time, because I was humoring Curtis about falling for this in order to learn more from him about mercenary work, which I ultimately exploited towards my own ends, almost simply to prove him wrong in his assumptions that I could never be one. What happened was that Michael Aquino was well aware of all of this. And Michael Aquino still thought that at some point I'd be desperate enough because of my lifetime impoverishment, especially after blowing all the money I earned in mercenary and security enforcement on caring for my parents until they died. He knew that I was impoverished again. So what does he do? He sends over a sugar daddy, quote unquote, in the form of Peter Moon. So Peter Moon was promising me that, the home would be mine if I married him, but only in the sense that he would have a beard that would be Paula in this case. He said, Paula's the beard, and she doesn't live here. She's practically divorced me anyway. She's severed. We're not living together. So come over here and live with me. But, I want to be legally married to her so that she can be my cover. And this is before everything really went to shit between him and Paula. That's how little they cared for each other. There was no love between them ever because, as she told me, he couldn't even have sex with her unless she taped a sausage to her inner thigh so he could pretend she was a young boy. Otherwise, he couldn't even get it up for her. And even then, he would only fuck her in the ass. And yet, a few times, there was spillover of semen, enough seminal spillover while she was bent over in the doggy position where she said she could claim that she was impregnated. And that, therefore, when she did get pregnant, he could humor himself or delude himself it was really his baby, and therefore demand its abortion when he had a dream about Aquino saying, "I am returning into this world through your wife's womb." And then he said, "This child must die." And again,
he probably had some crazy fantasy about those qigong black dudes told him the more you qigong you do, the more potent your sperm is because of all the cosmic energy.
No, seriously.
I've read books like that where
seriously,
they're not even written by Chinese people, but they say this is the ancient Taoist secret for being a stud in bed. They would
absolutely.
Like
You've got it down. You've got it down. And it was
if you concentrate on the dantian, which are like the three ancient chakras, you build it up and shit. It's just so cheesy.
It's pure crap. And but in terms of what Brendan is saying, yes, these people have made careers out of this shit. That's what Solomon Sheikh was saying that he was going to give to Jambo the Reese Monkey.
Yeah, the secret to revive his whatever.
His impotent dick, his flaccid dick, because he couldn't get it up. And so Solomon Sheikh, and who knew about this?
Disgusting.
Who knew about this? Who visited with him? Peter Moon. Vince Barber.
Right. There you go.
Yeah.
So they had they were charging each other's.
Yeah. They were all charging each other's sexual energy. And but the whole point about this was that on this show, while he was still married, he said that, and Brendan can testify to this, Douglas and I, our heart threads are intertwined. Our Kokoro heart lines are together now. We're essentially married. Did he not say this on record? So there you go with that. And so they all thought that I was buying into this. I was counting on this. I was counting on getting the house. That I was counting on his ultimately paying me for the books if only I would cement it by moving in with him. They were counting on this, where he kept saying, "You'll get the money when you move in, Douglas. Then I can just hand it to you. Then I can just hand it to you." And of course, none of that ever happened, and it all fell through. And they thought this would destroy me because they felt I might emotionally bond with this person. That's the even Aquino's misunderstanding of me in that degree. But that was what they sent to Coco, myself, was Vinnie Barbarig, if you can believe that. And this was while Aquino was still alive. And that was the point I wanted to make. When we were alone, Peter Moon would insist that Aquino was alive. The way Brendan knows this is because Brendan was on one of those Skype calls. But when we were public on air and on record, Peter Moon would say, "He's dead. He's dead," because he wanted to protect the death story of he wanted to cover for the death story of Michael Aquino. Do you remember all this? I think now it should be coming back to your memory, Brendan, in terms of what happened with all of this. If he's still there, let's see if he's. Oh, he dropped. Oh, they got him and Holly. They took them both. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah. And Brendan says, maybe his last words. In other words, super soldier just means fucked up. But, yeah, just to finalize what I was saying about the Golden State Killer, basically, the man who became the Golden State Killer watched two men rape his younger sister on an Air Force base in Germany. Now, Joseph James DeAngelo was playing with his sister Constance in an abandoned warehouse on a United States military base in Germany, an Air Force base, when two airmen, a pair of airmen, officers in full uniform, walked in and raped her in front of him. Now, think about what I've just said. Airmen. Understand that doesn't mean Air Force personnel. These aren't grease monkeys. An airman is a pilot. It's someone who flies a fucking plane. And that means you have to be an officer. No one other than an officer flies planes. Now, DeAngelo was about 9 or 10 at that time. His sister was 7 years old. And the nephew, Jesse Ryland, he didn't even know about the incident until he learned it from his mother just before she died from cancer the year before Joseph James DeAngelo, was arrested. So DeAngelo and his 3 siblings grew up in this abusive household where his father would physically assault his mother on a daily basis. His mother was named Kathleen, and she in turn abused at least one of the children by turning that child into her sexual lover, because all the father was doing was beating her up because he was too impotent to fuck her. So then Joseph DeAngelo served in the U.S. Air Force, and the family moved all the time because of his job. There was that was Joseph DeAngelo Sr. that I'm referring to. He served in the U.S. Air Force, and the family was moving all over these military bases because they're always transferred. And that was how he experienced that violent incident on a base in Germany. The military police even warned his father, the serial killer's father, Joe Sr., that he would be kicked out of the Air Force if he ever even touched his wife again. Now, there was a spokesperson for the National Personnel Records Center, which manages the military records for veterans who served in the 20th century, who said that the files for Joseph Sr. and Joseph Jr. were unavailable when I inquired, because they said another government agency has seized them. So, you know what that means. Michael Aquino's DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, or the NSA, the National Security Agency, once he became a deputy director there after having laterally transferred from the Army, one of those two organizations seized those files from the National Personnel Records Center in St. Louis, Missouri, where it had been at the time. When Ryland, this nephew of his, was interviewed by the press, he said basically when his uncle and his mother told their parents about what happened in the military base warehouse, they were instructed never to discuss it. In other words, the parents were made aware of Joseph DeAngelo being asked to join in the rape of his sister by these two pilots, and yet they were told by their own father, who himself was a serial abuser, never to speak of it because, we're all in toxic secrecy here. That's the whole secret of super soldier dynasties, is they're maintained in a cycle of violence that is eternal. Now, so at any rate, we all know that studies have proven it's common for serial predators to have grown up in abusive environments. Of course, there's a lot of people exposed to that kind of trauma who don't become violent criminals, so we don't want to overplay that. But at any rate, when it came to Joseph DeAngelo Sr., he ended up in South Korea, where he retired and had another set of kids, and they were all given the same names as his first three children. This is the father of the serial killer, retired in South Korea, marries a Korean woman who he always simply called his Gukor, and their first three hybrid half-breed children, half-yellow kids, they're given the same names as all three of his white kids, Rebecca, Joseph Jr., and Constance. And after serving in the Navy, Joseph DeAngelo Jr. becomes a police officer for the Exeter Police Department from 1973 through to 1976, and then for the Auburn Police Department, where he worked from 1976 to 1979 until he was fired for shoplifting a can of dog repellent and a hammer from a drugstore. And when Kenneth Ryland Sr. asked why he stole those things when he was rich as a bitch, DeAngelo responded, "Because I could." And of course, so he was breaking into houses, raping women, and ransacking their homes. Now, the last known crime linked to the Golden State Killer was in 1986 when he raped and killed an 18-year-old girl in Orange County. But he never stopped his attacks. Since he was on the loose for decades, his kill count numbers in the hundreds, his rape count maybe half 1,000. That's the kind of monster we're dealing with. He's one of Michael Aquino's great success stories. So, by the way, it's really concerning that, Brendan got knocked out and Holly got knocked out simultaneously. So God knows what the fuck is going on with that. We can only hope for the best. Everybody maintain them in thought and prayer. And in interim, we'll just work with it as best as we can. Of course, I'd appreciate for a couple of other people, whatever's on their minds, go ahead and voice yourselves before I dive back into sucking all the oxygen out of the room again. So if you're there, go ahead and talk, if you wish. And meanwhile, I'm sending another message to Brendan asking if he's all right. And because, I might need to make a last crock of tea for the night, and I would need people to talk while I do that. Not heading there just yet, but soon enough. And with that, is anybody else out there? In our audience, at least? We've got
I'm
audience.
here.
Good, honey, good. So tell me a little bit about what I've said, what it might bring to mind for you.
Oh, I don't know. I was listening in and out,
Mm-hmm.
bringing to mind just because it was kind of like monsters,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. And so such being...
No, yeah, like the people that you were describing and the things that you were talking about. You were talking about horrible people.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Very much so. And so with such in mind, darling, Have you encountered something similar in your experiences? I'm sure you have.
I can't say that I have.
Mm-hmm.
I've known some monsters in my life, but I just stayed away from them, you know?
Okay. Yeah.
The thing about I thought that it was strange that the Little League of Serial Killers, I thought that was kind of funny, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's important that you express there is a morbid humor to this, because Michael Aquino had that morbid sense of humor. He really did. Yeah. And how about yourself, Sammy? You're with us, right? And I think Sammy's still with us. Let's see if we can get something from him before I dive back into it. And here we are. I'm trying to spell something. Here we are. And let's check into this. Aristides, how about you? You're still conscious, right? Oh, you're still with us. Excellent. So, Aristides, yeah. You gave me an interesting article about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Perhaps you could elucidate a little bit on this. What is this about? And tell us what this is about.
If I can, okay. Do I sound all right?
Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah, sorry, I just had to cough it up. Yeah, I wanted to send you something else too. Wait, what was that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. RFK Jr. declares anti-Semitism a public health crisis.
Yes.
Isn't that funny?
Yes.
I had another
I don't know if it's funny, but it's certainly ironic. If not, yeah, but actually it's stupid. It's not so much funny. It's downright fucking offensive. What does he mean?
Right. Well, there's that, and there was a video I wanted to send you regarding him, and then once you're done that, you probably have, I don't know, mixed feelings about him, but
to say the least. Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm doing some searching and gathering some quotes before I dive back into monologue, so that I can read these quotes correctly and make certain I don't misquote anybody. In the interim, do talk about what. Can you read a little bit from the article? Give us a better idea of what the hell is their logic here.
Possibly. Yeah. I'm going to send you another video, but maybe I can find that later.
Mm-hmm. And
yeah, one of his first official acts, Health Secretary Kennedy on Monday declared anti-Semitism a public health crisis. So, you know, had everybody up in arms about vaccines, and he gets in there and he's like, no, it's anti-Semitism. That's the real pandemic.
That's the real public health crisis.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
Threatened to cut off billions in federal funding to Columbia University unless they make changes to a safe space for Jewish students.
Oh. Is that even within his purview?
Yeah, it does seem awful odd for a health guy to be saying a university has to make concessions for Jewish students. Yeah, that's a question of purview for sure.
Thank you, and I'm appalled. This is corruption. This is corruption. It truly is. Yeah, and I'm left shaking my head. So we're like again, we're confronted with. These are grim and terrifying times, people, and all of our rights are being steamrollered. And again, all for the sake of a neurotic minority. This cannot stand, and it cannot continue. Simply in the sense of, I don't mean that anything even needs to be done. It simply cannot stand because it's a foundation of quicksand. I'm just again. Well, I'll just dive back into monologue, but I thank you for that. It helps provide
all right.
Yeah, greater context.
Are you trying to take a break?
No, not yet. But thank you for asking. I'll let you know when I am. I presume you'll probably still be awake at the time. Shouldn't be too long from now, but long enough. Yeah, don't want to take it just now. And but I think did you have any thoughts when I was bringing up what I did about the Golden State Killer?
No, but it seems like California does have a lot of them.
Thank you. Yes. At any rate, thank you, Aristides. At any rate, going back to Trump's speech last night, and it's still last night over here on the Pacific Coast, because it's not midnight yet. A few Democrats decided to skip that speech altogether, but too few as far as I was concerned. A group of Democrats essentially invited laid off federal workers to join them. But without the microphone, they didn't have much of any way to draw attention to their guests. Representative Yasmin Crockett posted a lip sync to Not Like Us for some reason. The scene stealer was Representative Al Green, a veteran showman who got himself ejected for heckling Trump a few minutes in. So Brendan's giving me the disillusioned clap signal. He found his way back to us. What the fuck happened?
I'm not going to be on for long.
What happened?
My phone won't charge past 3%. It's toast.
Oh God!
And then when I turned it back on, all the sigils were wiped from my home screen and everything. So this is ridiculous. But I won't be able to join for a bit.
By the way,
if at all.
Tell people magic works like electricity. That is definitely an occult attack that has wiped out your digitized access to the world. Let's hope you've got to stay on your guard. If they're cutting off your communications, they may be planning an attack.
Tell me something.
You don't know.
I appreciate that.
You appreciate my belaboring the obvious.
Yes. Yeah. So, so I can only do so much.
Yes, for yourself or anyone else.
Let's just put it this way. I'm prepared, but I'm also, not too happy about it. So just carry on, and if I get back on, then we'll discuss it further. But
it's all my fault. I only wish that I were sane enough to feel guilty.
Yeah, and just for the record, I wasn't saying I was immune to getting attacked. I was just saying they can't kill me again.
Yes.
You can't kill someone twice.
Yes.
Even the entities that do it don't allow a double,
Oh my God. So
does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
You don't get a double tap if the first one doesn't work.
Thank you. Yes, true. And glad you brought that up. At the same time, apparently they took it as a challenge. Holy shit.
Of course. It's so cheesy.
Oh God. And
But anyways, I got to focus over here because it killed a lot of my time. So
yes. Also, and Peter's angry that he didn't get you killed the first time. So, he's trying his best to follow up if there's anything left to him.
Precisely.
Anyhow, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And for God's sakes, if you are able to charge later, drop back in. But if you're not, what do you do to get a new phone? Do you have a backup? Jesus Christ.
I'll tell you privately if it comes to that. But
okay. Yeah.
Shouldn't come to that.
Hopefully,
it's a brand new phone. But,
Ooh. But you know what we're dealing with. All right, love you. Okay, bye for now. And okay, so that's our man, and that means we'll have to stick with a few other people in Roundtable when I do take my break. Heather and Aristides in particular. Sammy if he returns. And at any rate, when none of this that I'm talking about matters a great deal in the specifics. The State of the Union and its off-year sibling don't tend to have much lasting political or policy import, but the image of Democrats sitting glumly in that chamber, a mostly passive audience for Trump, neither supporting him nor meaningfully resisting him, felt like a metaphor for our broader messaging struggle. If Green's act, complete with a cane waved at the president, was a bit buffoonish, at least he looked like he cared. Social media feeds were flooded last night, as they have been over the past few weeks. I know this because of the Blood Boys and their access thereunto, with progressives wincing, groaning.
Yeah, the memes.
Yes.
The memes have been going off. Yeah,
thank you.
They're quite funny. I'll give them
that. Yes, they can be. Yes. It makes me think of that. I don't know if you're aware of this. You can look it up. At Pompeii, They found finally a cadaver at Pompeii of one of the lava-covered men, looking, for all intents and purposes, if not actually so, looking like he's holding his dick in his hand, like he's jacking off. And so all the comments left about that are funny as hell. Bro was coming and going at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
He knew what to do.
Yeah, yes, in his last moments. He knew what to do in his last moments. He was grabbing what mattered. He was trying to protect what mattered.
Exactly, yeah. Sure. It was like that. That reminds me of that old, I think it was Monty Python, Biggest Dickus, you know, like the old Roman gladiator or whatever.
Yes.
It was just, yeah, it was that guy. You know,
yes.
He tried to make it out of there. But.
Yeah. What was that other thing? I was thinking about Gino, the guy who got the colonics just the other day, and he was someone who was quite serious in his own way about something else, and I want to bring it up, but I can't remember what it was. Well, we'll think of it later.
Well, you told me a few things, but
Yeah. He was definitely, that was it. You know, this is what it was. So remind me to bring it up someday when you're here to discuss it. He was a religious Nazi. He understood Nazism as a religion.
Oh, yeah, you told me that. That's
okay, right. So I had told you that. One of these days we'll have to do more justice to that topic.
And it almost sounded like you were like joking because it was like juxtaposed to what you told me before.
Yeah,
like the other stuff he was saying.
Yeah, everything
and
else.
I was like, are you serious? And you're like, yeah, I'm serious.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God, did I tell you that when we were going down to San Rafael?
Yeah.
Okay. That was interesting because that would have reminded me. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like something like that. But I was like, I thought you were joking or something. And I was like, are you serious?
Yeah. No, he was.
Like, dude's a religious Nazi? Like,
yeah. Can
I claim that or will I get put away for that? Or
like, they'll put you away for it. Yeah.
Can I get some holidays for that?
Yeah. I wish we could. I mean, talk about religious persecution. Where they won't recognize a religion. Yeah, but
Hitler is my Jesus, and then they're like, no, you can't do that.
He wore the swastika, and he got away with it in the military because he said he was a religious Nazi. That was his religious symbol.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's how he got away with it.
I just tell people it's Hindu. I'm like ancient Hindu, and then they like shut up.
Yeah. But, you know, he was able to get away with it in those days because so many white supremacists were infiltrating the military. So a lot of guys had that in those days, in the 80s and 90s. Yeah. So, but anyhow, so that being said, thank you for checking in with us and making certain we know what's going on. I'm sorry you're going through that, and it's stressful as hell, believe me. At any rate, like we were saying, the social media feeds were flooded with all these progressives wincing and groaning and gnashing their teeth about democratic fecklessness. This is not merely an online phenomenon, as MSNBC's Jijan Alim recently reported. Only 1 in 5 voters approves of the party's leadership, and they're underwater even among Democrats. 40% approve, 49% disapprove. Part of the problem may be that Democrats respond to each new crisis so slowly. Jeffries seems to be eyeing the coming budget battle as his moment to flex power. Republicans are unlikely to be able to pass a bill that satisfies both far-right lawmakers and vulnerable moderates, which means they will need House Democrats' help to pass a bill. As a matter of tactics, Jeffries may be right, but it's a very old-school procedural approach to a moment that Democrats are simultaneously trying to convince voters is chaotic and unprecedented. During his speech last night, Trump claimed a historic electoral mandate, despite one of the narrowest wins in recent memory. Democratic leaders speak like they have accepted that as true. Last month, Jeffries said, "I'm trying to figure out what leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have? Republicans have repeatedly lectured America. They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government. I don't understand this give-up-itis when they only control one fucking seat in each House, Senate, within the bicameral legislature. They're ahead by one fucking vote. It's not the goddamn government by a long shot. They can't even function without democratic collaboration. But you know how they get that democratic collaboration? Well, what did I say about 2 of the head Democrats being pronouncedly Jewish? Now, even insofar as Jeffries is technically right, Democrats' best leverage is in motivating the half of the country that voted against Trump. Because we are the majority, but we're not represented by the Electoral College. So, no, we can't is a bad way to do that. That's one reason that, as I said last week, the odds of a progressive equivalent to the Tea Party, a large grassroots movement that furiously opposes Republicans but also has little use for the democratic establishment of the Zionist occupation government that they represent, rather, are higher than ever. If anything good comest from last night's speech, perhaps it will be the hastening of the end of the State of the Union itself, which is a bloated, obsolete ritual. The president is required under the Constitution to report to Congress annually, but that has taken the form of a speech only since 1913. When I was a kid, the State of the Union felt majestic, a moment of comity and decorum, where the president and Congress sat on a mostly equal footing and the focus was on policy. Those days are long gone. Hectoring, both by and directed at, the president is now standard. It's, well, in a funny hot mic moment before Trump even got started last night, Vice President J.D. Vance and Speaker Mike Johnson were caught joking about how hard it is to sit through a long speech on the dais, wherein Johnson said, the hardest thing was doing it during Biden when the speech was a stupid campaign speech. Now, that is an ironic remark, given the strident, partisan speech that followed. But he's not wrong. The State of the Union has become just another fucking political rally. Several Supreme Court justices have already concluded that it's not productive, seemly, or even fun to be there. And they skip it all themselves. Not a single justice in sight. Picking a low point of Trump's speech last night is challenging. Elevating himself above George Washington. Telling a deconstructed lie about Social Security beneficiaries. Reprised threats against Groenland and Panama. But some of the most uncomfortable moments were a showdown between Trump and Senator Elizabeth Warren, whom he called Pocahontas, as well as Trump's repeated, needless attacks on Biden, a man in hospice, if not on his deathbed, and certainly completely unaware in his senile dementia of even being insulted. It's hard to think of any reason most Democrats would want to attend Trump's State of the Union next year, where they will surely be browbeaten and abused as partisan props, but are unlikely to learn anything new about his policy agenda because there is none. That would be a much stronger and clearer message than anything Democrats tried this year if they would only render themselves absentee. But then again, we haven't seen the party unite much around its best interests lately. So here are the three main points to consider. Number one, the speech rehashed right-wing culture issues and glossed over economic uncertainty. The president spoke of a nation refashioned in his own image, with wokeness defeated, business elites running our government, and long-standing allies reframed as enemies. He only briefly noted that his radical tariff policies might cause a little disturbance for American consumers. 2. Trump's boasting is undercut by his poll numbers. Trump has the second lowest favorability rating of any president in our fucking lifetimes at this point in a term, beaten only by himself in 2017. More important, however, is how polarizing he is, a fact that was in evidence as half the House chamber applauded rapturously at Trump's words, and half sat stone-faced, looking as if the world had ended. Number 3, the entire spectacle is a gift to America's adversaries. Trump's expressions of dominance and the extreme reactions he inspires on all sides have unmoored our country. the Democratic representative, Al Green of Texas, shouted that the president had no mandate to cut Medicaid, has no mandate to cut Medicaid, and was then escorted from the House chamber when he refused to sit down. Earlier, a Republican congressman ripped a sign reading, "This is not normal." I mean, what a threat, from the hands of his Democratic colleague, and threw it into the air. Call it the Trump era's new normal, where members of Congress fight like toddlers on the House floor while Putin gloats over the greatest self-own in modern history. One word describes what Trump has done. As Americans struggle to grasp President Donald Trump's reversal of American foreign policy, which abruptly overturned decades of cooperation with other democracies to contain authoritarian aggression, many observers have faltered. Describing what Trump has done strains the usual vocabulary of analysts, who are still not fully prepared to confront this misadministration's insidious purposes. Yet there is a word familiar from Trump's first term, his first midterm, that now defines precisely what he and the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin are up to. That word is collusion. For most of the past decade, nothing provoked more anger in Trump and his associate than that word, which evoked a sinister and secretive connection dating back to his first presidential campaign, or in some versions much earlier. Rumors circulated widely about his status as a longtime asset of Russian security services, beginning in the Greater Soviets era, or his vulnerability to gamey blackmail by those same agencies, or his desire, eventually well documented, to build a Trump Tower in Moscow. And during that 2016 campaign, copious evidence emerged that not only had the Kremlin wanting Trump to defeat its nemesis, Hillary Clinton, but its leadership had enacted a whole series of active measures to ensure that result. Under Putin's direct orders, Russian agencies pursued a broad strategy of online hacking and disinformation. Based in Putin's hometown of St. Petersburg, the Internet Research Agency, or Russia's IRA, launched a barrage of social media designed to promote Trump and denigrate Clinton, influencing millions of Americans during the election cycle with fabricated stories. Hackers working for Russian military intelligence invaded the databases of the Democratic Party and the Clinton campaign, releasing reams of stolen files and emails through WikiLeaks and other Russian outlets to create embarrassment and distraction. It could not have been more obvious that the Trump campaign welcomed and encouraged Putin's electoral interference. Donald Trump Jr., then campaign chairman Paul Manafort, and numerous other campaign aides met and contacted the Russians on as many as 200 occasions to pursue their shared objective. Even the sycophantic campaign chair Steve Bannon blurted that this pattern of behavior struck him, himself, as treasonous. His word. Whether all this activity amounted to treason or not, which, as I've said, it does, you have a traitor in the White House, and by God, the American military, anyone member of the American military, of any rank who has taken an oath to defend their nation from all enemies, foreign or domestic, is obligated by oath to kill Donald Trump, to execute him as a treasonous spy. The fact that this does not happen indicates our entire military is treasonous, as they always were. They lost World War II and lied about it, as I've exposed through my work. And, of course, we'll have to work on rewriting that book so that I can represent it to you, the exposition. That's earned me a lifetime of gang stalkers and assigned cocoa kittens like Vinnie Barbaric under his criminal alias of Peter Moon. The FBI and congressional investigating committees found enough evidence of espionage and other crimes to justify the appointment in May of 2017 of the former FBI director and former Marine Robert Mueller as the special counsel to investigate Russiagate. And of course, Robert Mueller, as a former Marine who was honorably discharged, is obligated by oath to kill Donald Trump. He was told chicken shit and afraid to do that. He simply basically miscarried the investigation. In addition to firing the former FBI director who helped him become president by, of course, focusing on the leak scandal concerning Hillary Clinton and the emails used on a laptop, Director James Comey, Trump did everything in his power to thwart the Mueller probe, including the abuse of his pardon power to silence Manafort, former advisor Roger Stone, and all others. As Mueller reported in 2019, Trump's manipulations helped forestall indictments charging conspiracy between the Trump campaign and its friends from Russia, although Mueller indicated 3 Russian organizations and 26, no less than over a quarter of 100 individual Russians. The inability to charge Trump or his associates for conspiring with the Russians to influence the election in no way mitigated Mueller's finding that the Trump campaign had welcomed the Kremlin efforts and fully expected to benefit therefrom. A finding corroborated by the Republican-led Senate Select Committee on Intelligence's 5-volume report on the same matter released in July of 2019. Nevertheless, Trump and his minions in the Republican propaganda machine obscured all the damning details to proclaim full exoneration, and Trump himself constantly repeated the phrase, "no collusion," usually in all capital letters and punctuated as an exclamation, to insist that Russia, Russia, Russia was nothing more than a hoax. Ever since then, he and his apologists have frequently and ludicrously declared that he was in fact history's toughest negotiator with the Kremlin, without a blush. But now, behind the thin scrim of peacemaking in Ukraine, we see the noxious flowering of collusion in its fullest form. From the Pentagon to the State Department to the White House, the direction of American imperial policy is unmistakable: to deprive the Ukrainians of sovereignty and freedom while bringing them under the Russian heel as quickly as possible. Among those advancing Russia's interests is Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who boobishly capitulated in advance of the so-called negotiations. Hegseth was surpassed only by Trump himself, who consulted secretly with his pal Putin while excluding the Ukrainian president Volodymyr Zelensky from the process, then insulting and threatening him publicly. This nefarious initiative has expanded in many directions, far from Vice President J.D. Vance's threats against our European allies and his promotion of neo-Nazism in the German election, to Elon Musk's abuse of his Starlink satellite system as an instrument of blackmail against the Ukraine. Where it will go is terrifying to contemplate, but we can at least give it an accurate name. It is nothing less than collusion between an American president and a hostile foreign dictator, and it is the most brazen betrayal in our history. And one word describes Trump himself. What exactly is Donald Trump doing? I ask the question again. The president's actions over the past 12 months are evidence of a new system of governance, one that is not classic authoritarianism, autocracy, oligarchy, or monarchy, one that can exist within a democracy even as it guts all democratic protections. A century ago, the influential Nazi sociologist Max Weber explained precisely how the president thinks about the world. What Donald Trump is installing in America is patrimonial rule. Patrimonialism is based on individual loyalty and appeasement, and on running the state as if it were a leader's personal property or family business. A patrimonial ruler rewards friends and punishes enemies, all while foregoing the bounds of formal process and procedure. Donald Trump is neo-patrimonialism's perfect organism. I see only greater danger ahead, as neo-patrimonialism snips our government's procedural tendons. It weakens and eventually cripples the state. Such a state will be unprotected from a transition to full-blown authoritarianism. But by my educating yourselves into understanding neo-patrimonialism, I offer a way to defeat it. Because the constitutional crisis isn't coming. It's already here. For years now, I've warned about a looming constitutional crisis. It's no longer a warning. It's happening right now. Donald Trump and his allies are defying court orders, threatening judges, and encouraging their followers to reject the rule of law. Republicans in Congress refuse to act, normalizing authoritarianism and setting the stage for even worse as Trump consolidates all his power. Yet Trump's trade war is the United Germany's game changer. The stock market's Trump election bump is over. Tariffs were the fatal blow. And here's what you need to know. 1. President Donald Trump's new tariffs took effect. They include 25% duties on all Mexicano goods and most Canadian goods, plus 20% on goods imported from mainland China. 2. Red China retaliated with its own measures. The global superpower imposed duties of up to 15% on major American imperial farm products. 3. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said Trump wants the total collapse of Canada's economy. The Canadian leader said this would make it easier for the American empire to annex our neighbor to the north. 4. The S&P, Standard & Poor's 500, took a sharp hit yesterday as newly implemented tariffs rattled investors' confidence and continued a sell-off that has now fully erased our market's gains since the election of President Donald Trump in November. 5. The Dow fell by more than 600 points for a second day yesterday, plunging over 700 points. Several companies have warned that Trump's trade war will only result in price hikes. 6. United German stocks are surging, and bond yields are climbing after Chancellor in waiting, Friedrich Merz, said the country, das Vaterland, or the fatherland, will unlock hundreds of billions of euros for defense and infrastructure investments in a dramatic shift that upends its ironclad controls on government borrowing. So as Trump rejects the Arab states' bid to rebuild the Gaza and stands by his takeover plan, the U.S. President Donald Trump's second presidency represents a global paradigm shift. It's best symbolized here. I will put this link into the chat and into text. And here we go. And into text as well. We're lucky to have Heather and Aristides and Sammy still with us. This says it all. I don't need to describe it to you in depth, but It's basically a Canadian goose kicking a bald eagle's ass. It's an American bald eagle attacked a wounded Canadian goose who still beat his ass off. With that in mind, eat that symbol up, the symbology of the Canadian goose fighting off an American bald eagle. And ask yourselves, are we entering a totally new period of American decline? Or are the second Trump misadministration's attacks on the institutions and alliances that defined the American century just another cyclical disruption? Since world order is a matter of degree, we may not know until 2029. That's the long-term historian in me, just putting things into context. But yesterday, as dated February 4th, Donald Trump pretended that mild concessions by Canada and Mexico warranted a 30-day postponement of tariffs, but that he would no longer postpone them again. This reflects a broader pattern. Trump declares war, and when it becomes apparent that he cannot win, he pretends he already has. The Ukraine's immense industrial and human resources once made the greater Soviet Union a global power, and the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin is counting on them to achieve his neo-imperialist dream. With the United States now behaving as a Kremlin proxy, supporting the Ukraine has become an existential imperative for Europe. With the end of Pax Americana in sight, the main question is whether European and East Asian democracies will form new defense alliances. But while doing so will require the leadership of the United Germany and the Empire of Japan, respectively, it remains to be seen whether either is willing to revive a martial spirit. Thus, I can only say, whatever it takes, again. When the United Kingdom's Prime Minister Keir Starmer declared on Sunday the need for a coalition of the willing to support Ukraine, he did so from London's Lancaster House, the same location where Mario Draghi once pledged that the European Central Bank would do whatever it takes to protect the euro. The United States Vice President J.D. Vance of America had just disrespected UK troops by questioning the warfighting experience of the United Kingdom's armed forces, describing our ally as some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years, angering many British ministers of parliament and veterans. But ministers of parliaments in the United Kingdom have hit back. The UK has played...
History is obviously not a strong suit.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean,
Falklands War.
Yeah.
There's like a million.
Thank you. If I,
examples.
Yeah, if I were to insult the British, I would say they're like the drunken barfly who says, buy me a drink and I'll dance with you. Yeah, that's how often they go to war with America. Thank you, British.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and they need that alcohol, so they keep coming back. That's what I would say if I wanted to insult them. But thank you, Brendan. I'm so glad you're still alive. Is your phone like plugged in or plugged in somewhere to a wall or something?
I was able to do remedies with Thunar, like the power of the electricity. Yeah.
The power of the force. Thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But I'm still dealing with some things here.
I bet.
At the workplace.
So did you see that link I put in? Take a look at the link I put in. There's a photographer who snapped a fight between an American bald eagle and a injured Canada goose that the goose kicked the eagle's ass. The Canadian goose kicked the eagle's ass.
Oh, yeah, those things are vicious, if anyone's ever dealt with them.
Yeah.
I have like a pact with the geese. They're cool with me somehow.
Cool.
But I've literally seen them go straight feral on people at the lake.
Yeah.
And like kids are screaming and people's toes are bruised because they're like biting their toes. And it's just like you wouldn't believe what those little fuckers can do.
Thank you.
But somehow they're cool with me, It's just thank God.
Well, you've got the spirit of nature. You're attuned with nature. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, and so As Brendan said, the ministers of parliament in the United Kingdom hit back. The United Kingdom has played an active role in 10 conflicts in the last 43 years, J.D. Vance. Sir Keir Starmer has paid tribute to UK Kingdom troops, the United Kingdom troops, killed in Afghanistan and Iraq during Prime Minister's questions in Parliament. 642 Britons, or citizens of the United Kingdom, who might not necessarily be Englishmen, but also Irishmen, Welsh, and other nationalities.
Which is, it's almost a travesty to have to like brag about how many conflicts you've been in. You know, a couple of years ago, that would have been like a downside, you know? But
Thank you.
They flipped everything on its head, you know?
Thank you. Our world is standing on its head now. Yes.
Because it used to be like, oh, we were only in like one conflict. We're a peaceful place. Now it's like, you weren't even in a bunch of wars. And then we were like, no, we're actually in a bunch of more wars than you thought. You know?
Look at what we're down to. I mean, this is pretty fucking funny. This is pretty fucking funny in its own way, albeit it's tragic.
It's. I never thought we'd get to this point, but I guess here we are. You know?
They brought us back.
Oh yeah. I killed more people, more innocent randos than you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's like
in really poor countries too. It's like, fuck you, America.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like, no, this is Monty Python / Saturday Night Live.
It's like Blackadder. It's like Blackadder.
Yeah, Blackadder. That's the best.
What was the guy? The guy from World War One. You know, that was that shit.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Blackadder.
Yeah, Lieutenant Blackadder, and he was like Britain's Gomer Pyle. That was
exactly.
And
that's where we've basically devolved into that.
Yes, we're and this is what they brought us to. But for what it's worth, 642 United Kingdom citizens died beside their allies. So I think it's pretty fucked up that J.D. Vance doesn't even know this, and it really just goes to show what a fucking hillbilly or hillcracker that motherfucker really is. But 2 days later, the United Germany's Merz used Draghi's catchphrase when talking about efforts to defend Das Vaterland, the fatherland, as he announced plans to set up a 500 billion euro infrastructure fund. Meanwhile, the EU will propose extending 150 billion euros in loans to boost defense spending. Elsewhere, while the British Army has received the last of its order of 500 brand new Apache AH-64E attack helicopters, King Charles has flown out to the English Channel to visit the HMS Prince of Wales, seeing the preparations the carrier is making before setting sail for the Japanese super archipelago in the spring. And traders are rushing to respond this morning.
Just an observation from my people over in England that every time England has a female queen, they're at relative peace and prosperity, and their economies are strong and their empire is strong. And then when there's a male ruler, it inevitably will lead to war. So that's just how it is over there.
Yeah, and certainly as George Knight said, it was very fitting that Charles becomes king because Charles can actually fucking remember World War II. And so we're headed back there, as I've said. And by the way, to all this war news, the traders rushed in to respond this morning. United German bond yields are surging by the most since 2022.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say that. And defense stocks are all through the roof. You know.
Yeah,
that's one rug pull that is the worst. It's a moneymaker, but it's one of the worst ways. Knowing that there's a
war coming up. Yeah, but hey, it's all for the best in the end. Believe me. 2, the euro is on course for its best 3-day gain since late 2022 as well. It's now at the highest level versus the dollar this year. Goldman Sachs is among banks that have dropped predictions in recent days that the euro will reach dollar parity this year in 2025. And 3, the stocks. That's a European trade market. The Stock 600. Instead of a Fortune 500, or rather, I mean to say S&P 500, they got the Stocks 600. But it's got 2 X's at the end, like it's a porn flick. It's up 1.3%. It's on track for the biggest quarterly outperformance of the S&P 500 in a decade. Now, such a backdrop is prompting strategists at Deutsche Bank to ask, is MEGA, MEGA, all uppercase, make Europe great again, the new MAGA? I love it. MEGA is the new MAGA. And in a note to clients, Deutsche Bank's George Salraveo said, go ahead, Brendan. Any observations?
Well, it's about time, even though they use that cheesy ass acronym.
Yeah, I do hate that. And MEGA's not so bad. I like MEGA as opposed to MAGA, and MEGA.
Well, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's like you don't have to counter dude on everything, What's his name?
Yeah.
Because in his head it'll be like, I thought of all this.
Yes. It does flatter him.
It flatters him.
Yes, it does flatter his ego. But nevertheless, I still like it. It's, we're talking at this point to everybody in Europe's almost as stupid as an American. You need something like that just to get it across. Just
How about MENA? Let's do that. Yeah.
What would that mean? Make Europe nice again?
yeah, we could just say that for now. We don't have to tell people what it means.
I think that let's not be so, shall we say, passive anymore. It's make Europe Nazi again. That's what I love it. Yes.
MENA. But there's got to be a way to bring that into the modern thinking. We got to do a rebrand or something.
We don't need a rebrand. I'd say go for the original brand. At this point, why rebrand it? It's only gonna. I hate the rebrands. Just go for the goal.
We all do, but the Europeans won't accept it. They'll say we can't fall back 100 years.
Yeah. They'll be changing their tune soon. Believe me, they'll be changing their tune soon enough when those traitors.
They realized. No, they realized. Yeah, by now they should know.
Yeah. It's and if not, look, I've got the backup plan. We win our civil war here in the United States, then we invade Normandy this time to reestablish Nazism. We invade the continent this time, and we re-Nazify Europe. It's like whether they want it or not.
Good.
That's my plan.
Good.
Yeah, and we'll land at Normandy just for the sake of landing at Normandy. I don't want anywhere else. That's
good point. Reverse the spellcasts or whatever the hell they did.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so, in a note to clients, Deutsche Bank's George Salvavios said, Europe and Germany in particular are showing a historically unprecedented responsiveness to revising the fiscal stance. This flexibility will not only likely mute the potential impact of upcoming tariffs, but creates an upside growth bias once the impact of tariffs has been absorbed. So, hey, they're thinking ahead in Europe. Reports?
Yeah, I don't think that's what this freaking blubber brain didn't realize, is that the Japanese and the Europeans never expected the Americans to pay forever. They always hedge their bets.
Yeah.
And then that's why he's pissed about Japan, because Japan and China did the economic Bushido that I brought up back in 2019, 2020, where they exchanged currency for free.
Yes.
In anticipation for this kind of shit. So that's why he's all butthurt, because now he can't can't strong arm anyone, people that were prepared for his, it's like telegraphing, know the term for martial arts.
I know, I get you.
They saw this guy coming, for 10 years.
And they Aikido'd his ass. Yes.
They Aikido'd him.
Yeah, they threw him.
That's why he's all sad now.
Yeah, and he's all
to tariff Japan.
Yeah, and he's all pissed off, and he's like, we'll see if he carries through on that, but believe me, all I can do is just hope for it.
He capitulated for once.
Yeah, he did.
As of this first phase.
Yeah.
Auto tariffs won't go in effect for another month.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's probably not because of Canada or Mexico, but because the Japanese make their cars here.
That's true.
Not because of anything else. Yeah.
Absolutely. I agree.
And Honda straight up told them, they said, we're moving, basically to humor the Americans.
Yeah.
We're moving our factory back to Ohio to make Civics.
Yeah.
So next couple of years, don't buy any Civics. Because I made the mistake of my first Subaru I bought was it was made in Minnesota or some shit. Wherever they make it in the States. And it was all fucking weird, wonky. And then I got the Japanese made one where it was like 99% built in Japan, and like nothing's ever happened.
There you go. See?
So I was like, just because it's made here don't mean it, don't buy it.
If anything, if it's made here, don't buy it. Yeah,
that's what I meant. Yeah,
don't buy American. Don't buy American. Yeah,
it's just like it sounds good on paper, and the engine comes from Japan, but the rest of it will fall apart around the engine and shit.
Yeah, got it. Oh man,
because there's some like drunk guy in Detroit building it. No offense, it's just...
Oh yeah, a bunch of crackheads. Yeah, just
and now it's gonna be a bunch of his guys.
Yeah.
But, we won.
Yeah, that shit.
Those Japs gave us back this, this plant.
What a fucking joke. America has to be rebuilt like a third world nation. Because, it just proves you lost.
Yeah, any other country wouldn't allow that. The Germans, I don't see any Germans letting Japanese people build in their country.
Oh, fuck no.
I don't see Italians letting any Japanese companies in.
Yeah. Of course not. America needs it. America needs it. Yeah, it's like because they got nothing on their own. But the problem is, it's still built in America, so it's still shit. So
that's the point. It's horrible.
Yeah,
not worth it.
Yeah, no, thank you for that input. And
you'll save 10% on tariffs. That was the rationale, but but then your repair costs will skyrocket.
Yeah, that's right.
Might as well just pay the tariffs.
It's true. Of course, the tariffs are going to go so high they're trying to prevent that. So you understand all this is part of their sinister scheme where you're left with no choice, among bolstering
so
Europe.
It'll be like, what's that stupid thing that they made, the Yugo? It'll be like a Yugo where it's made in America.
Jesus Christ. It's like, I just cry. Just cry when I think about that.
Is that what's going to happen,
That's what we have to look forward to.
That's what we got to buy American.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's what the the Greater Soviets
Tesla Go.
Yeah.
Tesla Go.
Yeah. The Greater Soviets version of the European Union or the European Common Market was Comecon, and you had to buy their crappy cars and shit. Comecon.
I was talking to a Romanian guy about it, and he said, even if you were allowed, like they signed the paper that you worked enough and you could have the car, it took like 4 years to get it to you.
Yeah. What a fucking joke.
So even if you work your whole life under that system, and then they're like, you get a car, comrade, and then it like takes years to get it to your house.
Yeah. What a fucking joke.
That's what we have to look forward to.
Yeah, this is you can look forward to the American version.
The Cybertruck people went through it. They were like, it's the most advanced truck. And it got delayed for like years.
Yeah, no, it takes something. Yeah, they're still on waiting lists.
And then something came out that it's actually designed after a Soviet tank. Or a Soviet amphibious land vehicle.
There.
But anyways, I'll come back later.
Yeah, and get me that link if that's possible to that. Yeah. So, in the bolstering of Europe's optimism, reports that Ukraine may be more willing to negotiate with the Russian Empire are also adding to that sense of European euphoria. A further fillip is set to come on Thursday with the ECB set to cut interest rates again. The European Central Bank. Economists see the Federal Reserve keeping rates unchanged at its March 19th decision. Christoph Rieger, who's the head of rates and credit research at Commerzbank, concludes, these impressive plans underline that the authorities are thinking big and funding capacities could be maxed to the limit in coming years. But here's a news alert. Americans will miss their government when it's gone. As a former DOD, or Department of Defense bureaucrat myself, I am obligated to explain what will follow from the indiscriminate gutting of federal agencies and mass firings, aside from vegetables and other types of produce being guaranteed to become more expensive thanks to the United States' new trade war. Now, here's a riddle. Ponder on this. Now guess the trade war's biggest loser after Trump announced $100 billion investment into the United States of America from TSMC, Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company. Trump calling it the most powerful company in the world. Far from bringing the American imperial state more firmly under his control.
Well, you can't deny that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then the Taiwanese, I was looking at their news, and they're like, yes, the Americans think we're gonna teach them how to build chips, but it's actually just investment. Like they actually said that in the Taiwanese news.
Yeah.
Like they're like, we're not planning on moving facilities. Like no shit.
Well, what they're doing is they're building facilities in the United States and hiring Americans to build chips here, but they're not telling the Americans how to do it. The Americans can only do it with the Taiwanese supervising and essentially controlling.
And who builds the actual hardware is the Dutch.
Yes. Yes.
So he's just shooting himself in the foot. They'll never teach you how to build that now.
No, of course not. Why should they?
Like they build stuff that does like really small. Like the Germans and the Dutch have machines that build like nanometer size circuitry.
Nanometer.
No one else has.
Yeah, the submolecular nanometer level.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Submolecular, physics.
Yeah.
Or whatever, which we don't have apparently.
Yeah, which America does not have in any practical sense of applied mechanics. Yeah, and there's probably some Americans who understand the theory, but you get what we're saying. And let's take a look at him because he dropped off suddenly there. Okay, he went on mute. Probably got ambushed again by that furry guy digging through the garbage. So far from bringing the U.S. state more firmly under his control, Donald Trump's war on the bureaucracy is sure to backfire. Whenever experienced government officials are purged, governance becomes less effective, and the paranoid political leaders' fears are reinforced by the very dysfunction they themselves have created. So here's the key points that I'll hit you with first. 1. Trump has repeatedly called out and accused My Taiwan of stealing the American imperial chip manufacturing business and touted tariffs on semiconductor imports. 2. President Donald Trump announced a $100 billion investment from My Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing. It's not my company, but it's My Taiwan's company. 3. The money will go toward building new chip manufacturing plants and brings the company's total investment into these United States, to $165 billion. This brings us to the future of world order itself. The U.S. President Donald Trump has cast serious doubts on the future of the post-war international order. In recent speeches and United Nations votes, his administration has sided with Russia, an aggressor that launched a war of conquest against its peaceful neighbor, Ukraine. His tariff threats have raised questions about long-standing alliances and the future of the global trading system, and his withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization has undercut cooperation on transnational threats. The prospect of a wholly disengaged, self-focused United States has troubling implications for world order. It is easy to reimagine the Russian Empire taking advantage of the situation to try to dominate Europe through the exercise or threat of force. Europe will have to show greater unity and provide for its own defense, even if an American imperial backstop will remain important. Likewise, it is easy to imagine the communist Chinese empire asserting itself more in Asia, where it openly seeks dominance over its neighbors. All those neighbors will surely have taken note by now. In fact, all countries on Earth will be affected because the relationships among states and other major transnational actors are interconnected. An international order rests on a stable distribution of power among states, norms that influence and legitimize conduct, and shared institutions. A given international order can evolve incrementally without leading to a clear paradigm shift. But if the preeminent powers, domestic politics, change too radically, all bets are fucking off. Since relations among states naturally vary over time, order is a matter of degree. Before the modern state system, order was often imposed by force and conquest, taking the form of regional empires such as Imperial China and Roma, among many others. Variations in war and peace between powerful empires were more an issue of geography than of norms and institutions. Because they were contiguous, Roma and Parthia, the area around modern-day Iran, sometimes fought, whereas Roma, Imperial China, and the Mesoamerican empires did not. Empires themselves depended on both hard and soft power. Imperial China was held together by strong common norms, highly developed political institutions, and mutual economic benefit. So was Roma, especially the Republic. Post-Roman Europe had institutions and norms in the form of the papacy and dynastic monarchies, which meant that territories often changed governance through marriage and family alliances, regardless of the subject people's wishes. Wars were often motivated by dynastic considerations, though the 16th and 17th centuries brought wars born of religious fervor and geopolitical ambition, owing to the rise of Protestantism, divisions within the Roman Catholic Church, and increased interstatic competition. Notice I say interstatic instead of interstate because the people will think I'm talking about our highway system. At the end of the 18th century, the French Revolution disrupted the monarchical norms and the traditional restraints that had long sustained the European balance of power. Although Napoleon's pursuit of empire ultimately failed after his retreat from Moscow, his armies swept away many territorial boundaries and created new states, leading to the first deliberate efforts to create a modern state system at the 1815 Congress of Vienna. The post-Vienna Concert of Europe suffered a series of disruptions over the following decades, most notably in 1848 when nationalist revolutions swept the continent. Following these upheavals, Otto von Bismarck launched various wars. He launched various wars to unite the Germanies, which numbered in the hundreds, which assumed a powerful central position in the region once united into Germania, reflected in the 1878 Congress of Berlin. Through his alliance with the Russian Empire, Bismarck produced a stable order until the Kaiser fired him in 1890. Then came World War I, which was followed by the Treaty of Versailles and the League of Nations, whose failures set the stage for World War II. Oh, please, Brendan.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think people realize that Otto von Bismarck was not the Kaiser. Like, they think he was the leader of...
Yeah! Believe that shit? Yeah, they call him...
It was Wilhelm, Kaiser Wilhelm.
Thank you.
I think the second, right? Second.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, that's correct. Kaiser Wilhelm II. Yes.
Yeah.
And whereas, Otto von Bismarck was the Iron Kanzler, the chancellor.
He's the chancellor.
That everybody, most Americans.
He must have had like baronetcy or some sort of royal title. I'm assuming.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he was at least, the German version of knighted, probably a baron, like you said, because he was probably awarded estate status, so that made him baronial. And either that or simply given a title. I think it was. And a lot, of course, the Blood and Iron Consular is also how he's referenced. But a lot of people mistake that now for Blood and Soil, which, of course, they're all ripping off the Nazis when it comes to that, where everybody's claiming a bond to the land.
He was first von Bismarck, so he is a prince.
There
He
we
was
are.
awarded
Yeah.
he was awarded aristocratic title after defeating France and unifying Germany under Prussian rule. There you go. So he had to work for it, but you know.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, it's sometimes you just have to prove yourself through meritocracy. But at least he had
Yes.
the opportunity to do so. People like you and me, we can only do so by force majeure or through violence because no one's given us a chance. That's you know, we're stuck here at the bottom of the rung of the hierarchy, and which is why it was so impressive that Adolf Hitler, my biological father, who was a true populist in the real sense of the term, said out loud and on the record, a janitor should be proud to sweep the streets of this Reich. Have you ever heard a leader of global
No,
importance
of course not.
acknowledging custodians? It's like
No.
Adolf Hitler is
No.
the only man to have ever done so. It's
No, instead they do way worse shit like that I'll explain eventually.
yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. I look forward to talking to you privately about that, but
Yeah.
it looks like something you can survive, hopefully, or it's just you've got.
It remains to be seen.
It remains to be seen. Holy shit! Jesus Christ!
Yeah. As long as they don't know that I know what they are. Let's
Yeah.
put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. It's like
I'll tell you later.
yeah. Understood. Understood. There's just so much going on. For the moment, can you hold the stage while I make another crock of tea? Let's see if we can bring Heather on with you
I could
and
try.
Aristides. All right, so Heather, Aristides, let's see. I'm going to make another crock of tea now. Sammy Romero, are you still with us, good sir? Because it's still before midnight California time. And I know Heather's on.
But I think most of these people work for
Heather dropped. Heather dropped. Yeah, Sammy works, but his schedule's odd.
Yeah, I think that's
That's your answer. Heather's busy.
Yeah. Oh, Heather, you're back on. Heather, please talk. Heather, I need you to hold the stage with our man Brendan. You can do it, Heather.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, bless you.
I think we're good.
Yeah, so we're good. I'm going to go mute. And Aristides has joined us. So this is the last crock of tea I'll make for the night, Aristides. I'm going to go tend to that. And you guys got this. Everybody listening, you're in great hands. I'll be back in 10-ish at the most. And we'll get right back into monologue with interjections from all these lovely people as long as they want. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so we were just talking about Bismarck and how he was, mistaken for like the king of Germany, or that's at least the perspective I got. Because you always hear about Bismarck, he's the ruler of Germany during World War I, but it's like that was not the case. He was the chancellor. So he was like the main diplomat, or like, the president, as what we would call some kind of like similar to that. So chancellor is like the head of government. So he had to deal with the warfare and all that stuff. And then it turns out he later became an aristocrat and was given a knightly title with that. So that's all we were saying, amongst other things. Is there anything that you guys can bring up of noteworthiness whilst we're on air? Because I got to do something. I got to lock this real quick, so if you hear something, that's what's happening. I can narrate, if there's no one around.
I just don't have anything interesting to say.
Anything inspired? Any like Krishna consciousness inspired stuff that you can recall?
Oh. No.
Yeah. You're gonna have to like be in
Just
zone
about
for that.
what I was saying about Coyote at the golf course. That's the only thing I have inspiring to say.
Yeah, that was interesting. Like they're shapeshifters, like these people are shapeshifting or something.
Yeah,
Is that
like
what
golfers by day, coyote by night.
That's I think it's an interesting idea, but a werewolf is cooler than a golfer.
Well, yeah,
Than, like, a
same thing, but
transforming
like a
golfer.
coyote. It's like, kind of like a wolf looking.
Yeah. Well, yeah, coyote in the Native American myth was definitely a shapeshifter. Like he could change forms. For sure.
See, and that's where I got the ideas because I was reading about it.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, how in the Southwest everyone's got like lizards. We have like big lizards on our houses, and
Oh yeah.
like the art, the metal art.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like a Southwest
there's
thing.
coyote is another one of their popular icons.
Interesting.
Yeah, and they usually wear like handkerchiefs or whatever around their necks, like a coyote wearing clothes,
Okay, like like
like
some
a
kind of
bandana or
illustration.
something.
But this is like an illustration, not like an actual coyote.
Yeah, it's just like generally speaking, it's like what the motif is that people
Got
pick
it.
up. Yeah,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Because Southwest, like, yeah, there's a lot of them. Yeah.
coyotes wearing bandanas and stuff like that.
Yeah, so coyote, that's probably mainly because of its association with, you know, the Native American legends. Like, they're
Yeah.
big out there
Well,
with
it would mean that
coyotes.
somehow they're domesticated in a sense.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of those creatures around. Like in Europe, they have foxes that they're wild, but they just are so just used to humans. They don't really care if you're there. Like I was saying earlier, when I saw coyotes over in Sausalito, over by Point Reyes, which is north of San Francisco, they just like came up and sat next to me. It was like almost like it was like strange.
Yeah, they are not very aggressive here either. They're both walking down the sidewalk, and then
Yeah,
people be walking with their dogs on the other side of the street.
yeah, yeah. People see them all the time, and then no one really says anything. The ones, I don't know why, but out here where I'm at, like more inland into Central California, like the people, like they freak out if they see a coyote. They'll be like, "Oh my god, it's gonna eat, my little chihuahua or whatever."
Well, so are you
my little
supposed
fluff
to throw
ball.
rocks at them?
I mean, they hardly ever attack. I mean, if you're getting attacked, yeah, you can defend yourself, but I wouldn't antagonize them for no reason. The only time I have a story about them being aggressive or somewhat, and they weren't even being aggressive, it was more like a warning. This was like years and years ago, but me and a couple friends, we were drinking, and we walked into this wooded area where normally people don't go late at night. Like it's usually just purely nature, because it's like a trail, like a nature trail. So
Yeah.
no one ever goes out there at night. So we went out there like idiots, and instead of being reverent, because I've been out there in other like states of mind, not drunk, and nothing's happened. But when we went out there like super faded, we were like making a lot of noise. And so we walked too far off the trail into the woods, and then we spooked like a deer or something. And then after we did that, this pack of coyotes came out of nowhere and surrounded us. And then this big, basically the alpha was like almost like wolf sized. There was like a way bigger size, almost a dog sized creature that was like leading the pack of these coyotes, these smaller coyotes.
Yeah.
And it was literally barking at us or like growling so loud that we were like, uh-oh, like we pissed it off or something.
You found their den.
Or I think they were trying to hunt that deer, and we like interrupted their hunt. So they got pissed off. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like they were like ready to pounce, like the whole pack was ready to eat this deer. And then we basically like interrupted that, and they got pissed. They started like howling, you know how coyotes do that, like yapping and howling. And they surrounded us on all sides.
They say that 2 coyote can sound like 8.
Yeah. But imagine actually 8 of them, and they're doing that.
So that would sound like more like 15 or 30.
Yeah, it sounded scary as fuck, to say the least. Because there was like dozens of them around us. And then one big one that was like perched on a hill where you could only see it through like its silhouette.
Oh my gosh, that's so wicked.
It was scary.
That's
it was
spooky.
Fucking crazy. And then so we hightailed it out of there. We basically went back on the paved. There was like a paved bike trail, so we went back on that, and then like just hightailed it out of there. And then I basically told them, I said, like, yeah, we shouldn't have disrespected that area, because they just were not happy about that.
Well, they're most prominent at dusk and dawn.
Yeah, but this was like late night. So
it's in the middle of the night.
Yeah, so I don't know what we did, but they did not like it.
And they were howling.
They were like barking. I've never heard a coyote bark. That's how mad they were. Like,
oh, that's when they sound like there are a bunch of them.
Yeah. So they were like barking and snarling, and surrounding us like on all sides.
Mhm.
Like they were that pissed off. So, you know,
Were their eyes glowing red?
No, not really. All you could see, it was like something out of like, you know, like a film or something. All you could see is their tails because they were moving so quick. It was almost like a Pokemon or something. Like you would
Oh,
see
wow.
their tails like going in and out of the trees, but they were like coming in closer to you, like surrounding. And it wasn't, and it was like a pincher maneuver. They like surrounded us on all sides and then pinched us off so we couldn't run out.
Wow.
Yeah, it was scary.
So they
So
do,
if
because that reminds me of the movie Storks. That was my favorite movie. And it's like a
Mhm.
cartoon by Pixar or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
I love that movie. And there's like a group of coyote
yeah,
that and then that's how they kind of depict them as doing like rolling like a tornado or something. And you can only
yeah,
see like a mist of them because they're all moving so fast amongst each other. And then they'll pop
yeah.
out in a position and then and then they'll go back into their crazy spinning or whatever they do.
That's basically what it felt like. Like they were like
Yeah,
on a
like
level.
they were their own machine.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I'd have to see that film. I've probably seen it years ago.
It's
It's like
so
one of the
good.
older ones.
It's a Disney movie or something. It's called
Mhm.
Storks.
Storks. Storks. Yeah.
And
There you go.
yeah, and then it was about a baby factory.
Yes.
Yeah.
A baby factory. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's about a baby factory and the storks used to deliver the babies,
Oh,
but
I see. Because the
the
babies
baby
come from
factory
storks.
shut down and they turned into an Amazon. All the storks started working at Amazon or something like that.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that's funny. That's actually funny. So yeah,
So
in the yeah.
go ahead.
What were you saying? Go.
Oh, I said go ahead.
Yeah, the coyote in mythology of Native Americans, and it stretches all the way from California all the way to the Southwest into the Plains Indians. The coyote was the chief animal in the age before humans. Coyote's exploits as a creator, a lover, a magician, a glutton, and a trickster are celebrated in vast number of oral tales. He was typically portrayed as a demiurge, an independent creative force, a maker of fateful decisions, as a being who secured for humans such necessities as fire and daylight, as the originator of the human arts. In all cases, his transgression of normative societal boundaries frequently resulted in social and physical chaos, a situation resolved in each of these folktales' conclusions. Amongst the hundreds of the tales of Coyote, the Coyote cycle, there are a series in which skunk and coyote demonstrate their extraordinary incompetence as hunters, although in others, coyote tricks porcupine out of a portion of buffalo meat, incurring porcupine's revenge, an incident in which coyote is tricked into dumping his grandmother's acorns into a river, and the tale of his transformation into a platter in order to be heaped with food to satisfy his voracious appetite. So they kind of like end up being almost like Aesop's fables. Like he's the main character of the Native American version of like an Aesop fable, where he becomes this main character-esque moral, like he's either, whether he's good or evil, he's teaching a moral of what to do or what not to do.
Dogma.
Yeah, it's the coyote dogma. That's funny. Yeah. So in Northwest Coast Indians, coyote's analog was the raven. Amongst Northeast and Southeast Indians, he was paralleled by the great hare, the master rabbit, whose adventures become supplementary for the Brer rabbit, folk tales of the Southern African Americans. I don't know. This is like some revised history, unknown, you know, by the Brits. This is the Brits talking here, by the way.
Yeah, that's weird because we
Encyclopedia
also have
Britannica.
rabbits in our yard.
Yeah, the Southwest is full of rabbits and coyotes. So yeah,
Hmm.
and I don't think there are very many big animals that I saw when I was there. I didn't see any deer or anything.
No.
You got to go up maybe north, like Flagstaff, where there's like a forest or whatever.
Yeah, or Payson. Payson's a little bit closer. There's some hunting there.
Okay, yeah, that's like where the forests are, right? In Arizona.
Yeah.
There's like a few places.
Yeah, the Montgomery Rim.
Yeah, those things. like Scottsdale, Flagstaff. That's what I'm thinking. Flagstaff.
Yeah,
those
it's
kind
not too far from Scottsdale.
Yeah, these places. Yeah, so trickster tales are all over the world. You know, they're stories featuring protagonists, often animals who have magical powers and who's characterized as a compendium of opposites. Simultaneously, they're omniscient creators, but yet an innocent fool, malicious destroyers, but yet childlike and prankster-esque at the same time. The trickster hero serves as a sort of folkloric scapegoat onto which the projected fears, failures, unattained ideals of a society culture can be painted. Trickster stories may be told for amusement, whether serious or sacred, depending on context. Either a single tale or series of interrelated stories may be told. You know, the typical
like
tale.
a cartoon, like the Roadrunner cartoons.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's a Wile E. Coyote. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, yeah. So that's where they got it from. They actually took it from that, you know, because he's always doing goofy antics.
And he's always trying his best, you know.
Yeah, Acme Corp, and he's trying to get.
Yeah, he's always trying his best, but to do bad things.
Yeah, he wants to kill the coyote and eat it. I mean, the bird.
The Roadrunner.
Yeah.
And Roadrunner's just happy guy. He's not bothered by the coyote. He kind of likes the coyote.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize that he's in danger.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah, these people. Or it was like, was it Looney Tunes or was it something else?
Yeah,
I don't think it was
Looney
Hanna-Barbera.
Tunes.
It was like Looney Tunes, yeah, or something. One of those really early companies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Acme Corp. Where
what is the Acme Corp? Do they make anchors or something?
They made everything. It was like the scapegoat. It was just like or it was a MacGuffin. It was just a company that makes anything. But Acme just means best. Like it's like a Greek word that means like ultimate or best or something. So Acme.
I thought it meant like anvil or like gunpowder or something. Acme, like explosion.
No, it just means apex or pinnacle or like the highest.
Okay.
It's just showing like, you know, it's like
calling
your company perfect. It's like having, you know, my company is ultimate company. You know, it's like a comic book. You know, it's like there's no, like it's not a real company. They just want to make it sound fancy. So Acme, you know, it's just so that's what it means. It was just a generic brand name back in the day, just to say like our stuff is the best. You know, Acme.
Acme, superior, supreme.
Yeah, superior item. It's just like he's buying the best like gear, and then he still gets defeated or he still gets like hit at the end. You know, even though
the guy that gets the best stuff is the guy that wins, though. You know.
Yeah. Well, not in that story. He always gets tricked.
No. Yeah. Wise guy.
Wile E. Coyote. Yeah. So there you go.
I feel bad for him sometimes because he gets that really sad look on his face right before he gets smashed.
Yeah. Just got back in time for that. That was such a sadistic, horrible, abusive young minds, programming them to find humor in violence. It's like those cartoons were so sick, and they were so. Honestly, it's nothing healthy about any of that. Nothing redeemable at all.
Yeah, it explains a lot because I grew up watching that shit all the time.
Well, it explains so much about what Americans find funny. They think that violence happening to other people or beings is funny. This is what they were raised on watching as some form of sick entertainment. Yes. So go on.
The worst.
Yeah, it totally ruined me.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yes, there we are. At least we.
Yeah, the worst one was that I forgot what the thing was called, but it was like those Saturday morning cartoons with the little fluffy animals. Yeah. And then there was, I think it was a Looney Tunes or something like that. But there was like the little girl that would like squeeze the shit out of the squirrel.
Oh.
And it would like choke the squirrel out and shit.
Oh, thank
She's
God!
like,
I missed that.
love you. You know, I want to squeeze you and hug you, and then it would like die in her hands and shit.
Yeah. I'm so glad I missed that. That's like I thought Tom and Jerry was bad. That's for sure. All of them were bad. They were all just Hanna-Barbera's cartoons as well. I think had.
Her name is.
Yeah, they would skin Tom and Jerry. They would skin that cat all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. He would. Yeah, get.
Yeah. Horrible. horrible. I can't even bear to think about it. It's like
it was from Looney Tunes. This Elmira. It's like this little girl that was like aggressive and shit. She like grabbed the squirrel and squeezed it and shit.
Oh,
it was awful.
Does she have curly hair? She's a redhead.
No, she's like a little ginger.
Yeah. Well, send that to Brooke. Send that to Brooke and say
there you go.
how sick these were. So yeah, so Brooke sent me.
That's why she ended up like that.
Yeah.
the squirrel's trying to live its life, and she's like, "I'm gonna love you and care for you," and and it's like wanting to die or something in its head. It's like, just kill me, please.
No, I don't think that's the case with her squirrel, but yeah, it's I understand the cartoon.
You're being far too kind.
No, her squirrel is definitely happy. Jesus Christ, she treats it like she wants to will her home to it if something happens to her. I mean, not her kids. All of her money in the home is to go to the squirrel. I mean,
it's amazing how similar her and Peter Moon are. It's like shocking.
Same birthdays. Same birthday.
Yeah, there's something else, like some cosmic connection there that we can't put our finger on.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's beyond astrology.
But the birthday has something to do with his hatred of her too. He feels only he can monopolize.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah. Crazy like that,
And then when I asked him about it, he said she never read my sign. She doesn't know my chart.
When I gave him the physical evidence that she had, when I provided him the email that he had sent to her with his chart, that thank God she forwarded to me so I could forward to him, then he said, well, anybody could read that. Anybody could read that. And I said, I look at that chart and I can't read shit. Obviously only a trained astrologer could read it, so... It's just,
which he wasn't, he would claim he was, but he would say the most bland shit about planets.
Yeah, whatever he was reading off of the daily papers and shit. It
was like horoscope. It was like newspaper horoscope shit.
Yeah, that he grew up reading.
Mercury retrograde.
Yeah,
that's
always
why
that.
My trip to Romania went bad.
Yeah.
It's like, Pete.
Yeah.
You were just fucked up.
Yeah, thank you.
Nothing to do with Mercury. You can't blame it on Mercury.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
The gods have nothing to do with your madness.
Yes. No, his madness was unique, and it was all self-engendered. He's just.
It's like, that's what's so annoying. People say, "Oh, Mercury retrograde." Well, then don't spelunk in a cave with diarrhea, and maybe you won't have a bad Mercury retrograde.
Yeah,
how about
thank you. Imagine that.
Yeah,
imagine that.
There's the solution to that. Yeah.
Yes. Don't do stupid things. Don't light up a cigarette at the gas station after just playing water sports.
Those same people would say Mars was transiting. That's why I caught on fire. And it's like, no, you're a fucking idiot.
Yes. That's right. That like the scene is, what was it? Zoolanders, where they're playing water guns.
Yeah, the famous Zoolander scene.
Yeah, with the gas. What do you call those things? The gas dispensers. The
gas pump with the gas
pumps. Thank you. Yeah, screwing each other with the gas pumps before they light up.
And because I grew up in California, I didn't realize that was. I thought that was like total fantasy. Like, oh, the gas thing doesn't pump. When because we have all these like emissions stuff on our gas pumps.
Yeah.
I was like, the gas doesn't pump. Like a joke,
Yeah.
And then I visited Europe, and it was like, oh, wait a second.
There you go. Yeah. Yes. And beyond that, the Zoolander film also had Donald Trump. Donald Trump was in the Zoolander film, appropriately enough. I don't know if you remember that.
What did he do in that film? Was he just a cameo?
I think it's enough for him to brag about. He brags he made the film. He claims that the film only sold because of him.
I don't even remember him in it. And I used to watch that like every weekend.
There you go. Look it up though. See what you find. I never investigated it. I just know that this is what he was claiming. Here we are. So the mentor of this little redhead girl in favorite teacher at school, Summer Fudd. That's funny as fucking hell.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and so.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah. Oh, Sammy, you're back with us. So, dear Sammy, what's on your mind? Yeah.
No, I wanted to add on what you guys were talking about. I never understood. Well, not that I understand. It's just I kind of see like a correlation between a Jambo and Peter in the sense of if Peter Moon would actually write his actual life story, he would actually sell more.
Yes. Yes.
Because he, him coming out, him connection with, Scientology and he's pretty much his crazy life story, but he just chooses not to do it for if anybody does not know he's in the closet, it's almost like
he's under orders by the church not to speak of it or something.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, that's why he can't talk about being a veteran of the Sea Org during their war against the United States while they lived on their boats, just sailing constantly from Mexico to Morocco, while L. Ron Hubbard maintained this forlorn hope, this vainglorious fantasy that he would convert one of those nations completely to Scientology as the state religion so that he could finally have a home. He was the man without a country.
What are they going to do to him? He's older than dirt. I mean,
yeah.
Honestly, that would just make him more normal as far as less creepy, because he's just a closeted queen. But in a sense, the same way with Jambo, if him and the Muslim guy would just
slam and shake, yes,
right. I mean, to the point of that's when I made the point to you, do they know who you are? You have nothing against gays. You probably commend them.
Yes. Hell. Yes, I would say, I'm so glad that you're coming to terms with yourself, that you're finding identity, that you're grounding yourself.
It would make a lot of sense.
Yes. Shoot. And finally,
right, this make a lot of sense. But my point with him is, it's like, what do you, who cares about your reputation? You're gonna die.
Yeah.
Be happy. Why are you making it so complicated? Just go out and be happy,
Thank you.
But I mean, then again, in a nutshell, you're talking about, his ego and everything. But
yes.
I mean, he has his story. Honestly, if he actually just wrote it down and say, hey, look, this is what I saw in the Sea Horde. This is what, X, Y, and Z. That'd be great, because it's an actual story.
Yes.
And to tell you the truth, no one gives a shit now. Who gives a fuck about the Sea Horde?
Yeah.
Who gives a shit about? I mean, there's so many train wrecks when it comes to Scientology. Danny Masterson, who was raping pretty much every cohort, every actress that he was with, he's in prison right now. I mean, it's like they're not the only train wreck. In fact, I don't know if you know this, but I forget that there's an actor who he actually plays Cesar Chavez, the migrant, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
He only got that he got that role from another Hispanic actress. I forget the actor. I forget the name. I might insert it when I get time in this chat. But
so he, by the way, for our listeners, what our man Sammy is referencing is the great migrant advocate, Cesar Chavez. Right. Okay, so please continue. Yeah.
And actually found out my dad was actually part of his organization. I didn't even know this.
Oh my God. That's
so incredible. He was actually a migrant worker. He's actually legally here, which I knew. It's just I didn't know the actual specifics. But anyways, this actor that played his biography, he actually converted to Scientology to get the role.
Jesus.
He went as far as to do that. And obviously, Scientology has a lot of roots in Hollywood, obviously through John Travolta. I didn't realize that John Travolta was pretty much he had a sponsor throughout his obviously, he became very popular through Pulp Fiction. Pretty much reinvigorated his career.
Yes.
Ever since that movie, the Pepsi challenge, you always come up in my brain again.
Yes.
Ever since they talk about that scene, I'm like, fucking Doug, man. But it's like, stuff like that you actually explain. For any of the listeners that don't know, Pepsi challenge it doesn't have to do with the soft drink. Obviously, there's more behind it. But this actor that got the role of Cesar Chavez converted into Scientology just to get the role. And it's a circle. In other words, it's this Hollywood circle with Scientology. It's obviously very prevalent, but back to Peter, he really just should have grew some balls and just made his biography. They would throw in the murder. Like, what are they going to charge him?
Yeah, seriously. Yeah,
they're not going to care, But no, I found it interesting that it's just there's a lot of logic that he could have done with you. Obviously, he's an asset. So when you're talking about an asset, they're just under orders. But a way to just make things more streamlined. But then again, it's the object is to sabotage you. But there's just a lot of ways I think it's overcomplicating things that really don't have to be complicated. I mean, if he really wanted what he wanted, he just should have paid you. I never understood that. Like, just do business, basic business,
Thank you.
But then again, I don't think that was the actual logic, but definitely, I just saw that correlation between Jambo and Peter, which is, it's just lame. It's very much lame in the sense that just be happy. But then again, you're talking about very unhappy individuals. I don't even think they know that actual feeling, and I think that's the one thing that
it's true.
I think I have to respect you in the sense that you have companionship, and you need companionship. Unfortunately, at the present moment, you have to contract that companionship. But in a sense, you are at least seeking some type of balance.
Yes.
With what you seek. Obviously, it's arranged, but at the same time, it gives you some type of normality, meaning at least searching for that companionship rather than, just being miserable. And I think this is what they project, and eventually it just destroys them.
Yeah.
Because of what even happened. You can't summon something and then banish it and then panic, and then you just melt like the evil witch of the West, like
yes,
like that stupid movie. What's that movie? Yellow Brick Road.
Yes. Oh, Wizard of Oz.
Zardoz.
God.
Anyways, I just kind of noticed that little pattern there that was it's just lame. It just makes you roll your eyes, because if anybody, especially with identity, you would have helped them, it would have been you. You definitely would at least help them.
Thank you.
To, hey, it's okay, just be happy. But then again, I think these self-reflections and really just kind of improving yourself, at least to that, they're incapable. And I think it goes to show that assets are really just self-destructing bombs.
Yes.
That, eventually they just go away. But I found it very it's almost mind-boggling, because there's just so much there is just, pretty much self-destruct.
I agree. And of course, the other aspect of it that is mind-blowing is the fact that, as I emphasized, out of all of the assets, Peter Moon was one of the most cultivated, because he was first assigned while Aquino was not just alive, but while Aquino was young. And probably shortly after the time that Aquino worked with myself, maybe around the time of his transfer into the NSA, I think that's around the time. We'd have to ask Aaron Tice or Aristides for the timeline of this, but I believe that's around the time that Peter Moon was assigned to Preston Nichols. And then Peter Moon has never really told Preston Nichols' story, because one of the things that Preston Nichols was doing, maybe out of a sense of guilt or self-loathing or some modicum of a conscience, one of the things that Preston Nichols kept insisting was that Montauk Point was a human child sex trafficking nexus. But Peter Moon denied that and wouldn't even put that into the books. So yet they were filmed where Preston Nichols was showing these are the cages in which the young boys were kept, and Peter Moon was just denying that it was possible young boys could be kept in those cages, saying, oh, it was like chicken wire fencing, like they could have torn their way out, when Preston Nichols had said they were kept cold and malnourished and were piling on each other's bodies just to keep themselves from freezing to death. It goes to show whose side ultimately Peter Moon was on. But Vinnie Barbaric, the real name for Peter Moon, because we want to stop using his criminal alias, the odd part was that they thought that I would somehow bond with this individual, like I would somehow really truly come to trust him, believe in him, think that the house was going to be mine, think that this was something that I would need to surrender myself to in terms of a relationship. And then when they cocoed him, made him flip, they thought, obviously they would do that in the sense that they hoped it would break me. And of course they did that at what they considered to be a strategic moment of maximum vulnerability. He was supposed to get the book out, but he didn't get the book out. And yet, in a very real sense, like I said at the time, it was a massive relief, because the book was going to be a piece of shit by everything else that he was putting in there, and the way he was reframing everything did not make it coherent or serve any constructive purpose. So it was what it was. But like you say, they self-destruct. They're human hand grenades. And so they pull the pin, they throw them, and they hope it'll blow. He was more of a time bomb, but he was meant to go off at a strategic moment. Of course, he did. He wasted a lot of our time, and then did what he did. And of course, if I were any normal human being who had put some faith in this individual, I would be devastated. Fortunately, that was not the case, and I didn't have that level of emotional investment. I never did. As a matter of fact, as everyone knows who spoke to me privately, they always knew I held Peter in the lowest contempt, that I hated him, really. And here's in the text box, Brendan has entered a picture of my biological father, Adolf Hitler, where you can see the purple eyes. There we are. And that I inherited from him. So there you are, our Alexandria's Genesis that my legal father also possessed. That one of the reasons why my mother married him. And in the hopes that if they ever did have children, they would be along the lines of carrying that gene. So there we have that. And with that, Sammy, I'm so grateful that you came on to share that. I want to, thank you for that. And by the way, do you have any semblance of a schedule? Because, of course, we know you're working hard and you've got a lot of things going on. I mean, you're a night person. At the same time, I know you've been trying to struggle to become more of a day person. Is that struggle happening at all, where you're adapting, or you've just kind of surrendered to being a night person at this point? Yeah. Let's see if we can find out from Sammy. He's probably dealing with his, responsibilities. And with that, so Brendan, we heard a guy shouting at you earlier that sounded like I said, it must be that pedo furry guy who loots the garbage cans, and got it. So was that the case with that guy?
So it was the garbage can guy.
Yeah.
He's just like looking for cans, and if I don't bring him the cans in time, he like finds me and like is like, "Are these the cans?
Oh,
do they still have cans?" I'm like, "Yeah," because I'll help him out. I'll like put them all in one zone, so he actually helps us by like putting them back in the dumpster and stuff. Like he'll like clean up around the dumpster if we do that for him. So I just let him do it. I don't care.
I understand. Yeah. Yeah. It's so I was able to finally identify the guy's voice. Poor bastard. So is he coming with that furry mask on when he shows up still, or what? Or is that just?
Yeah, he always puts a mask on. I don't know why, and I don't think it's like what is the word? It doesn't seem to me like it's some kind of mental issue. It's just I think he's like wanted or something.
Yeah.
Like why else would you? He's like, this is my only job, and
yes. Oh,
and he comes after the kids leave, so it's like he can't be around kids, obviously.
Yeah. Oh,
he'll like wait till sports is done and then comes down and says like,
That's so creepy. It's like it's almost like he's watching the sports from afar, so that he knows when.
I think he lives like so close that he could see the school from his fence or something. It's like literally like that.
Mm-hmm.
Something crazy.
Oh my God!
But
by lives, you mean like lives in a residence or lives in a box or what?
I don't know. I don't sit there and not talk to him.
Of course, good for you. Good for you. Because then you'd go crazy like all these other people we know who talk to homeless people. In the end, you can tell the crazies on our show were the ones who talk to homeless people. And one of them was Joe Ty. There was someone else. I can't remember who. Probably Trampus, I'm sure. But but Joe
Trampus would sit there and marinate with them on the side of where remember he was sending us photos and he said, "I'm in front of Amoeba Records."
Oh, that's right.
And I'm like, dude, that part of Haight-Ashbury is just where homeless people sit and like do dope. What are you doing just sitting there all day? Like he's stupid.
There you go. Well, he was, like you said, marinating with the homeless and just
they probably thought he was just another fentanyl head. They didn't realize he was, by their standards, rich.
Yeah. That's what makes it so sick. That's what makes him so contemptible, is that he
dude had a paid for apartment.
Yeah.
Money for bongs and dabs and everything else.
Yeah, and we mean expensive collector's bongs that can be thousands of dollars. Because
these were like full on art pieces that could like recycle. The water was like recyclers and shit.
Yeah.
Different percolators.
Yeah, a fire blown. What do they call them? Glass blown. They're glass blown, actually personalized.
Hand blown.
Hand blown. Thank you.
Glass. Like, dab. Rigs. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah,
and not to mention those stupid
dildos,
bad dragons.
Yes,
like hundreds of dollars. He was telling us.
Yes, baddragon.com dildos, which they claimed were organic. I mean, like if you want an organic dildo, you think you'd settle for a corn cob or a cucumber, but not this son of a bitch. No,
just dicks.
Yes, no kidding. That's organic as it comes, isn't it? Jesus Christ.
He's like, they're non. He was trying to talk to me about it as if I was gonna care. He's like, they're non-toxic.
That was his main selling point. Yes, was this? He was
like he wanted me to be like, oh my god, that's so great.
Right. Yeah, he was passing out pamphlets essentially. He was doing the equivalent of passing out pamphlets on these shit. Yeah.
The problem is you're not some hot chick. They're not going to give you a sponsorship.
Thank you. It was like he had a commission. But he's unfit for that commission. It's like he thought he had a commission, but
he wanted to get sponsored or something.
Yeah, weird shit.
I can fit 4 of them.
Yeah. Yes.
Sponsor me.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that sick son of a bitch. Yes. Oh, but you have to admit, at least looking back on it, we can find morbid entertainment in it. At least like Christine. Kind of like her, just...
the latest, did I tell you what I saw?
What was it?
Ancestry.com. Since the other company went under, now they're the only ones, so they're lowering their price. It's like $49.99 special. Get your DNA tested.
Man.
So they could do the stupid manipulation and connect you and destroy homes, like home destroying DNA tests.
Yeah. That's the only thing.
Where it's like, your dad was sleeping with hundreds of women.
Yeah.
Like, we found all these siblings, half siblings.
Yeah, that's funny. Anybody.
It's literally Ancestry.com has literally destroyed entire families. Where the dude's on his deathbed, and then all of a sudden these kids are like, "That's my half father. This is my," and there's like dozens, and it was like a normal, stable marriage. So it's like, imagine, right before you die, your whole game gets the jig is up. You had like hundreds of freaking half children.
Oh man,
the kids are all devastated and shit.
Those people are all going to, like, I don't know. There's a special place in hell for the Ancestry.com people. Or there's like, are they coming back as slugs or something? They're coming back as like just junk DNA. They're coming back.
You're talking about the people that make these stupid arbitrary tests.
Yes,
and say,
yes.
You're 1% Jewish.
Yeah, that's right. It wasn't even 1%. It was some outrageous number, percentage of a percentile.
How did she even get that? Usually when it's like less than 1%, they just like don't even include it, or they'll say it's like a combination or some kind of. They'll give some like broad category, because that just
probably was something like that, but it's like she interpreted it in her head as something to latch onto.
In her head she was like full Jew.
And when she just claimed it, she was like,
I knew it.
And it's which already shows a neurosis, but she doesn't
that's
have
actually funny.
She doesn't have her boyfriend anymore, so she'll be following him soon to the other side.
Well, goodbye.
Hate to say it, she won't be missed. It's like Victoria is still so kind to these people. It's like
I know, she's too sweet to be like, dealing with these crazy.
And it's like
they always take advantage of the nice Christian lady.
They do. And but
you won't believe that stupid Polish lady was saying, I'm a Christian.
Of course you would.
As she's kicking me out of her house, like, yeah, real Christ-like.
Of course. Of course, so many of the people who claim that are the worst. They are the exact opposite of what they.
And then, it's like, bitch, you work for Stanford, and you're saying I'm the one who's possessed by demons and shit. I don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah,
You're on the dark side.
It was, of course, because they flipped the switch on her. So that was your example of. There's a super soldier for you right there. It's another example of a super soldier Ed. Yeah.
A programmed.
Yeah, just a programmed patsy who's like, whose life is completely dysfunctional and therefore kicks out.
Well, they did. What did you call it before? Where they cocoed her with the husband.
Yeah, that's right.
They got them all attached and then killed the husband and then destroyed her life, took her house away.
Yeah.
So they're fucked. These people are crazy.
And so many of these people, their lives are devastated by it. With me, it was just like.
Is that part of the ritual or something to like destroy these people's lives or?
Oh, of course.
Or is this just like?
No, it's part of.
Why did Q want that as part of the thing? Why is that part of the thing?
It's trauma training. Trauma training. That's how you basically produce a split personality. Is you traumatize them to the point where they're completely shattered or sundered. So
what's the advantage? What's the tactical advantage of that?
Well, I mean, you fuck them up so much, you break them so much, you then rebuild them, you remold them in your image. So some can be remolded, but mostly, what is he molding? He's molding serial killers. I mean, this was supposed to be the stuff of his new dominion. I mean, just consider, if you want to think of, what do you know about the fictitious character Hannibal Lecter? Probably not much, because you probably haven't read the novels. But imagine the Hannibal Lecter, what you do know about him, as having actual aspirations towards power. In other words, Hannibal Lecter's idea of power was very much personal and immediate. Hannibal Lecter as a character was a serial killer who was a psychiatrist turned cannibal, who was breaking people's minds. He is essentially just, there's no other word for him. He's basically a mind fucker. So you get this mind fucker here, but all he's grooving off of is, if he has some sort of kingdom or dominion, it's extremely fragmented. He's breaking people essentially one at a time. He's shown in the series to be a little more expansionist, but imagine someone like that with actual aspirations of, I want to make certain the lunatics are running the asylum, and says, I want to social engineer this at the state level. So then he would put into power people like Trump and Vance and the entire Republican Party and all of the people you see on the cabinet. This would be like, imagine that was all engineered by a single madman, a Hannibal Lecter type who just wanted to cannibalize the body politic. And this is the way he would do that. You would not only explain the Trump phenomenon, but you would actually have this individual exposed for optimizing themselves to their maximum level of damage, their maximum capacity for evil. Well, that's Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino is Hannibal Lecter. We certainly have enough witnesses claiming that he was a cannibal. I can certainly personally attest to his cannibalism by having eaten people that were served to me that were served through his auspice without my knowing. Such being said, here was a cannibal who basically jacked.
I'm still pissed about that, but we don't need to get into it.
Yes, yeah.
The Bak Bang Jao.
Yeah, Bak Bang Jao. Yeah.
I haven't had Thai food since. Especially after I saw that, no offense to her, that half Cho lady.
Yeah, yes, poor dear.
I was like, fuck this, I ain't going back.
Yeah.
Even though it was supposed to be an all-vegan restaurant, it was just like,
Yeah. Though, admittedly, when you said, Doug, what are you defending the Cho now? I was thinking of her and a few others like her that have been, in a sense, redeemed or, what would you say? Yeah, redeemed, essentially.
Yeah, she was, like, basically Buddhist.
Yeah.
Like, it was almost, she had no, like, because of her hybrid nature, she was, like, less evil.
Yes.
I didn't get the sense that she was evil at all.
Yes. And such people can be very valuable, at least as in helping us, fight the machinations of the actual show. certainly when it comes to someone like Michael Aquino, again, when we return to that subject, just to kind of close it off so people understand what I'm talking about, yes, he is the Hannibal Lecter who had aspirations of social engineering, and he succeeded in what he did. The result is what you see now in the White House. It's that simple. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, all the product of a maniacal cannibal who thought, and what was his idea? His idea of his dominion, the Aquino, what he called the Q Dominion, his idea of QD or QDom, Q Dominion. His idea of the Q Dominion was to make certain the lunatics were running the asylum. In other words, he wanted the normal people in jail as the herds to be fed off of, and the serial predators, serial rapists, serial pedophiles, serial killers, all to be on the outside, herding the people inside and feeding upon them as livestock. This is what he's created. This is where we're at now. You're living in Q's world. It's a Q world is Aquino's world. And
it's a fucking waking nightmare is what it is.
Yes, it's a fucking endless waking nightmare, and he succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. So there you have it. That's the dominion of the Q world. When I was first working with him, I actually scoffed, not to his face, of course, but I scoffed within myself at the products that I saw that were his followers, thinking, how could these people ever even come to power? Now we know. I mean, they're voted in. Yeah, they're voted in, and
the
then
psyop works.
Yeah, and then they bring in the people who were never voted in, whom nobody would ever vote for, like what?
My question.
Yes.
I have a question, just a quick one,
Yeah.
about did Aquino introduce the Russians to psyopery, or did he learn from them how to do it because of the Iron Curtain kind of mind?
It was mutual. You remember what I said about L. Ron Hubbard? Remember, L. Ron Hubbard was the pioneer of so much that Peter Moon never would want to talk about. And whenever I brought it up, Peter Moon would shut it down. But you remember what I said years ago before becoming involved with Peter Moon, for allowing Peter Moon into my life. What I said on record multiple times was that L. Ron Hubbard really knew what he was dealing with by being a Satanist and learning about the deconstruction of the mind through trauma programming from Aleister Crowley. And so when he learned from Aleister Crowley what he did, he was then recognized by the United States Navy, who asked him to write a manual on brainwashing so that they could use it as propaganda evidence against communists, claiming here we have evidence of a brainwashing manual translated into English from the Russian and the Chinese that's used by these fiends in the Korean conflict to brainwash our boys. And therefore, that's why they had so many boys turn communist in the Korean conflict, due to what was called psychological breakdown. By the way, they conducted research on that, and they found out what the real culprit was. And the real culprit was American mass media. And here's how. The Americans had been raised under the paradigm that the good guy not only never loses, but the good guy cannot lose. And they were never exposed.
So Superman's a communist.
No, it wasn't so much that. It was more like along the lines of, by the way, the one who was, as I mentioned before, Bullwinkle Moose and Rocky. That was written by an honest-to-God, diehard communist who was trying to make...
Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah, Rocky and Bullwinkle, who was trying to make the Eastern Europeans look like harmless buffoons. There's no threat from them. They're cute characters. And they later on got their own film, by the way. What were their names again? I can't remember, but Boris and Natasha. Boris and Natasha actually got a feature film, a cinematic feature at one point. So, which I have nothing against. I mean, I actually loved those characters. I liked them all, but I actually liked Boris and Natasha much better than I did Bullwinkle and Rocky. But But at any rate, he quoted Karl Marx frequently in that cartoon. But such being said, no, it was this. It's the fact is, all of these boys naturally grow up identifying with the hero of the TV series they would watch, which were often Westerns at that period of time. And then when they were sent to Korea and they're beaten and they're bullied and they're unable to be rescued from the communists when they're captured, they break down because they grew up under the impression that as the good guy, they should never suffer this calumny, this indignity, this atrocity. You get what I'm saying? This can't be happening to me. I'm one of the good guys. And then they would break down super easy because the communists could just break right through that. It's because it's a construct. It's a fucking construct.
Yeah, it's not infantile, it's childlike.
Yes, it's not even childlike. It's literally infantile. Yes, that would be the better way to phrase it. So,
we can't lose because God is with me.
Yeah, right, along those lines.
Didn't they have that issue like, in the ancient, not the ancient times, but the Crusades?
Well,
like
not
people
really.
would go mad or something.
Not really. It was different. No, that wouldn't happen in the Crusades in that sense because the Crusaders were all used to suffering for Christ. They were taught life is nothing but suffering anyway.
That's
so
a
they
good
just
point,
so they just thought life on earth was hell anyway. It was no big deal to them. But when it came to the Americans, that was a totally different story. We're the good guys. We won World War II. That was the big lie. That was a big. So they all said we're invincible. We got the bomb, and then they're down the Korean Peninsula fighting and losing and getting their asses kicked and saying, "Where's the bomb? Why don't they drop the bomb?"
I personally heard from a Korean vet the story of them being on one of those hills and the Chinese army surrounding them. Yeah. That sounded scarier than anything I've heard from World War II. Yeah. Not to discount it or anything. Yeah. But the dude said they were firing their machine guns in all directions to the point where the barrels were melting.
Yes.
And the Chinese were still advancing. Yeah. It's that's scary.
Yeah, because the Chinese are the only force in human history that actually conducted human wave attacks.
You can, even if you have enough rounds, your weapons melt because of the overheating and imagine your barrel just bows and your gun jams after, and then there's still troops advancing on your position. That's scary as fuck.
Oh yeah, that's video game shit. No, it's video game shit, except there's no escape. It's a video game.
They got captured or something. Dude was like a POW.
Oh, well, there you go. Shit. There you go. Then, of course, he got great benefits the rest of his fucking life, which my father always made the joke about. And all kinds of veterans made that joke. If I'd have known the benefits POWs get, I would have surrendered first thing to the goddamn enemy.
This dude was horrible. He didn't bathe.
Yeah, of course.
He was and then we.
Oh, they're all fucked up. But go on.
Later, we found out he was on a list. Like a Megan's Law.
Yeah.
List.
Oh, of course.
And he's he didn't, and then he, at
the time. You know where that comes from? You know where that comes from? They can't get it up afterwards with a normal woman, and they just become excited by the movements of young girls. It's a common thing among severe.
Well, you know what he told us when we confronted him on it? This was years ago. Yeah. The dude's definitely dead now, or he died when I knew him. Yeah. This super old Korean dude. He was in a wheelchair at the end or something. Yeah. But he said, oh, they it was entrapment. It was entrapment. They
of course.
It was a 14-year-old. I didn't even know,
Oh, of course.
That's what he said.
Oh,
it was
of course.
Something innocent, and then they blamed it on him.
She was naughty like Heather. She was naughty like Heather, and she seduced him. Because
that's basically what he said.
Yeah.
I won't glaze for him. That's literally what he fucking said.
Of course. Yeah, that's what Heather's grandpa said too.
I didn't know. I couldn't resist.
Yes.
You're so beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was trying to glaze. And then later on when we looked into it, it was multiple times. So
of course.
Dude, fuck you.
Of course, but they were all entrapping him. You have no sense of sympathy.
He got set up, poor guy.
Yes, poor guy, just repeatedly set up because of all the secrets he knew about Korea. Yeah. There you go.
It's really?
Gene Hackman and his Japanese wife, along with their dog, all dying, even though they can't find any gas. The gas company came and said, no gas. Yeah. Yeah,
and they were dead for 15 days or something. Yeah, ridiculous.
That's right. Yeah.
What do you think that was about?
I have no idea, but you remember the joke I made. Yeah, but you remember the joke I made. The joke was, it's that love. That's true love. That's what true love does. Once one of you goes, everybody goes in the family. Yeah, the dog.
It is ideal in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. That was
No one's suffering, quote unquote.
yeah, God knows. Oh, I'm not even that curious to find out. If we find out, that's great, but I'm not even that curious to even
Not
fucking
even the
look.
tabloids are. They
Yeah.
were just like, yeah, it was weird,
Yeah. It's because there's so little to grab onto with it. It's, but when it came to the yeah, at any rate, I think we said what we said about Moonsuck, but like I said, the idea, and I don't know if people are getting it, just the idea that they thought I had bonded with this guy emotionally, and by cocoing him on me, like, oh, I take it all away, Doug, that I was going to collapse. And you remember how eager he was for me to collapse. Remember that when I said, oh, the guacamole spilled on my keyboard, and now I have to have a new keyboard. Remember all
Yeah,
that
he was like, he's losing it. He's losing it.
yeah. No, and the first time he said when he felt I wasn't losing it, when I proved I didn't, remember he said, are you altered? Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Are you altered? I said, no, I'm not altered. It's like, and you remember I was handling it all without, but yeah, he kept insisting he's losing. He was waiting for that.
Yeah.
And he thought that his break.
I don't know. I think it was when you were on break or something when he was telling us.
Yeah.
I don't think Doug's doing well or something like that.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah.
He needs his rest, He said some shit about some shit like that.
Yeah, some bullshit. Yeah. And yeah, so there you go. And
not to mention that time when he said, is he gonna survive?
No, what he said was, wouldn't it be something if Douglas died during surgery? That was it. That's what he said. Yeah. And then later, is he going to survive? After I came back, like he was hoping I would kill myself because of the nose issue. Yeah. Again, not taking into account the nanoplasma and the rebuilding of cartilage, which, like I said, was great.
But that begs the question, how did he know you were going to get damaged?
Well,
he was saying it as if
he
knew.
No, he knew it. He knew it. Aaron said that. Aaron said that in his private conversations, Peter Moon said I was going to die. He was certain of it. And he couldn't believe it. He was so disappointed. Like Aaron Tice said, Peter Moon was so disappointed when I made it back alive. Like, like he was.
He crumbled. He crumbled like paper after that.
He did. It was after that he crumbled. It was like they honestly thought their man was going to take me out. It's
yeah.
The one who said you have this venous heart, whatever cardiovascular problem.
Strange twist of fate that a Jew saves the son of Hitler. The universe is so beautiful.
Yes, the Jewess.
So majestic.
Yes. Like I said, the first time after she tortured me by shoving those implements up my nose, the first thing she asked me...
You can't get away scot-free.
The first thing she asked me, pointedly, are you German? First thing she asked, pointedly, after tormenting me with implements up my nose, was, are you German?
Well,
I was like,
your name is German enough.
Like I said, I was so tempted to say, I'm the son of Hitler, bitch. But I didn't. I just said, oh, yeah, half. My mother was half Japanese, half Chinese, though. And, that settled it there for a while.
That's funny. That's actually funny.
Yeah.
I know it was, I'm sure it wasn't fun, but.
Yeah, but
she technically saved her life.
She did. No, she actually did. She really did. So, like I said, there's Jewesses in my life that I owe quite a bit to, and I'm always, beholden to them. Like the.
That's what I was saying. The universe just works like that.
It does. Like the Jewish American princess Cynthia Siegel, who lost her job, the UFO Connection hostess over me. You know, so
she was pretty hot too.
Yeah,
dropped that ball.
Yeah, she. A lot of people wouldn't know it because they couldn't see it, but she would wear these very loose dresses, almost like maternity dresses. So when I did inquire about that, I did find from this other hot chick that she has a tummy problem. So I guess what she had was like a distended belly, I guess, naturally. So, but then someday maybe she could get surgery to fix that. I mean, unless they would tell her it's life risking or something, but. Yeah, because they do that. They can band your stomach literally.
I think you would survive that.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. And
you just go from behind.
There you go. Yeah, I was about to say she wound up with some guy who was shorter than her, which was ironic because she was always
interesting
bitching about. Well, she's very tall. She's very tall. So the problem is when I offered to escort her when she was afraid of going through a dangerous neighborhood. And she said, what can you do? You're skinnier than I am. And shorter too. And I was like, well, maybe you can throw me at them if they try to come
It's
at
funny.
us. I was like
It's
making
funny.
suggestions, like, but it was such a silly way to choose. Then she wound up walking off with some tall man who could escort her through the dangerous neighborhood. But it's like, but she wound up marrying a shorter guy than her, so there's irony, and that was pretty fucking funny. But at any rate, hopefully that worked out. I wish nothing but the best for her. Yeah, and
there's like a chart. It's like money versus height chart. I think there's like a middle ground.
Interesting. Yeah. There you go.
You just gotta make money.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah. Well, bear in mind that I'm taller than most women. She was exceptional because she was quite tall, but generally I'm taller than most women. Thank God.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, believe it or not, Brendan Zogit and I are of equal height, essentially, while I'm wearing my platforms. So Brendan is got to be at least 6 feet tall, because I'm a little over 6 feet tall in my platforms. And I was standing pretty much head to head with you when we were standing next to each other, right?
Yeah, true. But...
Yeah, so there you go. So you've got to be over 6 feet, even though Brendan doesn't feel like he is or something.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, you're still growing. Yeah, Brendan's still growing.
All those Ayurvedic herbs must be doing something.
Yeah, there you go. So,
because I do have this weird thing where, my clothes don't fit anymore. So maybe some kind of weird
something's going to
happen.
Yeah, well, you're lucky. Most people just grow wide.
Yeah.
At least you're growing up instead of wide. Yeah. So,
when I do lose weight, I do get taller. So, but I haven't lost weight recently, so I don't know. And they claim that that's impossible.
Interesting.
It just,
of course,
I
they
don't
do.
know, it just makes sense.
Of course, they do. Yeah.
Right, like less pressure on your spine or something. Doesn't that make sense?
Oh yeah. Well, like my chiropractor said, he said you got to treat your head like it's a 12-pound bowling ball on top of a stick. So you've always got to watch your, posture because because you're really taxing the shoulder muscles. That's what he was telling me, was that I was taxing my shoulder muscles by leaning into the screen on shows like this, so that I'm leaning into the screen.
Yeah, don't get the old Asian lady slouch. That's like your enemy right
there.
Yeah,
yes, there we are. Yeah. Don't get that.
Makes sense.
Yeah. By the way, he asked me what my PSA level was. What the fuck is that? PSA level.
PSA?
Yeah, I think that's
what I idea.
PSA level. Let's look that up. PSA level.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Oh, okay. It was. I told him my blood test was prostate specific antigen. Prostate specific antigen.
See. Got it. He wants to stick his finger up your butt or what?
No, that's fine. No, because he noticed that he had to ask my meds, and so I told him one of my meds was the finasteride. And so that's also known as so that's a prostate med. So that's why he asked, because and I told him that I use it for prostate health and to keep my hair growing, which he just was flabbergasted. He says, "You have all the hair in the world. Why do you try to?" I said, "Why do you think why?" Right? But anyhow, so PSA is a protein produced by the prostate gland, and its level in the blood can be measured to detect potential prostate problems. Well, they must have taken this with all my other blood tests, so I'm sure it's fucking normal. Yeah, so I should have told him that. I told him I didn't know, but I can tell him definitely on Saturday that it's normal. But and the only thing I told him was I also was technically pre-diabetic, but I didn't count. What am I gonna tell him? I can't tell him why. That's because all these young boys whose blood I'm sucking, they just keep.
In your defense, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Thank you. It's true. Yeah. And
well, you can't tell them why.
Yeah, no, they just
Coca-Cola. Just stick with that.
He was shocked enough when I told him about the lung collapses. Like, oh my God, can I work on this guy? But like I said, when I just surrendered myself to him, went limp, then he did the manipulations perfectly. I mean, it was great. Like I said.
Yeah, chiros are good. Yeah.
Oh God, they can be. I think probably the Scientologists are the ones who fucked it up, maybe, because I remember my family MD. The closest thing we ever had to a family MD in the later years was Dr. Joshua Adler, who later on became one of the men who led the Doctors' Rebellion against Brown and Tolan Insurance, and then helped to form the Hill Physicians Medical Group. And So yeah, to make certain doctors had say in their patients' lives, so that they could actually provide them treatment that wouldn't be denied by multinational corporations. So, but Dr. Joshua Adler, what was it he told me about
Yeah, I can say they are one of the better groups because that's what I have.
Thank you. There you go. So
and the doctor I have, she's cool with me doing like supplements and everything.
Excellent.
She didn't really give me any pushback.
Yeah. So, but Dr. Joshua Adler was a doctor who treated my father, my mother, and myself. So he was the closest thing we had to a family physician ever.
So you knew the guy that made Hill Physicians, or like advocated for him?
Yes. I can't find him anymore. When I try to contact him through UCSF, it's impossible. No, I doubt that. He's too young. You never know. Yeah, but anyway,
it sounds like you're talking about something from the 80s, dude. If he was practicing in the 80s, he was
practicing a while. I guess but you know what happens is, in your mind, when you don't meet somebody for a while, they're always the same age as when you met them.
Yeah, so, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
your timeline is
maybe. Yeah, my timeline may be skewed, and it does go off because when you're like me, you know, I'm not physically aging like other people, and time does go slower, and so the and
you are a band.
Thank you. Yeah, but when it came to what was I was going to say about Dr. Joshua Adler? What was it we were talking about? What was it we were talking about?
State, and then I was saying something about Hill's Physicians, chiropractic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was telling me that most of the experiences his patients had with chiropractic was negative. He said overwhelmingly, by my experience, patients who have come back from chiropractic treatment have always complained that it made them worse, and that they were worse off later than they were before chiropractic treatment. I fortunately have never had that experience, but
neither have I.
Yeah, but I think in his case, these were probably patients who went to see white doctors who were Scientologists back when the Scientologists were making big inroads into chiropractic. That's that would be my own assumption, and it may not be
the
right.
Guys that say you have to come back every week.
Oh
just to get just to juice you for money, so they misalign you at first, so you have to come back.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I honestly believe that a lot of white guys were doing that because I noticed they were extremely aggressive about you need 20 revisits and shit.
And they'll tell you before you even go. Yeah. If I'm gonna do this, you have to come back once a week, every week, forever. You know, holy shit.
Yeah. Whereas
talk about Scientologists. That's what it sounds like.
The first thing my doctor told me, the latest doctor, the chiropractor I'm seeing now, Dr. Sue. What Dr. Sue told me, and by the way, American Specialty Health has his name misspelled in the romanization. To show
SUE.
I won't say it because I don't want him harangued by the gang stalkers. Yeah, but anyhow, the funny thing about Dr. Sue was that he, the first thing he told me was like, they've signed you off on unlimited visits that are completely covered. It's the first thing he told me. He said, but look, I really like to see people healed. So he says, you should learn to behave better in terms of, and he told me, stop swallowing my codeine pills with alcohol. And he told me, stop swallowing my codeine pills with alcoholic beverage. What does that do? Is that liver damage? He was worried about liver damage.
Taxes the liver. Yeah.
It does? Oh, okay. Because I swallow my codeine pills with alcoholic beverages.
The acetaminophen in there.
Yeah. Okay.
Blocks a liver enzyme that causes the metabolites from the acetaminophen to become toxic.
Interesting.
That's one of my family members died from that.
But what the fuck is he? Are they taking enormous amounts of Tylenol and shit?
She was doing painkillers.
Okay, so I do want people to know that all my tests come back normal for my liver. My liver's functioning well. I do want people to know.
I'm not saying you would kill. I'm not saying a couple codeines would do it. Just chill.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying she died from acetaminophen poisoning because she was drinking at the same time.
Yeah, so but what I would assume, and tell me if I'm correct on this, I would assume that she was both a heavy drinker and a heavy painkiller.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, that sounds bad. That's bad. And it's bad for women in particular because women's bodies are smaller and they get drunk twice as fast, and they don't metabolize it well. And when they're taking Tylenol, which women take Tylenol like they're trying to kill themselves. Women take Tylenol, they really
what's
do.
Up with that? Yeah, what's up with
that? They take Tylenol like they're trying to commit suicide. So
yeah, like I've seen it happen.
Yeah. So
migraine, it's like 7. It's like, dude, you can't take that much.
Yeah, thank
like,
you.
You can't take 7 Advil or whatever.
Yeah, no, thank you. But I will tell people what I do. I told the doctor this. I've told my general internal medicine practitioner, my GIMP, my GIMP, Dr. Chung, this as well. I take a cocktail. When I do take painkillers, I take painkillers because I'm in pain. And so what I take is 2 aspirin, normal adult dose, 1 Tylenol capsule, which is half the normal adult dose, because the other pill I take with codeine has Tylenol in it, but the Tylenol in them combined is actually less than the average adult dose, but it's somewhat balanced out by the codeine. Then I also take a baclofen, which is the muscle relaxant. So I'll take all 5 of those easily with alcohol. When
you're an expert.
Yeah,
you're an expert.
Yeah, but I'm not doing this like every hour on the hour. This is like, if I'm doing it, it's like once in a daytime, and then there's usually space between it unless I'm in pain over a period of days. Then I'd be doing it like, but there'd be that.
You're justifying this to the wrong guy. We used to. I won't go into what we used to do.
Dude, you did cough syrup to the level where your legs couldn't move and shit. So you can.
Where you were like floating, like it felt like you were floating like a ghost.
So you knew what Jambo was talking about. You knew what Jambo.
Yeah, I know what DMX is. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but beyond that, you knew what Jambo was feeling when Jambo would bounce along the street because he couldn't feel his heels being broken, and he would just leap like the Hulk, several feet in the air with each jump and shit. Yes. So go on.
Yeah, and he would be wondering why his feet were all fucked up, or what did he say? He said he had something.
Everything was wrong with that son of a bitch. Not to mention that he's stopping to punch street lights, so he's breaking his knuckles. You remember all this?
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. So his limbs were all shredded up and then he started melting. His bones started melting or whatever.
Yeah, and yet every girl who sees him reports he's a stud and he's cut and buff and ripped and the biggest erect dick and shit. They're all saying that when he calls them and gives them his...
That's not what he told us.
No, it's not what we saw. We physically saw the son of a bitch, and he looks horrible. And he looks like Gollum. He's a pale ass black guy who's melting alive. Yeah, it's so it's just
so there you go.
Yeah, he's not crazy. Black. He's Creole. He's a fucking octoroon.
Like, I mean, he might as well have been white. He grew up rich.
Yes,
he grew up class,
rich. And yet,
he had the nerve to say, "Why people struggle?" It's like, dude, you were living in the good side of New York, and your parents pay for everything.
Yes.
Come on.
He's just, he's trying to cop intergenerational trauma for a victim trip.
Wagoner.
Yeah, he's just garbage, human garbage. But then, which is worse, him or Peter Moon? If any Barbaric saying, "I'm really black." The worst was, like I said, the culmination. The culmination was, when I went to England, I didn't suffer any discrimination.
Nothing happened to me.
Yeah, nothing happened to me.
Like, because you look English. Like,
you
look like royalty.
Yeah, I wouldn't say you look like. No, you don't look like royalty. No, unless you're trying to say royalty is morbidly inbred.
What Americans perceive as British royalty.
Yeah.
Snaggletooth, pockmarked face.
No, he's like
creepy.
Vinnie Barbaric is porcine. He's porcine. He has a pig face, just so people know it. His face is truly pig-like when you see him up close. Truly looks,
it's disgusting. Well, all he did was eat Chinese takeout. Remember he kept saying that?
Yeah.
I got the boys Chinese takeout. And by boys, he meant the
blacks.
Football players.
Yes, the blacks.
They love me because I bring them Chinese food.
No, he pays for the fucking playing field. He was paying for the fucking playing field.
But in his head, he was organizing everything.
Yeah.
He was like the main man.
That's right. And he was buying the food, too. Yeah, he was buying the food, too. Of course, they'd love his ass. It'd be like... The only thing they hated about him was that he wasn't buying chicken and waffles. Is what they really wanted. Yeah, that fucking cracker. All he gets is his Chinese food because it's a halfway compromise. It's ethnic. Yeah. But it's not watermelon and chicken and waffles. It's Yeah. Okay. There we go. There's only so far we can go with that. That's
You can't hate on watermelon. Though.
Yeah.
That shit's good.
Yeah. But look at my response in the chat. Carl Lindbergh says, "Nice cocktail, DD."
Yeah, you got all angles covered.
Yes.
Yeah, but don't let him fool you. He's in the opium den. He showed us the photo. So.
Yeah, there you go.
This is just his cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm stumbling out of the chiropractor.
The codeine is an opiate. The codeine is an opiate.
Yeah. Is that what you tell people?
Yeah. There you
stumble out of the chiropractor.
Yeah, there you
I
are.
suddenly feel healed.
Yeah. Yes. Like I said, it's life changing. It's
it's like that's what they said when they took the dirt back in the day.
Yeah.
My life has changed.
Yeah.
What's that? What was that one song? Comfortably Numb. Yeah. I have become comfortably numb.
I want to be sedated. Don't forget that one.
Yeah. I want to be sedated. Well, the Ramones all died from heroin, so
of course
they got sedated all right.
Yeah.
They were like touring in wheelchairs at one point. That's how bad they got.
Yeah. Well, then you know who copped him one better on that was what's his name? My sister loved him when she was a kid, when we were young. Phil Collins. Phil Collins.
Yeah, well, he's like a stick and bones still, skin and bones.
He must be dead by now. I mean, he did that last.
No, he's still going. I thought.
He's not performing. He did his last performance and shit, and that was so sad. Why? It's like he was sitting there. He couldn't get up.
Well,
so
Ozzy's coming up in a few days. Ozzy's gonna do the final performance, and he's like apparently can't stand up. Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh God! Well, there you go.
They're just gonna plop him up front and let other people play around him.
Oh, disgusting! Yes, that's
poor guy. Well, he's gonna go out. Well, like you wanted, like what he sold his soul for.
Yes, pathetic wretch. Yeah, and. All right.
Good for him.
Yeah, lifestyle they can have. And as I said, and of course, Brendan, hang out as long as you want or as long as you can, and interject whenever you wish. Just going to reemphasize the fact that historically, to contextualize what I'm saying about what's going on right now, the Versailles Diktat made World War II inevitable. It guaranteed a second World War. And the subsequent creation of the United Nations and the Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the precursor to the World Trade Organization marked the most important institution-building episode of the 20th century. Since the American Empire was the dominant player, the post-1945 era became known as the American Century. The end of the Cold War in 1991, or rather the termination of the Third World War in effect, then produced a unipolar distribution of power, allowing for the creation or strengthening of institutions such as the WTO, the World Trade Organization, the International Criminal Court, and the Paris Climate Agreement. I'm talking about the new world order that's evolving now, or rather the end of the old world order, or what exactly is our world order, since world order is always a matter of degree. But before that, we were speaking of Peter Moon and Vinnie Barbrick, because we were talking about Michael Aquino's dent, his indentation, his impact on that world order. And so it's not a divergence that was without meaning. So I do want people to understand that when our man Brendan was asking about serial killers, it was a chicken or the egg question, was it not? Was Aquino trying to create these serial killers, or what was the chicken or egg question again that you had about that?
Well, when it comes to creating those people, is like
the trauma.
What is the point of fracturing them if you're not going to use them? Why fracture these people and then just let them loose? So and you explained it partially.
Yeah, so partially some of them are a success, but their idea of a success is to create a predatory serial killer, serial rapist, serial predator of some sort. That in the failed cases, they just dispose of them along the sidelines and keep them as like tagged animals on the radar, which they come back and check into for when they need them. Those are the kind of people they were throwing at us incessantly, and there was always one to replace another. As soon as Trappist Nicholson was gotten rid of, there was a guy who claimed to be half Vietnamese who was stepping up to replace him, and I just didn't accept him.
Within hours or minutes or something.
Oh yeah, no, he was there before Trappist even left, kind of insinuating himself in before Trappist left, so that he could step right in. But and did offer his services as a producer. But it didn't take him on because Trappist was the last straw. It was just the last that I could take. But when it came to all of them, understand that all of these people were assigned from the beginning, including Brandon Young, who was like, he was always the enemy. And when you look back on his behavior all that time, it was always that of an enemy person, doing his best.
But they did attack him as well, though. But
how so?
You know, the car accident. Like, I don't think that was a ruse. I think it was actually
no. The car accident.
His brain was atrophying.
Yeah. So I mean, let's call it what it was. The Brandon Young was targeted. And it was not an accident. Right. It was an actual assassination attempt. So
when I first spoke to him, he was a Tolkien head, like an academic. Yes. Then towards the end, I mean, he was totally non-functional.
Well, it wasn't towards the end. I think he was non-functional throughout the majority of the time that we knew him. It came a lot sooner than you realize, but you began to realize undeniably that this guy is really, it's gone. He's gone. Yeah, but exactly. It was in the early days when he was with, John Evans, when he was with John Evans, the blind bard.
Yeah, John Evans.
Yes, they were